of the 3 Triple Crown. He's got a World Series bracelet and a WPT. He's 9th on the all-time money list in England, but that doesn't matter. Because for an hour with the tower, it is the one and only Mr. Chris Moorman.
Thanks for having me on the podcast, Phil.
Oh man, how you doing? How's Vegas?
Yeah, good. Like it's getting hot here actually. Oh well, obviously it's summer, but actually it's not as hot as it normally is for the the World Series every summer. It's been quite chill. It's actually you can go outside and not sweat your balls off, so it's been nice.
How's lockdown been?
Yeah, not too bad actually. Like I was quite fortunate because just before it all went down, I was away. I was in England in the whole of January. I was playing a couple of live tournaments. I had an 8-at-8 tournament in Madrid, and I was playing a big tournament at Dusk Till Dawn as well. So I was away for the whole of January, and then just before it all kind of went down, I got back and I was in Vegas because obviously it would have sucked to being sort of away somewhere and not being able to get back home and being apart from my wife for like months. So yeah, I was kind of lucky that I was back home and at least I wasn't lonely. I had someone to hang out with, and yeah, no complaints really.
You've been in Vegas a couple of years, all right?
Yeah, like on and off. I kind of split my time between traveling the circuit still and and like staying here.
Brilliant stuff. We're going to start basically at the beginning because how did you learn? Where did you first start playing poker, and when was it?
God, it feels like a lifetime ago now. Guess it was like I was at university at Essex University studying economics, not doing too hot, like kind of failing. I was getting distracted. Like at the time, I was getting distracted by pool. I'd always played pool growing up, and then we at university I joined the pool club. We had a pretty good team. We played in the national championships every year, and I guess this was it was up in Derby, I think, the national championships, and we'd gone to Derby, played that year. I think it was it was my first year at university. And on the way home, one of my friends saw in like the student newspaper about this free tournament on Victor Chandler Poker that all students could play. It was free to buy in, and the winner would get. I think the winner got the equivalent of about $500, but they also got a seat in this big live tournament in London. So me and my friends didn't even know the rules of poker at this point, but we decided, okay, we'll give it a spin. It's free to enter. It was on a Monday night, so there was not much going on campus that night. So me and my like 4 flatmates went on Yahoo because it wasn't even Google back then. We went on Yahoo, printed out a set of rules, started playing amongst ourselves with like two pence coins, and yeah, just played the free roll every week. And first sort of 5 or 6 times did absolutely nothing kind of thing and lost every hand. And then I actually came second one week for like $120. Obviously, I was gutted to come second because I missed out on the live seat, but still $120 was good money to me. I was a broke student. So now I had the dilemma of whether I cash out and sort of take my money and run or sort of play around with it and see what happened. And I was really 50-50. I kept asking everyone because I didn't want to be determined as a gambler kind of thing. And in the end, I just decided to sort of have fun with it. And it went from there, really.
You've turned into, obviously, the early days of poker, you've turned into the number one, an absolute phenom. We've looked back at your pocket fives. Do you know exactly or roughly how many online cashes you've got on pocket fives? There might even be more that's not been on there, but would you like to have a guess?
God, I don't know, like maybe 10,000. I don't know.
It's just 11,594. That's to date.
So that's a lot of poker, yeah. A lot.
That's a lot of poker. That's a lot of cashes, by the way.
Yeah.
That's a lot of cashes. Your first on there is 5th for 13,000 in July 2006. I'm not being funny. That's 14 years ago.
Yeah, that's not a bad first cash either, right?
where is it? Apart from the years, where have they gone? 13,000 as a first cash. Was it instantly? This is going to be bankroll, or are we just going to squander it?
Well, actually, it's kind of funny because I'd been playing poker for quite a long time at that point, and I was playing mainly cash games on the Victor Chandler site.
Yeah.
And it was the first. The site got shut down. It was I can't remember what the exact act it was called under, but it got shut down. And I only really played on that site at the time. It's quite a small site, but I knew everyone. I had like my all stats on everyone. I was just a cash game player, played a few tournaments on the side. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna have to move sites, but I was really reliant on my HUD back in the day, which is kind of funny because I don't really use it anymore. But yeah, so I was like, okay, I can't play on you know, like the big sites at the time, Full Tilt and PokerStars on the cash games there without having all my database set up, and I didn't really know much how to, you know, do all that kind of stuff. So I had to wait for my friend at university to be free, and he had exams that week. So I was like, okay, what am I going to do? I haven't got, you know, can't take a week off poker. You know, I was addicted to it. So I was like, okay, I'll just dabble in a couple of these tournaments. I played like this Sunday online tournaments that I hadn't really played before on the sites, because I was like, okay, well, I don't need my database for this. And I played them, and I was like shocked at how much worse the players were in the tournaments and the cash games. And obviously I had that 13K score that day. I came fifth, I think, or something like that in the big Full Tilt Sunday tournament. And from there, I was kind of hooked on the tournaments. I really enjoyed just the different dynamics, different stages of the tournament. And before that, I'd just been playing cash game, kind of building my bankroll. I'd done pretty well, but they were the games were starting to get a bit stale, because, you know, with cash games, you always feel like you have to keep moving up and up when you're doing well. And I didn't really want the swings of, you know, even if you're the best player in the world, you're playing big cash games, you're going to have crazy swings. So yeah, I just got hooked on tournaments. And then even when I got my buddy to set it all back up, I tried to start playing cash games again, and it just wasn't the same. And yes, that's how I really started, really, because at that point I'd been playing cash for maybe over a year and been doing well. But obviously, cash and tournaments, there's different, you know, levels of. I was just going under the radar kind of thing.
Did you multi-table? Was it mad? Did you have screens absolutely everywhere?
Oh yeah, I was one of the biggest multi-tablers. I was just like, you know, my my philosophy was like, if you're not in it, you can't win it. But like also, I didn't really have a timeout and stuff. I was very 99% of the decisions were like real quick for me. I was always been amazing at maths, like one of my strongest point. And so like I just would put different tournaments on. You know, I had like 2 screens, and I'd put them at different parts of the screen, which ones were important to me, which ones were getting deep. And so I just did it like that. And I would pay more attention to the ones that were obviously deep in the tournament. And I would late register a lot of tournaments, so that I just didn't miss the tournament, but I could still play and just come in a bit later when the blinds are bigger.
Yeah. So basically, it more or less gave you the impetus that this was the career and this was it. What were the parents like? What were the family like? Or did you keep them under the radar for a year or two?
Well, yeah, kind of pretty funny. Maybe a year or 2 or 10 almost. No, no. Well, because what happened was I was playing at university and sort of going to less and less of my lectures, doing really well. At first, it was just sort of a bit of fun, and then I was making some serious money, and I was like, wow, maybe I can do this for a career. And then it almost got to the point where I had to do it for a career, because I basically had to drop out of university because I got so far behind. I tried to stop playing and, you know, catch up with my studies, do my dissertations, which is like 10,000 word document on your subject. But yeah, I just couldn't get past the first sentence, really. So I went into the
Without thinking aces.
yeah, I went into the like dean of the university and told him that I was gonna sort of leave my degree, and he was like, "Oh, what are you gonna do?" And I told him poker, and he kind of laughed in my face. And the only person I really told outside my friends was my sister, and it's my younger sister, and I got her to because I had to confide in someone, and I knew my parents wouldn't you know, probably jump at the chance their son's going to be a gambler and play poker. But at this stage, I didn't even know if I could do it myself. I was, you know, I'd had a few good months and stuff, but yeah, I didn't know if it was sustainable. So yeah, I just grinded, stayed at university. A couple of my friends were in a lower year than me, so I just stayed on the campus and played a lot of poker. Just took up all the information I could and got better and better, and paid off all my student loans. And then in the end, when at the end of my university, I ended up making up that I passed my degree essentially, which but I went for I basically said I got a third, which is the lowest pass possible. So they kind of believed me, my parents. But obviously, I didn't have a degree to go and get a job, so I had to tell them, that I wanted to give poker a try, and they were very skeptical. But my dad gave me, he'd seen that I paid off all my student loans, so obviously they were happy about that. I didn't have any debts and stuff, and I had some money in the bank. And he like wrote down every sort of all the money I had in every poker site, like had all my bank account details, everything. And he gave me 6 months to see how much, essentially I'd increased my bankroll in that 6 months to see if it was sustainable to live on and stuff. So that 6 months, at the time, I guess I was like 20, 21 years old. And I was just like, all my friends are going out on a Friday night, and I was just like, I've got to stay in and play poker. Like I have to play every day to just, make sure I hit enough money where my dad's going to be impressed and let me do this as a career, not send me back to school kind of thing. So I really didn't want to go back. And luckily those 6 months went really well. I qualified for my first ever World Series at that point, got smoked there. So that was a bad start because obviously, Vegas always gets you, do a bunch of money there. So then I had to grind it back even harder. And that 6 months went well, and just kind of went from there really. But it wasn't actually until my second book came out where I like kind of said some of these stories and stuff that my parents didn't know. I never told them that I hadn't got my degree until like 2 or 3 years ago. So I had to break the news just before the book came out. But luckily, it all worked out in the end.
Your first few live tournaments, your first Ender Mob, 124th in the World Series 2K for 4,056. That was June 2008.
Right.
What was it like playing in Vegas for the first time? And how did you find it going to Vegas? Because obviously you played a lot online. So playing live to playing online, did you just have the complete contrast and thought this is just as easy as playing online?
No, far from it. And to be fair, that that's my first tournament cash, but I'd played quite a few tournaments before that and not even cashed. As I said, I'd gone to I think it was it 2000, maybe the 2007 World Series, or maybe it was 2006, which was the one that Jamie Gold won. It was that one. It was
2000. That was 2006.
Okay, so I played that one, and obviously you just said that my first cash was in 2008, so I'd obviously played a few tournaments in between as well. But I was sticking, mainly I stuck to sort of what was my bread and butter, playing online. And if I satellited into a tournament online, I'd go and play the live tournament. But I didn't have much live experience, and it was quite a different game to me, just like dealing, just so many differences. So it definitely took a lot of time for me to get used to it. Even like the first sort of 3 years after I cashed, I never really cashed anything big, like compared to what the buy-ins were. I was definitely a losing player at live poker to begin with. And just trial and error really, and like just perseverance. And then, I think it was 2011, it all kind of clicked for me. And it wasn't even that I was doing anything that different compared to before in live poker, but I was just winning the key flips, winning the key hands, had a little bit of extra confidence to go with my read and stuff. And I think in 2011, I sort of had a breakout year in live poker and actually started showing that I could be a winning player live as well as online, rather than before, where I was just sort of winning online. And then every time I played a live tournament, never cash in or min cash in, never make the final table. So it was quite a transformation.
Well, the first time we ever met was
a long time ago.
It was the same year, 2008. It was Luton, the GUKPT. You finished 17th out of 376 entries. Can you remember who won it?
Of course, cricket. Yeah, I gave him all the chips as well. With like 17 left, I started his career for sure. No, it was funny because the night before we'd met, I think we'd been staying at the same hotel, and they had a pool table, and he's really good at pool, and I play a lot of pool, as I already said. So we played a few games of pool. I was chatting to him, and actually he's and his friend, who actually I knew more than Sam at the time, Pete Linton. And yeah, then we happened to both go deep in the tournament, and we played a huge hand. And my friends still make fun of me for this hand to this day. And you're actually in the background. I could hear you in the middle of the hand with your loud, booming voice. And it was like, I think it was a 3-bet pot, and I had a pair of queens, and I think it came like 2, 3, 4. So like pretty safe flop, and Sam check called, and then turn was a 5, so pretty bad card for me. Obviously, any ace makes a straight now, but then the river was a queen, and so I now made top set, and Sam shoved all into me, and in my head I was like, like in this spot, he never really, he either has an ace or he's turning like pair of 9s or pair of 8s into a bluff, and I thought he was capable enough to do it, so I ended up calling. I didn't like, it was back in the day when people didn't really call 3-bets out of position very much. I was, especially when online, like I was used to people just folding or 4-betting. Maybe live poker, was quite different. But I basically thought if he had ace king, he would have been all in before the flop, so I didn't put him on an ace king. And if he had ace queen, I blocked, and there wasn't many combinations left of that because I had 2 queens. And so ace jack offsuit, I thought he would fold before flop. And so yeah, I ended up calling him because I thought he was turning like a 6s, not 6, 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s all into a bluff. And yeah, he just had ace jack, and I looked very silly, and it was a huge pot. And I just remember behind me, you were saying something about, Chris Moore has called and he can't even beat an ace. Oh wow, needle as well as I'm walking up. But yeah, that was my first big sort of deep run in a good tournament. So it was exciting for sure. But yeah, it was definitely very memorable as well.
Sam got the trophy. He did indeed.
Yeah, I used to use my chips wisely.
But in 2008, it wasn't all bad because he became the world's #1 for the very first time. Had you been chasing it? Was this something that you obviously you're keeping control of what you were doing online? You were knowing you were there. You were top 10, top 5, #1. What did it mean?
At the time, it meant everything to me. It's like what I'd sort of devoted the last sort of few years of my life to. I was playing poker at that stage way more than even now. Like I was playing 6, 7, sometimes 7 days a week, every week, all day, long days. But like to me, it didn't feel long. Like the hours went so fast. I was really enjoying it. I loved the game. I was just learning all the time, getting better. And so it wasn't like, to me, it wasn't a job. I was just doing what I loved doing. So, but yeah, once I discovered Pocket Fives and saw the rankings, obviously you start at the bottom in the thousands, and I was like always wanted to get into the top 100, so I could start talking. Like my thing was like I wanted to talk strategy with the other sort of top players, but I didn't want to message them before they were while they were ranked higher than me, because I thought they wouldn't accept talking to me, kind of thing. So I was like, okay, once I'm in the top 100, I can chat to this guy and message him. And so I kept like moving up, and it gave me incentives to keep moving up. And then obviously, like making #1, we always thought, oh wow, maybe, you dreamed of it, but you didn't think it was possible. But then, suddenly you start making top 20, you think, wow, I could maybe do this if I run good for a couple of months, win a big one. And yeah, so to finally get there was an amazing feeling. It felt like a real accomplishment, And like at the end of the day, like the rankings, a lot of it was playing. You had to play a lot to get up there because of the volume thing. But normally, if you were, it was like to get #1, you had to be doing well as well. So it was definitely a sign that I sort of was being successful as well.
Yeah, I think one of the first videos we'd done, and we've obviously, because we've been in lockdown, we've been rerunning some of the videos on Grosvenor and the GUKPT. You were sat talking with Adam Clark from Blackpool, Clarkatroyd.
Yeah, I remember him. Yeah, good guy.
Yeah, I think you said in the interview you just dropped away from #1, but you were going to get it back. So it was a fantastic interview. There were no chin hair.
Yeah, no.
We'll try and dig it out for you and send a link, because it was a fantastic video. You and Clark were just bouncing off each other, because obviously you knew a lot about him playing so much volume online.
Yeah, I think that was the first time I met him as well. So I sort of played him online. So that's always exciting when you got to meet people in real life after you played a lot against them online and stuff. And it was weird. Like even though you sort of didn't know each other that well, like you kind of, if you felt like you knew each other for years, kind of thing. Like I met a few of even at my wedding, like a couple of guys who were like in my groomsmen party, I met them through, I met them
Mm.
10 plus years ago through poker, and we've stayed close friends ever since.
Yeah. Now we can't we can't not have an interview with Chris Moorman and talking about the father in the
Yeah,
GUKPT circuit
yeah, he'll be like, why?
in Manchester. This is one of the greatest little stories of a GUKPT title. I do believe it was a birthday present. Is that correct?
Yeah, belated birthday present, because I was at the time I was living in Australia, and my dad's
Mhm.
birthday is on Valentine's Day, and
Yeah.
so I didn't get back till, I guess I got back from Australia in like March, so it was a month after my dad's birthday, and I was like, oh, what do you want for your birthday? And he was like, oh God, it's gone now, you missed it, blah blah blah, moaning. So I was like, come on, give me an idea. And then I actually came up with an idea. I was like, how about this? I'm gonna, like, he was playing a bit of poker just on online, but low stakes. He'd only really ever played one live tournament before, and that was a £10 rebuy at Southend Casino, so a little bit different. But I was like, how about this? I'm going to go up and play this tournament in Manchester. It's £1,000 to buy in. I'll buy you in, and like we can work out maybe like a backing deal or something. But I'll buy you in, and no pressure. We both play the tournament and go up. Have like a father and son bonding weekend kind of thing, and just have a good time and have fun with it. And he was a bit reluctant at first because he didn't want to embarrass me, and he'd never really played live, so he was a bit nervous. But in the end, he agreed to go, and that was good for me as well because I don't drive, so he gave me a lift up there. So,
Ulterior motive.
yeah, it was an expensive Uber, but whatever. No. So anyway, we both played the tournament. This was at the stage as well where still dusting hard in live poker, never done anything good. And so I'm thinking, okay, this could be the one for me. And anyway, we get to first break, and he's enjoying meeting everyone. He's meeting all the lads, kind of thing, that he's sort of followed online because he really enjoyed railing me and stuff like that. So he met Trig, a few of the other boys. And on first break, we're all chatting, how everyone does. Oh, I'm up to this chip stack or whatever, and he's tripled up. I don't even know how. He must have been getting out of line for sure. But I was like, okay, you need to chill out. Like, you've got some chips now. Play patient. It's a long tournament. It's a marathon, not a sprint. So I was trying to coach him on breaks, and after day one, we both made it through, and we were both actually top 10 in chips. So that was really kind of exciting. So like, we're up for a few hours at night, sort of chatting, like two mates kind of thing, trying to. Adrenaline's pumping, trying to get some sleep before day two, and then day two comes about, and I ended up losing a big hand. I actually get knocked out 5 before the money, so I was a bit gutted because I was thinking, oh, this is my tournament kind of thing. But I regrouped, went to the bar, got a few beers with a few of the guys, and then went to rail my dad because he was still in. And at first he just wanted to make the money, made the money, he had a decent stack, and then after that, though, he really wanted to make the final table, and that's where it kind of started going a little bit wrong because he started changing his game, and he played too tight, and he was blinding out, and he got down short. And I tried to tell him on the break, okay, if you get anything, you're going to be big blind after the break. If you get anything in the big blind, just go with it. You're only down to like 8 big blinds or something like that, I think. Yeah, so it's like anything half decent, king nine, whatever, go with it if it's a late position open. And folded to the legend of UK poker, Surinder Cernar, on the button, and he was chip leader at the time, so he was playing very aggressive, like raising every hand. No one was really playing back at him, and he's 3.5x it on the button like everyone did back then. And my dad was in the big blind. He pushed all his chips in like Phil Helmer style. I was like, okay, I'm on the round, like saying, "Oh, he's got a good one here. That's good, yes." And then Surinder's in the tank because he's probably pot committed at this stage. Made it 3.5 big blinds. My dad only had like 8 big blinds, but obviously he's not got a good hand by the way he's tanking. So I'm like, okay, we're going to be in good shape here. And he finally calls, and they flip over the cards. And Surinder had like Jack 5 off, and I was like, oh wow, hopefully my dad's got like him dominated, like jacks, queens, like ace jack, something like that. Yeah. And my dad just proudly flipped over his 10-6 offsuit. I was just like, what the fuck? And then before I knew it, they just dealt the flop, and it came 7, 8, 9. He just flopped the straight. He was like, yeah, I told you, I knew. He's like, and then he doubled up there, and he just like turned into a new person. He just like went back to his old self, just going like playing every hand, and got to the final table, and everyone else was trying to ladder up, play ICM. And my dad was just, going for it, putting them in a coffin, and ended up getting heads up. And yeah, the rest is history. Like, it was crazy because I was watching. It was so weird watching on the rail because it was out of my control. I couldn't, it was down to him, and I was so nervous for him. But yeah, for him to get the win was just really a fairy tale. And then it kind of like the reality sunk in, because then he started giving me shit for having a bigger cash than me. For the next year of my life, I had to like focus more on live poker, because I was like, I can't have this for forever. Everyone would think, yeah, everyone in me is to tell them that I was a professional poker player, but he had a bigger cash than me. So.
Well, he finished 13th in the Champion of the Champions as well, and that's his only two-ender mob. Like, that's the only two cash he's got on the ender mob. The Champion of Champions are winning the GUKPT.
No, he always says, "Oh, I've probably got one of the highest ROIs in live poker." Like, because he didn't really start playing much. He played like one World Series poker event, like a 1500. He got some of the boys to buy a piece of him when he came over to see me in Vegas one year. And I think that's about it, really. So he's played like 3 or 4 live tournaments ever, cashed 2 of them and won one. I was like, must be nice. And then he always tells me, whenever I go and see him, I go to his house, play online or whatever, and he's playing online as well. And he'll be moaning about all these bad beats he's getting. He's saying, I'm the unluckiest poker player ever. And I'm just like, you do realize how good you ran to win that tournament. Like
just
like 100
remind him
times
of the 10
by him, but yeah.
Brilliant! It was a fantastic story, and something we have actually mentioned it quite a few times. Whenever you do pop up and we're on the live stream, and we do mention yourself, and you've won something big, and we just have to quickly mention that the story of your dad is just, to me, it is one of the nicest and best stories of while we've done the GUKPTs. It really is.
Yeah, it was amazing. Like, even all the highs and lows that I've had in poker, like, it's still like my most memorable moment. It wasn't even involving me directly. Like, it was just surreal. It was such a great day.
And we just move up the chair. Absolutely fine. That's your seat, bro.
Thank you, Bob. You've got to help me out. I'm on oxygen.
I'm trying it. Is anyone first time in the feature? First time? Make sure.
Welcome back, everybody. We are just about to start. How good are them stories? How good are them listening to those? The Chris Moman one's just brilliant, isn't it? I'll buy me dad into a GUKPT, so I don't know what to get him for his 60th birthday, and he goes and wins it. We're in the money, like we're plenty in the money. We are on the next session. We've got 2 more sessions tonight. Is it 4 and 4? No, 3 and 3, isn't it? Well, how do they work it? This is 14 levels, isn't it? So there's 3. Is there 3 more levels?
3 and 3. If you say something, if it's 1/2 an hour, then half an hour.
I don't know how it works. Anyway, we're here till about 12:30. We'll work it out for you. We'll work it out for you eventually. Craig Humphries is going to be in seat number 1. Seat 2, Rod Hall. 3, Andy Sullivan. 4, Sam Houghton. 5, Adam Chang. 6, Paul Frost. 7, Alex Montgomery. 8, Michael Gilty. And Ellie Cooper. Soon to be Ellie Nixon. Ellie Cooper, 680,000. Soon to be Ellie Nixon. They've had all the stags and the hens and all that malarkey. They've just been in Florida for a family holiday. They're now back. And Jamie's playing the 500. And Ellie has made it through to day 2 and he's on our feature.
That's just 250 chip play, okay?
Book your time off for next year for Logs. You know the dates? There they are. 25th of August until the 4th, 25th of July until the 4th of August for next year. The next event for us is going to be London. We'll be there on the 23rd of August in 3 weeks' time. We're going to be there Wednesday the 23rd, but it all starts the week before. Jay is going to be playing the PLO and the PLO 456, so he'll be in London if you want to say hello. The next time we're in Coventry is going to be that one, and we'll try and change. Can you change that template? Try. That's an 888 event. We'll show you that. That's the next time we are in Coventry, and that's in October. So we'll bring you that. But London is next for us. We're in London at the Vic, the Victoria Casino, Edgware Road in London. That's where we'll be. I think they're going to be having a refurb soon, I do believe.
What, Vic?
The Vic, yeah.
Didn't they just have a refurb?
Yeah, they're always having refurbs. It's like they get bored. Oh, we need some paint. We need some more paint. Well, they are in a refurb soon, but that won't affect this year. London is next in 3 weeks' time, but we're here until we crown the champion now, until tomorrow.
Yeah, we got 2 hours break, 2 hours break, and then 1 level to get to the 14 levels. I think it's going to go close tower.
Is that how it is? We were trying to work it out.
Yeah, it's 14 levels or 32, I think Jim said.
So we have 1 level and a break.
Yep, 1 level and a break. One session and a break. So 3 levels, another 3 levels and the break, and then 1 40-minute level will be 14. So what they might actually do, the next session, it would make sense if they played 2 levels, break, then 2 levels, rather than coming back for 1 40-minute level. Makes more sense. Or they may just put all 4 levels into a 2-hour 40 session, but I don't think that would be right in this tournament. It's going to be a lot of fatigue flying about to play a 2-hour 40-minute session back into the day. I don't think that would be fair. Yeah, that is just in here, yeah. It's a new feature table coming up for you guys. I'll run you through the names that we've got. In 1's going to be Craig Humphreys, in 2 is Rob Hall, 3 Andrew Sullivan, 4 is Sam Houghton, 5 Adam Chang, 6 is Paul Frost, 7 Alex Montgomery come to join us, 8 Michael Gelty, and in 9 is Ellie Cooper. Is that Jamie's?
Yes.
It is Jamie's off.
Soon to be James, soon to be Ellie Nixon.
Yeah. Big blind at 50k now.
If you're lucky enough to come to possession of one of the £250,000 value chips, please make sure that they are clearly visible to the rest of the players in your table. Thank you.
Paul Murphy, 3.95 million. William Peacock's 3.78 million. Mo Khan, 3.7 mil. And Richard Birch, 3.4. Quite a few chip stacks going up on a regular basis on social media.
Attention all players in the cup, if you are not currently in a hand, please make your way towards an exit. That's all cup players, please make your way towards an exit now.
Adam with the ace-10 should open here from low jack. Makes it 125, and Paul got an easy shove here for just 19 BBs with the ace-queen. Let's hope he takes it. 19 bigs, ace-queen. Just going to be a pure shove, but Paul going to go for the call here. Mick the Mod, she's got 300k. She lost a pretty heapo pot, ace king versus queens, and then she's just been a bit card dead, been whittling down. Still got belief in her. She's got 6 big blinds.
What's the min cash at this moment in time with 259 left? 259. You can actually check on the app nowadays, which is brilliant. That's right, it's a right addition, that. You can even check on the app. You go to tournaments, you go to Goliath, you scroll across left, and it says prizes. You scroll all the way down to 259, and it says min cash is 640 quid.
Craig just rips the sixes. And this is the problem here for Paul Tower. This is why we need to shove this hand. We shove this hand, we pick up the open, we pick up the blinds and ante, and now we have to fold our holding versus the big blind shove.
Yeah.
You need to shove that for just sub 20 bigs there, facing an open. Would have loved to see the all in there from Paul. But at this stage, maybe people are a bit wary. Sometimes people, rather than big blinds, they look at it in terms of chips. I've got a million chips, don't need to put them in, but always want to be playing each hand in terms of BBs.
Yeah.
Me and Tara are about to say the same thing.
We'll get the pictures changed. Randomly puts in an Adam or an Alex or a Peter or a John whenever he wants to for some reason, but he does.
Oh dear. Uh-oh. I blame Mick the Mod. He just put in the chat, how's your missus getting on, Jay? And now she's here standing next to me.
She's come to do some comms.
What'd you cash for?
640. 690.
Good run.
Got a pay jump.
Top 2% of the field.
Yes. Go Alex. Yes, well done you. Well done you. Hope you weren't on the feature. There'd be a spoiler if not. Well done. Top 2% of the field. Fabulous.
I'm on oxygen. I'm on oxygen, man.
I give him a lot, so if you want to picture it, spin it up.
He's got to play him. He's got to play him. He's got to come back and play him.
Jamie Nixon in the chat. The boss showing us how it's done. Someone has to pay for the wedding.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Good to see on the table, soon to be Mrs. Nixon. I'll show you the dates for next year after this hand. That'll be right about now. There's the dates. 25th of July till the 4th of August. Stick them in your diary. Don't ask them for the schedule because I'll poke you in the eye with a sharp stick. It starts out tomorrow. No,
it's not out tomorrow.
It'll be a long time before we get to the schedule itself. But they're the dates that are booked in. The Thursday the 25th till Sunday the 4th, so more or less the same kind of time. If there's a GKPT at the beginning, it'll start in the casino like it did this week, last week, the week before. How long have we been here?
Too long, Tower. So, I mean, it's a leap year next year then?
It is, yeah,
okay.
That's why we've gone backwards. It is a leap year. So yeah, after the wash up, obviously. And the daft thing is, and I know I said that about the schedule and stuff like that, but Jim and the team, they definitely will be looking at to what to pencil in and what they can do. So, you know, it is what it is, isn't it? We've had a fabulous weekend. If anybody wasn't listening earlier, we raised £7,000 for the Carers Trust at Jokers Wild this year, which yet again was just a fabulous night. And I don't even mind reading when you wake up in the morning. There's been an 11-way chop. I don't even mind reading that.
Roy Cypher, smashing effort again this year, guys. Managed to get pre-reg for the singers tomorrow before the cap hit. Also booked up for next year, all thanks to an opening day ACCA. Well, you didn't get on the treble, obviously. If you had an opening day ACCA, you weren't on Towers treble.
What was that?
Roy Cyphers.
Well done, Roy. Well done, Roy. Most of my odds-ons came in, to be fair. Stoke City with a banker. They were nearly 1-2 against Rotherham United. And Bolton, they were like 8 to 13. Blackpool, they were nearly 1 to 2. All the Barnsley, they were like 8 to 15. All these teams winning handsomely, but you just can't put them in a treble. Bryn Kenny has just won 6.8 million. Very nice indeed.
Race 125.
So Adam here under the gun. King Jack suited opens. How are you doing, Adam? Said better the day, lads. Tonight, Jake Paul versus Diaz. Diaz to get a point deducted at 10s. Lump it all.
Didn't Diaz, did he fight Conor McGregor?
Pretty sure.
Yeah. Well, surely Nate Diaz is going to... Oh, it's boxing, isn't it? Is it boxing?
I don't know.
So Nate Diaz and Jake Paul, the joke that is now boxing stroke, entertainment stroke, YouTube.
Maddie shoving all in here. Good from her. 13.5 pocket 9s over an open. Pretty standard. In it goes. And Craig not going to be calling the ace-10. There's been a gun open. Shove from the hijack. Ace-10 has to hit the muck. And Adam here, King Jack suited for 13. 70% of his stack. And is going to pull it off with the King Jack suited. And going to like what he sees. Off to the races. Queen of Clubs is on board, so lots of back doors, but Ellie fading the 6 outs at the moment. Oh, and it's just got really sweaty. 7 of clubs on the turn, so fading clubs, kings and jacks, and it's an ace. Woo! So Ellie up to 1.5 milli. Great double for her, puts her above average and 30 big blinds.
Adam down to 430 with the blinds at 50k.
Carl Lakeland, Blackpool needs to hurry up in November. Hopefully share another final table with you, Jay. Keep Alice away from those envelopes though. That was funny. Everyone's faces. I had five bounty chips, maybe 4. And I'd save the bounty chips because Will McMurray and Johnny Walker, I think he's called, they pulled the 5Ks, the 2.5Ks straight away. So there was only like 1500s and 1Ks left that were decent. The rest were like 200 and 400. I had 4 or 5 bounty chips that I saved. We got to the FT. She come in the casino when you might as well go pick them for me. She's gone bop, 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 bop. Took the top 4 that were left, and like the biggest one on the FT is like £500 there. But she went bop, 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 like all 4 of the top values.
Brilliant.
I still ain't seen them bounties. But yeah, fun final, Carl. I remember I blasted it off into aces. Paul should just open here. Be a mistake to shove. Oh, come on.
Come on, Paul. There's just the 200.
Yeah, I know Paul Tower. Lives in my own town. And just going to be raise and take what I expected to see. Just want to make that 100k. We want a chance for someone to shove on our open. We want to get value from the big blind defend range. Once we start making it 4x, I always say when you just isolate that better range of hands that are going to continue against you. Just need to click it up, make it 100k, 105, 110, but thereabouts. Look at this is a role reversal. Look at the rail.
Jamie Nixon's on the rail.
It's usually the other way round. No spectators in the main event area, please, Jamie Nixon, if you're still watching on YouTube.
Raise to 100. 110. Pass.
Thanks to Craig, who scores after Alex Montgomery raises with ace 10.
Yeah, like this from Craig, off the 20. Choosing to flat here with the pocket eights. And Adam goes for the rip here for 6.5 big blinds. And for 6.5 bigs, obviously ace 10 for Alex is going to be a call. However, we have got Craig behind us, but what I will say, Tower, in this tournament, I don't think we need to be as wary as we would be in like a 1k or a 2k of traps behind. So I think we're just going to see ISO here from Alex Montgomery. If I'm Alex here, I'm just going to be sending this for 30 BBs, knowing that Craig shouldn't have any traps behind. Well, he probably isn't going to like flat aces or kings here. So we're not worried about Craig. Alex is just asking him how much he's got, but this should be a send from Alex. I'd be very surprised if we see anything else here from Alex Montgomery. We know Alex is a good player. Plays regularly the one. There we go. There's the all-in. Plays regularly the 1Ks, the 2Ks. Fixture on the UK circuit. And now we get the eights to fold, and we get heads up against a hand that we're likely to be in front of. So there's the ace 10. There's a king 3. Adam's going to like this. There's a bit of extra juice in this pot. Closer to a treble than a double, if we do happen to get that. Good start for Alex. Robs the king 3 off the 3 out. Still fading 3 outs and does have some nice backdoors here on this flop. Well, it does bring in the wheel draw, but now
That's it.
2 pair for Alex.
Just the wheel.
Fading 4s. Oh! One of them really good rivers.
Wow.
Runner. And that's a big pot, Tower. Like, you look, it's only 6 big blinds, but Alex would have been up to 2 million chips, and now he's got 1.2. That's a big swing for him. Although it's only a small pot, that's a pretty big swing.
Bit grim for Alex Montgomery, but still in.
It's like that, surely it's like
Hi there, Don Benny. Afternoon, all been at the football all day. What's the state of play? How many roughly left? How did? Do you really need to ask the last bit? Is that really a question you need to ask?
We got really unlucky.
How did Towers treble get on?
We got really unlucky because they all kicked off.
Yeah, but we got about 260, 250 left in the field to answer your question. As Michael here should be moving in for 9 BBs with the pocket 9s as he does. Ellie will get out of the way.
Is the Luton schedule out yet? Not yet. Well, that'll be advertised in London. Where do we go after London?
Leeds, yeah?
Please do not move to the side.
Leeds. They might have changed it this year. We can check after this answer because we've got an all in and a call here. Adam's going to be ISO in the Ace King for his 17 BBs. Thanks for Michael's jam. Last year, it's always Leeds before Luton, but I think you're right. I think they've changed it this year. I think we've actually got Luton before Leeds this year. So we'll check after this hand as Paul will get out of the way with the King 8 suited. Alex quick fold in the big blind and off to the races. 9s against the Ace King suited.
We'll try and find out if Nigel Brampton's still in for you. We'll get Dave on the march. You can go and get an iPad and get you a chip count. Got you, Dave.
All in and a call. Good luck.
So not a good start here for Michael. Could be a very good 2 hands for Adam here. Wow, and then it's just a 9 on the turn, but we're not dead. We can find a king or a queen. And Michael set for a double. And does get that double. So Adam...
You see it flop like that, you think that's me out the door.
And Adam back to 405k, so near to where he was before finding that wrong versus Alex. Michael up to 1.1, that's going to feel good.
He was halfway out the door.
No, it's there. What was film yesterday? Bang.
Bang. You know what, mate? The 9s fucked me so much last year. On the turn as well.
What do you call that one?
No, no name for that.
There's no name for that one.
No, between 60 and 80.
You should. Well, when I opened next day.
So, we have confirmation that Nigel is still in on his free roll.
Not like your legs, like
That's loud.
Where they communicate now and again, the boys.
Yeah.
Big rooms, big holes.
Asked for one of them on my 12th birthday. Instead, I got a stroll down the west coast. Asked me one for a walkie-talkie. Dave's gone. Dave's out.
Oh, wow.
It's nearly the end of the week, guys. The good jokes have all passed. Ace Jack suited for Sully here. Just choose to shove for 15. Same again, like these are really cuspy, these decisions here. I think if you're playing at a table, you think that you're going to have an edge on, just open, keep the variance low. If you think you're at a tough table, then go for the shove and just stops us from going post. Right on the cusp here for Sully. Shove's going to be fine. Michael not calling off with a 10-6.
That's live.
So the chip count for Nigel is a good 1.6 million. Boom, boom, boom. 1.6 mil. Thank you.
Chip leader's got around 4 million. 4 million. And you can actually see the stack as well on the outer table, just above Paul in seat 6. There's a stack. He's just gone for a ball. It's that man there. He's wearing a green shirt. and he has around 4 million chips.
This is the final call. All players
Not that shy, but the next time.
take your seats for one.
Try and get his interview when Dave comes back. He had to walk out after that joke. Did Adam just fold the ace jack? Whoa! Whoa! I'm really surprised to see that from Adam. Ace jack there, 8 BBs in the hijack. Just want to be sending it. Now Alex gets the chance to open the king 9 off on the button, raises to 110 into Ellie's big blind. And 9-6 off here for Ellie in the big, just going to let that one go, raise and take for Alex.
Every time you go quiet, when you go quiet like that, then you've got a monster.
Top 4 stacks, Paul Murphy with 3.95 million, Mo Khan with 3.78, Richard Birch with 3.75.
Yeah, that's a monster, isn't it? Monster.
Sorry, William Pickott with 3.78, Mo Khan with 3.75, and Richard Birch with 3.415. Cheers for that, Mick. Do a better job than Dave. That was lightning. Where'd you get them from? They must be on social somewhere. I doubt Mick's out in the field with a clipboard.
What about Nigel, 1.6 mil on his free roll?
That's me thinking being friendly all the time.
We will get a lot more chip counts as players get eliminated. We're still over 250 runners, so it's usually just the top 10 chip counts at the break. Or 2 to 8 it is now. 228 out of 11,493.
Sully with the open with the ace 10, like it from +1. I think this is really good from him, choosing to just min click this up. Michael flat 7s on the button, and Craig going to defend the 8-6 off in the big blind, it looks like. Off we go, 3-way to the flop. They're saying all in the call, they have to announce it simply because now we're at the money logs. You think there's players busting every couple of minutes, 3 players bust in like 1 minute. You've got to go to that player, you've got to give them their receipt, make sure they know how to go and cash out, where they get their cash from. So the dealers just have to make the floor aware.
Yep. And now they can remotely give you your receipt rather than can you go to the desk kind of thing. It's all done remotely now.
Show us what?
Technology's moved on. From a piece of paper saying, can you go and take that to the desk, and somebody else will give you your money.
Everyone wants Jeff Crone on the feature table.
Yeah. For 2 days straight. Then they come to Scotland for 4 pairs anyway.
Pocket 10s for Paul, so hopefully it goes for what looks smaller this time. Makes it 125. It's made it 4x with the queens, goes for the 2.5x with the 10s. Much better sizing than the first time. Went way too large with the ladies, didn't get any action. Tens here, making it 1-2-5. Still probably a little bit on the large side, but a lot better than the original open we saw with the ladies. And Michael here with the pocket fours. Thinking about set mine in here. A7 suited for Ellie. Makes the lay down on the button after an open and a call in front of her. Going to be a fold from Rod here, even off of this stack. Suited, we'd probably build. Well, he's going to choose to defend. Like 2.5x is just, I think, a bit too steep with the 6-3 off. Maybe looking to catch a piece to go with.
We are close to Walsall. And the old 6-3.
Jack 7-3. 2-spade board here. Paul checks it over to Michael. Pocket four is not the worst candidate. To be honest, we're not deep enough. If we're playing like 50 plus big blind poker, could start betting this one, setting up some barrels on future streets, but with the stack sizes in question, like the decision just to check and take a freebie. And freebie on the turn turns a set of fours. Going to be trouble for Paul perhaps here, because he may think tower that once it's check through on the flop that tens is going to be the best hand. However, once we face a lead from the big blind, still can have all the jack X here. Never going to donk this flop. We'll be checking to the aggressor. The 2-2-5 here from Rod with his bottom pair and gut shot. And Michael sitting there quietly licking his lips, but Paul makes a good lay down with the tens. Because Michael's lurking behind with a set of fours. And obviously just going to set Rod in here when he's only got 55k back. There's the all in. And now we have to call as Rod. Unfortunately, sir, if we're going to make this bet, we can't fold for 55k.
Not at all.
Need to make these decisions before we put the chips in.
Can't.
Oh, his stack's wrong. His stack's wrong.
Well wrong.
Yeah, he's got 3.
Ooh. Yeah, there's 300k missing there.
350, but still putting 35% of his stack tower.
Yeah.
With the 6-3. And
there's 3 blacks there. Well, dark blues and black there. The 100k stack there. It doesn't have one big blind or heart. Yeah. He has 355.
Yep, that is Ellie, Kevin, Jamie Nixon's other half.
He was on the rail. Is he in the
cup? Yeah, I think that's why he was on the rail. He's probably playing the cup. Got the stream on, learning a thing or two from Ellie. Just got back from Florida, I believe. Spoke to Jamie a couple of days ago. Been on his travels, nice family holiday, and then back on the grind. Chip leader currently just under 4 million. New chip leader incoming from Dave.
Here we go.
His name is Smith.
John Smith.
And he's got 7.52 million.
7.52 million for John Smith.
How's he got then? Chip leader, the chip leader of the break had 3.9 mil.
I know. This one a massive fall. 2.5 minutes to go.
7 million is the chip leader. Whoop whoop. 7 mil. Look at that for a stack. Nice smile as well.
Great smile.
The jacks for Ellie, so should be opening in the cut-off here. Just makes it 100k. As we should do at this stage of the tournament, guys. This is the size we're just happy to go. We can put on a little bit of bumpage, but no more than like 210. And Ellie's going to be calling this off pretty quickly. Sully shoves the ace-10. Ellie makes the call with the jacks.
Yep, this could be another big one.
Yeah, and Ellie could be up to over 2 million chips here, Tower. Just got to find the hold.
So off we go. Jacks against ace 10.
Great start.
Absolutely.
Got no runners at all here, so just fading an ace. No running possibilities for the ace 10. Needs the ace on the turn or the river.
We now need an ace from space.
Are we going to lose Sully? Yes, we are. And Ellie up to 2.2. Great start to the session for her.
1 second.
Asifo says Sherry Jeffrey for the win. She has 1.9 million.
Very nice.
Is that Carl Jeffrey? Is that Roth?
Seat opens.
Could be.
Table,
Could
seat
be.
3.
That'd be funny, wouldn't it? If
Back-to-back winners in the same house.
I didn't want to say that I had an ace, but I was like, I don't want to say in case it comes an ace. I had a weak ace, yeah, but I didn't want to go, oh, I had an ace, and it comes an ace, so I'm not going to say nothing.
Big blind on him. Big blind on him.
Shout out to Jeff Crow, happy birthday, happy 50th from Lee Mills. A lot of people's birthday today, Tower. I think that's the 4th or 5th birthday shout out we've done today.
5th of August.
I knew there'd be one, Alex Peel. In my head, I did think of the running quads or the running kings, but it's just so slim. I didn't want to say it till we got the turn, but I knew there'd be one in the chat. I thought when I said that, there's going to be one that mentions the running quads or the running kings. Ace 5 suited, just raise and take for Michael. Nice one to just pick up the blinds with. Worth 125k to your stack if you can just pick up blinds and ante.
Is it John Smith who plays at Luton? I don't know, Samantha.
I don't know either.
We'll try and find out if Dave gets a chance to speak to him. Ask him where he's from.
Paul Smith.
John Smith.
John Smith.
Chip leader. You just posted it. We'll find out.
Jonathan Smith.
Anyone else streams glitching? Just try and get a refresh. Fingers crossed. Gareth, it's just...
we're all good.
Just you.
Jonathan Douglas Smith.
Pocket fives for
It
Alex
could
here.
be.
A lot of reshove stacks.
We'll let you know.
I think he could just fold this one Tower. A lot of reshove stacks to the table, and Alex very aware. I think that's a very good fold from him. Like when you're in this tournament, you're deep in the Goliath, there's always these 15 big or less, like 3, 4, sometimes more than that at the table. So opening these small pocket pairs from early positions just not going to be viable. The times we get shoved on, going to have to call off a lot of the time, getting a price for 10 BBs or less, and either going to be dominated or best case scenario we're flipping. So like the fold with the fives there from Alex, and off to the flop for blind on blind action. Yeah, love this from Sam. Flops top 2 pair, mixes in a little trappy check. 3 on the turn. Bet of 50k here from Sam. Goes for the small size. 1 BB bet for third pot. And Adam here. We're going to need ideas if we want to call here with our dummy and gutter. Like with a club in our hand, we're going to need to bluff club rivers. So I much prefer this. If we're not calling the 50k to bluff on some run outs, then it's better just to fold rather than just call in trying to ping off our dummy and gut shot. And just gets out of the way with a 7-6.
Cheers, Lee. Hope your brother has a nice birthday.
Happy birthday, Mike.
There's only one.
How many players left? Top right hand corner, 228. It doesn't get updated instantly from every one single person getting knocked out, but it does get updated on a regular basis. 228. From 11,493. What a turnout.
Yeah, I know you're saying that it's been stuck on that number for ages, guys, but because the bust outs are so thick and fast, we're not going to update it every second. So like every half hour, if you actually want the exact amount of players left in, you can look at the screen when the camera shot's at 6, 5 to 9, and top left of the screen with the clock on, you can actually see the number of players left in.
No, he's from Glasgow.
He's from Glasgow.
Okay.
I doubt a Glaswegian would be down in Luton on a Saturday. So, Duster Wall. Okay. Yeah, £220,000 up top in this one. 6-figure payday for second as well. That's Craig in the hijack here. Another close one, Tower. Craig, I think we could open shove this for 14. That goes with a raise to 125, and Paul going to defend the 6-5 off versus the 2.5x hit.
King 10-9, 2 hearts. Middle pair for Craig. Absolutely no for Paul. 1 bet, 1 win. Nice. So London next, but the next schedule, and you're right, Jay, because it has swapped round. Do you know why it swapped round? Can you work it out?
Let me think. I think I do know. Luton are in the Premier League now.
Nope.
Oh.
That was out last September when they weren't in the Premier League.
Was it?
Yeah. We announced this year's dates in November of last year.
Hold on, I like these sort of games. Let me think for a bit. Why would they swap Luton and Leeds? Britain's Got Talent.
No.
But he was dancing. I don't know. I thought there was something on. Like, what is that? 8. We've got 888 in October.
So to have Luton then straight to Coventry would be a bit silly.
Would it?
Yeah. So they swapped it round. So Luton's before. Can't really have Luton be the week before the 888.
Why not?
Because you can't. Logistics.
Logistics?
Yeah. So the 888 is in Coventry again at the end of October.
What about when we had Reading last year?
Yeah.
The leg after Luton, which is probably closer.
Yeah, but
to
that's a
Luton.
month's difference. That's the day after.
Probably 3 weeks different, but what is it? The actual day after?
It's like, yeah.
Oh, we finish and straight to Coventry.
Well, the first week is like not stream kind of thing.
Okay.
So they've changed it to straight after Leeds. So yeah, Luton, then Leeds, and then Coventry. 3 events on the trot for the team. Cardroom Direct.
Adam with a 9-6 shove in here, just trying to pick up lines and ante the 280k, and Alex with the 4 deuce suited here. 1 big infested, 3 more to call. Yuck. I don't know. I don't think it isn't any too cool, but I think it's close to like probably like 70-80% of range that we need to call here for a shot for 6 BBs. But Alex does go with fold. I think it's probably closer than it looks.
Alex, 2.2 mil.
For the first time in the main event tower, we got some out of table action.
What?
Off we go.
No way.
Oh.
No, we haven't. You're just fibbing.
Had you there. Well, Sabria, he was dancing around in the booth doing all these dance moves. I thought it had to be something like a talent contest.
Still be doing them tomorrow.
I told you, I've heard as well, you had a lot of people come up to you telling you you haven't had any cake because you haven't looked in the fruit bowl yet.
Yes, was one of the funniest lines of the week, and I had 3 different people on the same day saying the funniest line of the week is you not eating a lot of cake because you couldn't find it under the fruit in the fruit bowl. A cracking line.
So after this hand, guys, we are going to head out for some outer table action for the first time in the main event. Average stack's about 1.3 million right now. Let's see, folks. Sam in the hijack makes it 150 with the Queen 10 into Michael's big blind. And Michael can defend even against the 2.5x open. Slightly more top right of your screen, 1.46 million average at the moment. As we see the King 10 4 2 club board. It's one that Sam going to be c-betting high frequency in terms of range. Always talk about it. Some middle pairs are going to be some nice check backs. I think this Queen 10 fine to just start firing. Maybe we had like Queen 10 with a club. Could find its way into the check range. But can't just always check back middle pair, but they are decent candidates to be checking. Like if an opponent recognises that once we check back, like we'll have a lot of middle pair in there, can be exploitable. Whereas if we do bet some and do check some, can be very difficult to play against. So 10 of clubs on the turn. It looks like Michael's got ideas of leading here with just 8 high and the 7 of clubs in his hand. But what I will say, a little tip, if you're new to the game and you want to get into it, when these boards are checked back, the boards that should be c-bet fairly high frequency, like a lot of the time your opponent's going to have a hand that can call the turn lead. Like if, for example, Michael opened up an 8-9 suited or Jack-9 suited, something like that, a pocket threes, it's probably going to see bet flop on the king high board. So once they check back turn, it's very likely that they're going to have a hand that can at least call the turn lead. Something with showdown in this scenario here. And the king on the river, and now Michael just sat here with 8 high. And well-timed give up from him.
Yep.
And Sam here. This is an interesting one, Tower, because what are we trying to get value from here? 4x has now been counterfeited. Ace high is probably not going to call. I guess flushes is what we are targeting. And what? Oh, I thought he mucked his hand, Tower. I thought Sam mucked his hand. He showed one card and put the other one face down towards the muck. But obviously you've got to show both. Here we go.
What's happening now? Who's standing up?
That is Nick Ramsey, Tower.
Nick Ramsey.
So Nick Ramsey's all in. He's been called in 2 spots. Rene Z and Chris Johnson, Macapac in the mix here as well. So we're going 3-way to the turn with an all in. So still betting on the side between Rene and Chris.
He's over 2 mil.
Chris is over 3 mil, Tower. 7 of clubs on the turn. So,
yeah, 3.5 million there for Chris.
Check probably on this turn card. The big blind's the one that shoved all in, so I don't think either of these two are going to have too much 7x here. think Rene. So obviously Chris Johnson was the opener. Rene called, big blind called, and then big blind has opted to shove flop and called in 2 spots. I guess Rene can have something like 7-8 suited type stuff. Chris can definitely still have overpairs. There's going to be some flush draws out there as well on the 2 spade board. Pot brewing as well, Tal. There's 250k chip in there. I can see 2 250k chips. What's in there? 1 milli, about 1.6, 1.7 milli in the middle already. So you can see a big pot. Rene's gone for her chips.
Yeah, they're 250k's underneath.
And I think how deep Rene and Chris are, Rene can definitely have hands like 8s, 9s that don't elect to 3-bet pre. Maybe, as I said, one of them suited 7x combos, but she goes for check here. So we'll get to the river, which is the ace of spades. This is going to be a lot better for Chris, this river card. He'll have more ace-x here as the original opener. But then again, he's probably not calling an all-in with like ace-king on the flop. Goes check from Chris.
Was he waiting for a bet?
Chris has got king, 9 of spades.
Nut flush.
The nut flush. He was waiting for a bet. Rene had jacks. So she did have the overpair, and it was ace-6 for the player that was all in. So we lose Nick Ramsey and Chris Johnson. Going to be probably 4 mil tower, 5 mil.
There'll be a lot of chips there. A lot of chips.
Oh, all in and a call as we come back. So we've got under the gun shove for 5 big blinds. We've got Paul ISO in for 8 big blinds, and Ellie has called in the big blind with the king queen suited here.
Like it.
So 3-way action. Ellie with Rod and Paul both covered. I think Rod's jam's perfectly fine. I think Paul can definitely ISO this hand, and Ellie with a big blind invested, only having to call off another 6.5 BBs, king queen suited. Definitely going in with no player behind closing the action. So here we are.
$998.
So the ace high holding at the moment.
At the moment.
Just fading paint tower. That's all it is. We don't want to see a paint card, and we're going to treble up as Rod. Well, club on the turn. So now Paul picks up gut shot and flush draw. Rod still out in front. Ellie's going to need a lot of help to scoop. Well, that is a lot of help. Just talk about the king on the river.
Wow.
Offsuit queen would have done it as well, and Ellie up to 3 million coming to this session with 600k, and she's 5x that in less than an hour, and we're going to lose Rod and we're going to lose Paul.
Wow. Ellie up to 3 mil.
Give them yellows.
So Ellie Cooper, 3 mil. Just like that. Kelly Wilson says, rooting for you, Ellie. So Piano Cat's doing the same. And that is Jamie Nixon's partner, soon to be wife.
Is there Liam Adams still in? Ask Mick the Mod. Liam Adams.
We can check on the app. We can check on the iPad, and then Dave can go scurrying down the road to get a chip. Captain Chip Stack.
Sam making it 150. Michael Jack 10 suited here on the button.
Numbers have dropped to 192. 192. He is out.
And, unknown holding here for Sam. Now this is going to be interesting. Let's see how Michael proceeds here. Like a board, you expect Sam to see bet here, +1 versus button. He's got all the overpairs, and this board just not going to connect with Michael's button calling range. I guess he'll have the deuces, the 3s and the 8s, but he'll have so many whiffs. And against small size like Michael, love to see him find the float with the Jack 10 suited. Assuming we are met with a small C-bet. It goes for 175 here, so just south of 40%. A bit big here from Sam. Personally, Tower, I think we want a bit of a smaller size here versus button. Like, we're going to deter these type of hands from floating, I guess, one of the benefits. I think the small bet's going to achieve just as much as 40%. Well, let's see if Michael's got the float in the locker here, Tower. I'd love to see him continue here with this candidate and position. I think at this buying level, people aren't floating as much as they should be. Not aware how strong with position 2 overcards is. 3 to a flush, 3 to a straight. Well, he does find the float. Really like this from Michael. The thing is, if we are floating though as well, you need to be aware of what boards we're going to be sending it on, barreling on. Certain runouts that we're just going to have to go with. Sitting here with Jack high, fold out some ace high, king high type holdings. And 2 of diamonds on the turn here. And Sam in the tank. So 1.5 SPR to work with. Yes, now does go for the check. Now is Michael here. We don't need to go big tower. Like we can, like ace highs, king highs, all this stuff's going to have a difficult time continuing out of position once we float. We're going to take the freebie. I thought we were going to see a bet once he did opt to float, and now Queen of Hearts on the river.
I'd like to see we can continue right on the turn.
We don't need to go big. We can go like 30%, 240k, and then set up like an 80% river jam and just win the pot so often, simply because I think in this tournament, Tower, people aren't checking overpairs enough, like on the turn out of position here. I just think people with 9s plus are always double barreling on the turn. And now Sam goes for 350 on the river, and Michael just going to have to fold.
Yep, go on it.
Obviously, I said it's good to float, but if you're not going to float, and when we get the right turn cards and it's checked to us, put a bet in and actually try and show the aggression, then maybe more viable to just let it go. Off we go again to another out of table. There he is.
Who's that then?
John Hess.
Johnny boy, SB.
He's not wearing his colourful coat.
Can't believe it. Gone into retirement.
And he's
the court's gone.
Oh, we got Lin Chen still in.
Chen, ladies and gentlemen. We're at third in the league.
Yeah, Lin Chen. I think he's third in the National League, Tower. So Lin Chen still in the mix here at the Goliath, chasing the MPL points. And the funny thing is, if Lin actually wins this event, Tower, he would go top of the MPL.
Wait, how many points?
124 points.
Surinder Suno. There he is, back in action. He was on the first ever episode of Late Night Poker in 1999.
We taking bets tomorrow? Yes, we are. There will be a sports book running tomorrow for the players that make day 3. Kelly Wilson's rooting for Ellie. Lads, you know what I've realised on the stream? You always sit Tower J left to right. On your graphic, it's J Tower. I need to get your brand manager on that. could be the next Anton deck. Luke Oliver says, is Joe Saunders still in, lads? Please don't ask silly questions on the stream, Luke. We all knew he weren't going to make the break. Yeah, Jamie has obviously taught her well, Dennis. Every time Ellie's on the stream, she plays pretty well. Like here, she finds the open with the Jack 5 suited with her stack, and the stacks behind her in the blinds. This is perfectly fine. And Martin, 10-7 of diamonds. Expect to see a defend here. Jamie would be in the comms if he weren't in the cup. And I think we're all up to date in the chat box. So 3, 4, 8, 2 spades here. So Ellie with the Jack 5 suited. See what size she goes for. I think we can have some bigger bets on this board. But is just going to opt for third. Goes for small. Third exactly. Sizing on point for third pot. And like mine's got a hand that could definitely think about a small check raise here versus a button open. Like we're not always going to take it, but if we are going to start trying to find some bluffs that aren't just like the 5-6 or the spades, like some creative bluffs, the 10-7 of diamonds is actually a nice little candidate, but fold's going to be fine as well. I'm just saying it could have been a candidate with overcard and some delicious backdoors against a button C bet where we can fold out jack highs through ace highs to potentially take, but Ellie just gets the C bet through. Nicely done. Off we go again.
Here we go again.
And
what
we're
we got
back
now?
at this table.
The Macca pack.
So it's a three-way all-in. We've got aces for Macca pack, James Brown with jacks, and Zach Anescu with king, queen of spades. And look at that flop for the king, queen of spades. Deads it on the turn. And 9 on the river. So Zach Anescu is going to get a treble up here, but I think, is there going to be a side pot here between the jacks and the aces?
You might have skill there, but luck is more important.
You feel it in the guts. Hey, there's 5 of spades, no joke.
There's going to be a side for Chris.
Nearly 300k, over 300k for Chris.
350 side. And Zach Anescu with the treble up at this stage. Cracking aces with the king, queen suited.
Just a bit more. Average stack. Well over a mill ball now. 186 left, as it says there. 186.
You done well there. You dodged a big blind, didn't it?
That was smooth, wasn't it?
No, I've been here before.
Instantly, it's down to 177. Average stack at 1.6 mil. Dave's back. He's obviously got news.
Goliath Cup with 510.
510 in the cup. Wow. Wow, 510. $529.
529 in the cup. What a turnout. King Jack for Dave in the cut-off. Hopefully, is that David Reed in seat 2 from last year, who was running pure as day? He must have got it all in on the final table last year on the Goliath stream. I reckon 10 plus times behind, and every time he hit the river. I don't know if many of you in the chat today were with us last year for the final table, but David ended up finishing 4th. But boy, did he run hot on that FT. Every river that rolled off was going his way. Makes it 175, so the 3x from the cut-off here with the King Jack, and Martin with the ladies goes for the free bet, not all in, and that's going to lose David. Would have just preferred the min click from David here, not the 3x. For this reason as well, the times we do get free bet, we save ourselves a big blind, which is important at this stage. Well, he's not folded. He's still in the tank. David does get out of the way. Dave the River Reed, Joe Wells remembers. What a final table that was last year. I'm just actually getting some memories unlocked from last year's FT in my head, because I remember it was so funny. Every time that river card come, Dave went from second best to first and managed to get 4th place for a high five figure score. He makes a return, and I'm glad he's back. And he's back here at the Goliath, sporting a nice colourful t-shirt, shirt as well. Is Adam, who folded the ace-10 on the feature table before against the ace-9, and ace-queen suited still in. He was on my table all day on Wednesday, teacher by trade, plays the Goliath once a year whilst on break. I'm not sure if he is. He was pretty short. That was a couple of hours ago now. So I'm going to say probably not. I haven't got the names in front of me. There's obviously a lot of Adams still left in the field. But I'm sure we can find out. As David shoves the ace-king. Just for sub 20 over the open. Good to see. Yeah, that's him, Dennis. You remember the 3-deuce guy, the spin of all spins. Unfortunately, he didn't close it out, but boy, was it entertaining last year on the live stream for the final table. As Michael here, not even a decision in the tank, maybe just running that clock down. Ace-5 suited, always going to be folding.
6-3. See my card? Jam again, I call. Huh? Jam again, I call. Oh, good. Thank you. Good. Oh, I don't know bad before. Yeah, like that. Shut up. Redemption.
Jack 7 for Adam, all in for 280 on the button after a few limps. Yeah, this is strange from Adam because I don't think we're going to have fold equity for 4 BBs versus a limp here. I think if someone's limping in and someone's shoving for 4 bigs, especially from gun, we're not going to be getting the fold, and Michael just going to go for the ISO here. Same as before, knowing that no one's going to have traps here. Sam's never got a strong hand. And Adam at least has 2 live cards. Looking for a spin.
Attention dealers and players in the air part, you have a new black number, small blind 800, big blind 1600, big blind ante 1600. Is that right? 16,
Come on. So dealer just setting the cards up. All in triangle, needs to put it on the Jack 7. I think it's good this week. We've given a lot of dealers that have never dealt the feature table a chance to deal it. Some of their first times. And there's a Jack for the Jack 7. All about time in this game. And Adam propels to the lead. And Ace of Hearts on the turn does give the King Queen an additional 4 outs. So fading 10 outs here, Adam. And does. So Adam spins up again, back to 770. Here he comes. The teacher is out in 224. Cheers, Adam Wyman. 224th was Adam. Great run. Top 2% of the field. It would be good as someone who was big in poker like Patrick Antonio strolled through the door like he did back in 2019. He only popped to see his mate. That's why Patrick was here. He was passing Coventry on the M6, thought, I'll go see Jay for a bit. I wonder if that will be on YouTube somewhere. The hour of comms that I done with Patrick Antonius back in 2019. Still seems like a long time ago now. And Adam got lots of support in the chat. The chat goes mad with the Jack 7 getting there. Yeah, we found out, Mick the Mod, that there was no Liam Adams in the field. We did find out for you.
You got a new one?
What's that?
You got a new one?
A quarter of a cup of tea?
No, full cup of tea as always. I got a new one going for a cup of tea and a glass of water. 3 selfies and a phone number.
3 selfies and a phone number? Jeez. In the space of 10 minutes?
Yep.
3 selfies and a phone number?
Yep.
And I've had 3 selfies all week. Straight through the back though, in the casino, down the escalator.
That's you, with your bodyguards and your entourage.
Slip through Lady G's, through the back exit. No one sees me. Ace Queen for Michael, shoves in the big blind over. The open from David, and David calls with the 9s, and we've got a flip here. David Reed, finishing 4th place last year and putting on one hell of a show for us, is still here.
The River Reed.
172 out.
River Boy Reedy. That's what he was called last year. River Boy Reedy.
I'm in front right now.
9s for David. The shirt. The River Boy. Here he comes. Must have been all in 13 times last year.
I said about that. I said over 10. He was behind and come out on top on the river.
There's the charger.
So the 9s are holding.
Sorry, I didn't know you knew.
Just fading aces and queens. Well, that's not good news. But
oh no,
David River Reed by name.
By nature.
Can he find
Not
the
a
9?
chance.
Oh, it's the 7 of clubs.
No.
It would have erupted in the comms booth if it come a 9. Double up for Michael. David left with 11 bigs.
I had that spot, it was Queen versus 9s all in play. The main event of Blackpool, 140 grand. I opened cut off, small blind 3 bets, I jammed 20 bigs. And forward, but whatever, and it was all 9s. Legend, yeah. Yeah, mine was main event, man. Blackpool, fucking ace jack, 9 on the hour. And then happened again, and then I had ace jack against, I had 9s against the jack.
Nice answer.
Thank you.
Do you want to win them flips?
I was in trouble when you snapped it off there, like. I had a queen as well, no one saw it.
Wow, really?
Queen 4 off.
Have you done Liam Rayner? Did we find him? Did we find Liam Rayner? Daryl Hannay.
Yeah, I've done it.
You've
all.
done it?
I'm up to here on the chat.
Okay.
Richie Burner, didn't want you to feel left out, Joe. I gave you a fist pump at the bottom of the escalator yesterday. Didn't want to bother you. Come on, you Spurs. Cheers for that, Richie. I like the fist bump. I like the hello fist bump and move on. There's a lot of times I'm on my break and I'm just having a little browse, replying to some messages, having some chill time. Someone comes up to me. Oh, you never guess what's just happened. I'm like, oh no. Oh, here we go. I've only been commentating on poker for 2 hours and I've got to hear how old Bob Smith has lost Ace King versus Queens for a 200k pot. It's like, oh god. But I do appreciate it when people understand that I'm on my break. I've been working for 2 hours. I just need a bit of me time. And
to be fair, you're a bit like Negrano, aren't you? You've got your own room on the side. You've got your own key, spare key. In we go. Hide in a cupboard for 20 minutes and come back out again.
Any more giveaways today? Probably not today. I tell you what though, we're still waiting on 3 people who gave me the wrong
if they're not, I tell you what, if they're not done today, we'll give them 3 away again tomorrow.
Yeah, we're going to have to. We've got Lewis Nuttall, Benson J6 and Yan Yip 8185. None of them gave me the correct alias.
Yeah.
None of them were found. So
if they're not back in today, we'll give them 3 away tomorrow.
Yeah, if any one of them 3 names I just mentioned are watching. Jonathan Brown, David only wins all ins if his tournament is at risk. That is very true. I forgot about that key little detail. And Ellie with the ace deuce here for 15, not going to call it off, or at least shouldn't. Good fold from her. I know they had the same hand. Alex going to show table and ace. No, he's not. Look back at his hand. Gets that one through.
Oh, you did? Yeah, like you gave me a walk, I wouldn't even be on the table. Hey, we're running the blind, I was that mad.
Ash, note to self, next year just stand there and make bad beat stories up. Don't you dare. XRP, Andy, I was dealing with the Goliath last year. I used to have to wash my clothes because they were covered in stains from the bad beat stories I heard.
I'm trying to win the hand, so I'm not ready to sit this one. Getting a bit shallow.
Yeah, thanks Nick D. What are you talking about, Tower?
What's that?
Negrano's like me. I'm not like Negrano.
Well, he's like you.
Yeah, he's like me. Treble, anyone asking about Tower's treble, we always say please no silly questions in the chat.
Yeah, we'll see you next time. First week at season, they looked like they were bankers. I was happy to stick me £8.43 on it, and it never came. I was surprised at Middlesbrough. I thought they'd have been definitely one of the favourites to win today. Well, they were. To be fair, they were odds against. They were actually odds against, but I thought they were pretty strong at home after the season they had last year.
Queen 10 suited open here from Michael on the button. I don't think she's going to find it here, Tower. But if Ellie could find a jab here, I think I'd really like it. Oh, sorry, we're playing 30k, 60k. I'm just looking at the level they're on live. So maybe actually not. But even a small free bet, though, here is Ellie. I think 27 effective of Michael, slightly too much. Maybe if we did have well, she is going to go for it. And I love the aggressive approach here from Ellie. This is actually really good. Actually really nice. And now we're going to get Michael off of the Queen 10 suited, which has really good equity versus our hand. So essentially setting everyone in here, Ellie. And this is actually really nice. Just recognising that button's going to be opening wide. Ace-9 suited for this amount of big blinds effective. Good enough to effectively send into the middle. I think maybe a couple of big blinds left definitely would have gone a bit. I think maybe free bet not all in could be a thing as well. Off of 27 effective, but I think that's really good from her. Definitely been in the lab with the other half. Yep, Abu Chunky, so it is Tower's fault, Borough lost. You should have seen at the bottom of the escalators this morning, all the Stoke fans there with their £10 and £20 notes saying, don't put them in your treble, Tower. Please don't put Stoke in the treble. And Stoke won.
They were my banker of the day. Trouble were they were 13 to 20.
Oh, what, the banker that you didn't put in the treble?
I'm never putting a 13 to 20 in any treble ever. Not ever. Because I wanted to back them about 3 weeks ago. 3 weeks ago they were 1 to 2.
I hope you like German too.
The blinds up. Going to be one more level, guys. Another half-hour break, then 4 levels left to play today. I'm not sure if we're playing 2 break 2 or if we're playing 3 break 1. So we're going to find that out. We can't. I doubt we're playing 4 straight. I just don't think it's good for the players that have been playing a long day to play a 2-hour, 40-minute session at the back end of the day when they're playing for 220k. In my opinion, I think there needs to be 2 sessions to split them 4 levels. I really wouldn't think it's fair on the players who've been grinding long and hard. Back end of the day, fatigue starts to set in, and then you have to play for 2 hours, 40 minutes without a break. Oh, Simon Benson, he's in the chat and he's listening. Benson J6 has a username but no poker account. So you need to set up a poker account, Simon, and then you'll get an alias, and then I need that alias from you. I've got exactly the same username you're putting in the chat for me. Unfortunately, it says you don't have a poker account, so what I need from you, it won't take long to set up a poker account, and then let me know what your alias is on that.
All in and a call. On your back, please.
Benson J6 is correct.
Definitely not. Well, Tom put on my spreadsheet, he put has username but no poker account. You're marked as red.
Unless it's small b. Does that matter?
It doesn't matter. He always not case sensitive. Right. Always says to me.
Okay. We'll try and sort that out for Simon.
I'll tell you what, Simon, while we do this all in and a call, and Ellie hits a 4, but king for David. Well, David's at risk. You got no chance, Ellie. Do you know who this man is? Did you watch the final table last year? When he's all in and at risk, he doesn't lose.
He does not lose.
6 on the river. David back to 1.3 million.
There you go.
Right, Simon, I'm literally just going to send a message to Tom. Hopefully he's about.
Yeah. Do I need a Grosvenor poker account to be able to play in the GKPT leg in Luton? No. You just need to be a member of a Grosvenor casino. If you are a member of a Grosvenor casino, then you can get in. Always good advice to take your G1 card or whatever it's called, the Grosvenor card. Then they just swipe you in and away you go. If you've not been in a while, then they might update your photograph. But if you're on the system as a member of a Grosvenor casino anywhere, then you should be able to get in within 2 minutes.
And Jason Kemp saying, I had a brilliant day on Wednesday. No one could miss me in what I was wearing. I was either in top 2, bottom orange, or rainbow colours. I'll definitely be back next year. Cheers, Jason.
Cheers, Jason. Always a pleasure.
Yeah, so I've sent the message to the head of online. We'll try and get that sorted for you. But everyone else's credit has been credited that has won a giveaway this week. So it's going to be 3 levels, then 1 level. So we're going to come back for 2 hours. We're going to go on a break. Surely doesn't need to be half hour, I'm guessing. We will find out, but I reckon the last break should be like 20 minutes or so if we're only coming back for 40 minutes yet. And then it will be a 40-minute session, just 1 level, and then we will be bagging and tagging for day 3. When do the satellites start for GKPT Luton? That will be a couple of weeks before the festival. So Luton this year is September. So probably back end of August, start of September, you'll start seeing them online on the client. As Ellie makes it 160 with the ace queen.
Attention dealers and players in the Goliath Cup. You have a new blind level, small blind 1,000, big blind 2,500, big blind ante 2,500, 1, 2.5, 2.5. Next hand in the cup. Information.
Going to be raise and take for Ellie. We've got no payout structure because a ticker running across the bottom for every payout would take an age. But what I can tell you is what everyone has got locked up at the moment. And I can also run you down the FT prizes. So at the moment, everyone has locked up over £700. Didn't even realise it was that much. £790 locked up for everyone.
Nice.
Next ladder going to be coming at 100 and oh no, we're at the ladder. 170 for the ladder. £860 locked up for everyone.
Okay.
So 860 locked, and then if we want to scroll all the way up to the FT, 220k for first, 145k for second, 96k for third, 65k for fourth, 42k for fifth, 29k for sixth, 22k for seventh. 8th is 18k, and if you make the final table and you're first or bust, it's 15.8k. £150 buy-in. You come 9th, there's 15 grand.
Yep, amazing.
So 220k up top for £150. What a turnout it's been. Day 8 and 9 for Tower Night. Enjoyed the live stream, enjoyed the chat, enjoyed throwing away free money. We get to cover the back end of this tournament now, down to the last 167. You can see top right of your screen as Michael just goes for shove for 25 with ace king suited. Just want to open, get worse the free betters, get worse the jam on us, get value from that big blind defend range. It just goes for pile. And just going to get through almost always. Like Sam here, for example, click it up, get the jack 8 suited to defend in the big. We've got position. We're going to have more equity within the pot. Just going for the shove. Big headline news for Goliath 2024. Kevin the Carrot and Luckbox Jobby will be making an appearance.
Well, on to 2023.
Diggs booked
we
up
promised
today.
Absolutely everything.
Buzzing, can't wait.
Well, we were promised everything and nothing happened.
We had Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. We had 7 days of day one flights. We had 7 days of day one flights.
Yeah, plus the turbo.
Plus the turbo.
Makes it 8 day ones in total.
Yeah, so 8 flights in total. And then day 2 is today, and day 3 is tomorrow. Yeah, cheers guys. 40k, 80k. That will be changed shortly on the graphic. A lot to do for our action tracker today. He's got to keep updating the ticker of the players left in. He's obviously got to track the action, make sure everything's right. And right on cue. There we go. 40k, 80k. Very next hand.
There we go. I think it's just that little bit easier that it's 40 minutes and not 30. Seems a bit strange, but it seems to be easier.
David James. I was in last weekend, I had 3 bullets, come back Wednesday, had another 2. Now the wife is asking if I can put a few quid in her account. I may not have told her how much I've spent on poker this week. I need your advice.
Tell her the truth. DJ Slug. No, Stu.
Yeah. There's a handful of pros left in Richard. Alex Montgomery plays for a living on our table. He's one of the UK regs. Chris De Silva still in the mix as well. Lin Chen, who's third in the NPL. And if Lin Chen actually somehow closed this out, he'd actually go top of the NPL. As Martin here goes for the shove with the ace-3 suited after flopping a flush draw. And Jurek, who's just come to the table in a tough spot here with the 7s. And gets Jurek off the best hand. That's a win for us as Martin. One off Man of Straw. Chris De Silva's still in, who's a big name as well. Chris is in, Alex is in. Ellie's a big name as well. She plays some GUKPTs, obviously other half of Jamie, but from what I've seen from her today, she seems to know her stuff and she's playing very good poker. Not sure how long she's actually been playing, but definitely playing some good stuff from what I've seen. Understands her job at hand with her stack and the stacks around the table. Judging by Tower's treble, I doubt marriage guidance from the Tower would be wise, says Paul Fletcher.
Why?
JTS 17, Jazz, your money still on Cal to win the league. Yeah, well, it's got to be. I'm an odds man, and most of the time Cal will win the NPL, so that's where my money is. Just because the lead he's got, he's going to be favourite in terms of probability. He's going to have the highest probability of finishing first out of anyone else in that league just because of the leeway he's got. But anything can happen, like I say. Lin Chen wins, suddenly he is top of the National League. I know there's 155 to go and that is a long way out from the FT, but even Alex, I think Alex plays a lot of the sides and mains, so he may have a few points. But anyone that wins this going to shoot themselves right out that National League, whoever it may be. As Ellie raises to 160 with the 10s and Craig with the kings here. Cold deck for Ellie, unfortunate, but going to have to call this off when it comes back to us. Craig's just going to shove for sub 8. And ace jack for David here. Now this is an interesting spot. Open and shove for 8 bigs, and we're sat here with 21. And David makes a very good lay down there with the ace jack. EP open, MP shove on direct left. I think ace queen may have had to go with that one. And Ellie has a snap call with the 10s, and she knows that. Unfortunately, just run into top end of the range up against kings, but we have to call it off.
Wow, what a flop for Ellie.
Jamie's taught her how to run good as well, Tower.
Absolutely, run like Nixon.
So Ellie fading kings now, and Craig needing a king to keep his tournament alive. Off to the river we go.
And does the 10s bust the kings. Craig in 1, he's gone. Ellie up to 4 mil. That's how you do it.
Sit open features.
Give it 6 months, Ellie will be wearing the Grosvenor Pro badge while Jamie is at home doing the washing, ironing and hoovering.
Love it.
Jamie would probably be in the booth with me right now if it weren't for the cup. He did come in the chat and say he's playing the cup. Ellie's second name is Cooper. Soon to be Nixon. I believe the pair are getting married very soon. Biggest name to play the Goliath, someone asks. James Maddison, probably biggest person to play the Goliath.
Audley Harrison. Oh no, maybe not.
James Maddison.
Yeah.
He plays for Spurs, big club tower.
He's 6'8".
Big club, the old Spurs.
He's a big player.
I'd say James Maddison.
Yeah, I think you're right. James Maddison. Who else we have?
Yeah, David Hay, obviously the promotion.
David Hay, Audley Harrison.
Anthony Gardner, another Spurs, ex-Spurs player.
Yeah.
Always going to up the old ex-Yids, the old Spurs players.
I think we have Paul Smith as well, one of the Liverpool boxers. One of the twins, or one of the brothers. Bill Maynard, there's another good shout. Bill Maynard, God bless him. Really super actor in the 70s and 80s. Legend on TV, Bill Maynard. Pieface. How many millions of viewers has he got?
Yeah, Pieface is a good shout.
So Jack McDermott.
Teddy Sheringham, that's another shout.
Yeah, he's not played this.
Another Spurs boy.
He plays GUKPT, but not the...
Paul Leveridge, Maddison plays for Newcastle. Are we talking about the same James Maddison? Just signed for Spurs a few weeks back.
He drove up to Newcastle and then drove back down to Spurs.
I've got that gear.
Obviously we've got John Esp in the field this year, who made a name coming fourth in the World Series. Jack Oliver's played it, come third in the World Series. We've had Rob Cowan playing today, two-time bracelet winner. Selwyn Froggy. Yeah, Richard, you remember the name. Not many people out there would do. I didn't see Sless, I must admit.
You got a beer?
I didn't see Elliot. I know I said he was coming down on the Friday, but I don't know if he's still in, but I've not seen his name.
Big beer.
Check up and out.
That's a nice wee hand. Just wanted you to sweat a wee well. Sweat your nuts off before I folded, kids.
So just under 20 minutes to go, guys, and we're going to head to another break. 30-minute break, 2 levels, and 3 levels when we're back. 1 more break, then 40 minutes, and then we will be back in for the end of the day. Assuming we don't get to 32, because I think it's going to go very close, Tower.
Yeah.
I think it's going to go very, very close.
We're on 155.
We come back to this session with 278.
I think when it gets to 100, it'll be a bang on the chin with the chip count, with the player count going downwards. Pretty sure.
How are we doing, Fishmonger? It was a great Goliath for me. Happy to catch with a few ladders. Thanks as always. See you again soon. Thank you very much.
Cheers, the Fishmonger. Nice to meet you as well. Selwyn Froggy. Bagging up so the plan of what's cooking.
King Queen for Adam, shoving over Sam's open, like this from him.
I interviewed. We had a chat with Ellie.
Yeah.
We had a chat with Ellie. I can't remember what comp it was. Might have been Blackpool.
Yeah.
Says Ellie Cooper running well, blah blah blah. Says I think I walked up. I says, "Who are you?" She says, "I'm Ellie Cooper, commonly known as Jamie Nixon's missus." That's what she said.
So Sam does call it off with the King Jack, and Adam, who has been between 3 and 10 big blinds all session, is set for a double. There's some chop outs here though. Fading a jack at the moment. 6 would chop. Nice clean turn. So 6s and 7s would chop. Jack would send us home. And it's an ace. So King Queen going to be good for Adam, and he's at his peak of 16 big blinds.
Nice.
But wait for it, the chat's going to go wild.
155 left. Money is now standing at £860 as a min cash. 860. Oh, Sless finished 630th. Very nice.
Yeah, Adam might be a streamer, Tower, or something along those lines, because whenever he wins a pot,
yeah,
the Twitch chat. I don't know. Yeah. Big name in the Twitch community, Dockers says. There we go.
There we go.
That's why he's got a lot of support behind him in the Twitch chat.
Awesome. Mark Williams, I don't think he might have played a couple of side events. Obviously we had Hawaii 501 where Mardle playing back in the day. He was class. Opinions on World Series Paradise being held in December. Where's that? Where's that going to be, Logs?
Is it not the Bahamas? The Atlantic, same place as the PCA?
I honestly don't know. Yeah, it is, you're right, well done. I don't know what the opinions are. My opinions is I won't be there. And I shall check the updates as they come through. No, Shane Warren didn't play much in the UK. I know he played a couple of times at Dusseldome, but that was about it. So WSOP is going to the Bahamas. Very nice.
Here he goes, David in the big blind. Love this from him, shoving over the open. Oh, over the limp, sorry. Adam goes for the limp with a 6-5 suited from +2.
Flex Jr. has a couple of weeks left on his Drovenett gardening leave. Will he automatically be able to play in a casino, or does he have to send an email somewhere? I actually don't know, Paul. Try and get Jack involved. Jack's here. Not too sure. Is that because he worked for Didsbury? Surely. Just become a member, wouldn't you? If you're not dealing anymore. Either that, with the World Series now travelling everywhere, they want to get Elmer to get 200 bracelets.
Probably a lot of big names that we've missed over the years that have played as well. So many runners, hard to think of them all. As Alex gets out of the way. You must have played with some, well, not necessarily played, but you've interviewed some big names, ain't you, Tower, over the years?
Everyone but Ivy.
Everyone but Ivy. Any like celebrities that were playing poker but weren't poker players?
Yeah, a lot of celebrities. Well, I thought Jennifer Tilly was a celebrity, but it turns out she was a poker player.
At the end of the day, Michael, we will have a full list of everyone that's back for day 3. Can't have live chip counts and all the players' names that are still in. Just not possible with the workforce that we've got here. Only 6 of us, only 5 of us today.
I played with Nancy Cartwright.
Who?
What?
Who? Who is Nancy Cartwright?
What? Ta-ra.
Nancy Cartwright.
I played with. Don't tell him in the chat box, ladies and gentlemen. Don't tell him in the chat box. Don't tell him. Please don't put the answer in the chat box. Who is Nancy Cartwright?
Evening, fellas. Looking forward to watching the tourney and the great comments from Jay and yourself, Tal. Just got back after busting Luton Saturday afternoon dealer dealt £90 plus 10. Cheers, Ian.
And I played with Carrot Top as well.
What are you talking about? Nancy Cartwright and Carrot Top? Sounds like some sort of show.
Carrot Top. There you go. Cole's got it. Carrot Top is a very famous stand-up comedian in America.
Oh, okay.
Carrot Top. If you don't know, you don't know. It's simple as that, isn't it? It's one of them things.
Is Nancy not the one from Oliver Twist?
No. No.
Yeah, Aero's with me, Nancy Cartwright. I'm with Jay. She don't know. Karen don't know who she is.
No, it's just one of them quiz questions. You either know or you don't. But she shouted "shuffle up and deal" not in her voice, and everybody went, "Oh my God," because a lot of people didn't know what she did.
Cheers, Poker Girl. I think you do a fabulous job. Thank you for entertaining me over the last few days.
Thank you very much indeed.
Jay, get Ellie to give you some lessons. You might last longer in next year's Jokers. Thanks for that. Love French is on some overtime whilst watching the Goliath.
Really? That's all right. I think the chat box is now giving you.
Simpsons.
She's the voice of Bart Simpson.
Isn't the voice of Bart Simpson the voice
Nancy
of about
Cartwright.
87 other characters?
5 more, yeah.
Yeah.
But she's Bart Simpson.
Oh, I never knew that.
Yeah.
I actually never knew that.
Nancy Cartwright. And she did Shuffle Up and Deal. And she was talking normally. And I was stood next to Matt Savage, who was tournament director at the time in the Win, for the Venetian. And it was a charity event, and I got a media pass off Matt Savage. I stood next to Nancy Cartwright, and I didn't know who she was. And I was stood next to Cat at the Top, I knew who he was. And I was stood next to somebody else, and that. And then she just came out with a voice of Shuffle Up and Deal, and I'm like, was that you? Yeah, she does a lot of voices in there. I think there's only like 4 actors in there, they'll do 4 or 5, they do the entire show.
Hank's the guy who does like after.
Oh, brilliant.
So Ellie goes for the small c-bet here. Expect her to check this one back on the turn. Is Joe Saunders still in? I've already said this. Please, no silly questions in the chat.
That's like asking if Tower's Treble came in.
That's basically it. That's exactly right, Tower. It's the same sort of thing. Joe Saunders still in. These jokers in the chat. Just over 5 minutes to go for the session. And Sam finds a sneaky little river check here. And Ellie with 7s with the 7 of clubs. Probably recognises that she can't show down. I haven't seen the real bluff from her post yet. It is going to show the pocket 7s, and Sam going to show the Queen 4, which is going to be good.
So heading towards a break, and then 3 levels, and then 1 level. 155 in, gets updated, not instantly, but it will start to get updated instantly when we get to double figures. And that will be in the next session, I'm pretty sure. Plenty around to play after the Goliath has finished. The guys will all sigh, done. But
yeah, book running tomorrow as well on Grosvenor Sport,
yes,
guys. So you will be able to place your bets. King 4 suited for Alex here, offered just sub 11. Expect to just see fold. Gonna go. Is he gonna go for the jab, or is he gonna go for the open? Expect to see fold. Looked like he did want to open. What time did we finish tonight? I reckon about midnight, just after midnight.
yeah.
Unless somehow we do get down to that magic number of 32. Alan busted the first session, we believe, else. We were gutted ourselves because we wanted to get him on the feature table at some point today, but we lost Alan pretty early on. Simon Benson I'll check my account in the morning because I've set poker username up, but I'll be watching all day and tomorrow, so we'll be in touch. Cheers, Simon. Make sure you get in touch if you want that token. Yeah, David Reed will always be a legend of the Goliath after last year's final table.
2 years running.
Yeah?
Down to the last 155.
Maybe he just plays well, Tower.
Yeah, also. Maybe. Maybe he does.
Plays well to get deep in day 2 and then gets to deep in day 2 and just goes on the sun run.
Players and leaders of the Goliath Cup, ranging rank level 1500, 3000 with 3000 in rank entries. So it's 1500, 3000, 3000 in rank entries. Next step, please.
Grapes.
Yeah, ace of spades on the turn. Michael turning top pair. Just going to bet when check 2. Going to get this one through. Well, Adam is playing some really strange hands, Tower, and just goes for the king high call here on the turn versus +2 with the king 9 high, leaving himself sub 10 BBs. And flush draw does complete. And Michael says check, and ace 9 is good. Adam back down to sub 10 BBs, his comfort zone.
Yeah, I'll be able to. Only 3.4 mil. Table change after the break. What you said here, 3 or 4 minutes before the break?
3 minutes, Tower.
3 minutes, then a 30-minute break.
And we've got Surinder Sanar.
Who are we watching in the break? Which one we sticking on? The Mormon one. This Mormon, one of the best players. Saw him quite a few times this year in Vegas. Such a lovely fella. Yeah, Nigel Brampton on the feature. I think he's on one of the really outer tables. Miles away. Try and give you a couple of names who's on the feature when we are coming back. Ellie looks down at the ladies. 2 minutes, just over 2 minutes to go until the end of this sesh.
King 10 suited for Sam. Definitely can pull this one on the button. Even off of 25 big blinds.
King high flop for Sam. King 5-7.
Yeah, everyone with a bit here. Middle pair, top pair, and Ellie with the in-betweeners. The queens. Obviously a board that, in terms of range, can have a lot of bets on. In terms of particular hand, queens, queen of hearts, out of position to one player. I think check would be fine as well. Ellie does go for third pot here. And Sam just with an easy call with position.
1 till 10.
Yorick here. Gonna go for the overcall here. Does have middle pair.
Four of hearts. Turn. Ellie's got redraws with the Queen of Hearts.
I'd be surprised if this one didn't check through tower. Yorick's going to have a lot of flushes defending from the big more than anyone. He can also have some 6-8 in here that turns the up and down straight draw. So I'd be surprised if this one didn't check through here. Sam with the best of it here, but I think Yorick has a problem after he overcalls flop. So Sam does go for the check. And this is going to be the last hand before the break. What does the river bring?
Oh, it's a brick. The king. This could check around again.
Yeah, I think it's likely to. Yorick may not fancy turning the 7 into a bluff. Probably thinks he's too high up. Well, he is going to turn the 7 into a bluff. Go after some King X here. Goes for 305. And I think this will work, tower. This is just our board from the big blind. And Yorick recognising that. Ellie's got an easy fold with a player behind. Over to Sam here. What did we beat, tower? The big blind's overcalled flop. The flush has got there. The 8-6 has got there. Can still have some 2-pair possibilities. Just don't see what we beat here as Sam with the King 10 suited. We expect our opponents to start turning some 7x and 5x into bluffs here once we go 3-way to the turn. And tough spot to call for Sam. And personally, it's just going to be price that's making me call here. 5-1. Don't need to be right too often. Around 17% of the time, we're going to be making some monies.
Oh, he's flicking it in.
Yeah, and I think it's just down to price. If Yorick goes bigger here, tower, he gets the fold.
Well, nothing is a
quarter pot. Doesn't do the job. So we are on a 30-minute break, guys. We're going to be back at just before 10 to 10. Closer to quarter 2, so 30 minutes. We will see you for 2 more sessions when we are back.
See you then.
And then you'll know where you are when you get back.
You touched on Australia. The Aussie Millions in 2011, 721 entries, final table, 7th for 173k. Were you a bit disappointed or pretty pleased that you finished 7th out of such a massive field?
Mainly happy because like that was the first time I've ever at that point made a big live final table, so it's such a buzz. And also like I was free rolling anyway because on day one I was chatting with Toby Lewis and he was kind of mugging off my live game, and I asked him to put his money where his mouth is, so he gave me 5-2, I think, on making day 2 of the tournament, because in that tournament it's quite hard to make day 2. It's a long day 1, but I was like, okay, I'm going to do good in this 20. He was like, no, you're not. I'm not swapping your view or whatever. And I was like, what the, So we had a bet. So I bet I was like, what's your max amount? And he said 5k. So I bet max amount 5k at 5-2 that I make day 2, and made day 2 of a good stack. Actually, it was kind of stupid of me. Like, most people, if they got that much money running on it more than the buy-in of the tournament, would sort of, play tight near the end of the day. But I was telling my whole table that I had this bet. So then I was just pretending I had basically had the nuts every hand and just re-raising them and going crazy. Even on the last hand of the day, John Eames was on my table and he knew about the bet and he raised under the gun. And, we always give John shit for being a tight player. He's raised under the gun. He's the only person who covers me at the table. I've locked it up. There's no need to get involved. And I just see King 4 suited in the calf, and I had to free bet him and start barreling away. But he folded on the turn, so I was like, but I had absolutely nothing as well. So I showed him there, and he was just like, "You're an idiot." But yeah, so I won the bet, and then made a deep run in the tournament. It was really fun. That tournament goes 6 max as well, which is my favorite game. With on the final couple of days. So yeah, it was really cool. There was made the final table actually with James Keys, like well-known UK, blast from the past, and Patrick Antonius is on the final table as well. And I tried to bluff him. That was my big downfall. Tried to fight. To be fair, he tanked for a couple of minutes with trips, so it couldn't have been that bad a bluff. So I was trying to get him to fold a little bit of a worse hand than that. But yeah, so it was believable. But yeah, that was where it all started going wrong for me. And like, but you know, like still, it was a great score and an amazing experience. And you know, my friends were there watching and stuff, so gave me the live poker bug and made me want to play more.
You said 2011 was probably the breakout year for yourselves. When you go to the World Series, you've just said that six max is probably your best game. Third out of 1,378 for 271, and also casting the 5K six max, finishing 11th. Incredible scores, and then 12 days later, so these three events are just going on and on and on. You just missed out on a bracelet, second out of 474 in the six max 10K. Three massive scores, but obviously the bracelet and the runner up. Was that a highlight low at the time?
No, definitely a highlight. Like the bracelet didn't, like, obviously it would have been nice, but it didn't mean as much to me then as it would a couple of years later, kind of thing. Like I was just happy to finally, you know, I've been going every year and sort of losing money and then having to get it back online afterwards, and now like have, you know, like the buzz of the final table, all your friends watching, all the British Rail chanting. It was just I just wanted to do well and not go out, you know, first on the final table, make it deep. And the first one, you know, the 2.5K six max came third, was just that was, I think, like one of the first rails where everyone was doing shoe bombs and just drinking, which, you know, like to anyone who doesn't know, is drinking beer.
There.
Yeah, drinking beer out their shoe and going crazy. And I remember actually had like kind of fucked me over on one hand because we were three left. And I played this hand where I was in the 9 seat and the guy I was playing was in the 1 seat. I don't know why we didn't all move around. But I couldn't really see him in the hand. So, which didn't really bother me because like live poker, I kind of wanted to hide anyway. Still at this stage, I wasn't looking for reads on my opponents. And I've opened ace-2 blind on blind. And he's called and I was kind of short step. And it came king 5-4, and so I got gut shot and I bet, and he raised. And to me at the time as well, it didn't really make much sense. I felt like he was weak. And I was like, okay, whatever. If he's got king, he's got king. I got an ace or 3 to hit. So I shoved all in, and he tanked for ages. So I'm like, okay, he would have called already if he had a king. So I thought it was going to fold for sure. And like the rails chanting, and then like out of nowhere, there's like a big cheer. So I wasn't even looking. I was just staring at the felt, just doing my thing that I did every time. And I just assumed that he'd folded because they were like cheering that I was chipped the pot. And someone said, show the deuce. And I was like, wow, there's not very often you get the chance to do this. So I just sort of looked across and flipped over the deuce. And then as I'm flipping over, I realized he still had cards. And then now there was another, I'm like, oh no, now what the hell? Like, what's going on here? And then he tanked for another minute. And then he called me with ace deuce. So then we chopped the hand. But like, obviously, I don't know what was going on in the whole hand, to be honest. But yeah, we ended up chopping that hand, but obviously it could have all been different. But no, overall, I was really happy with the results. Like tough tournaments as well. The 10K six max was a very tough tournament. I got heads up against the player. I played online a lot at the time, so it wasn't someone that I felt like I had a big edge against. And we played a marathon match. Had to come back the next day and finish it off. But yeah, it just didn't work out for me in either of those at the end. But I was still really happy just to be cashing and making runs and final tables. It just felt unreal, you know. It was almost like back to when I first started playing online and started winning. It was back to that feeling because it had been so long in live poker that I'd been playing and not really doing anything. So to finally start making runs was just an amazing feeling. It was kind of better than if I'd have just come straight into live poker and started winning instantly. It wouldn't have been nearly the same rush.
Well, you obviously 2011, and it is just such a fantastic year for yourself, and it'll always be etched in the memory. But it was the first time that the World Series Poker Europe wasn't in London. It moved to Cannes in France, and second again.
Yeah, I worked on a heads up game. Nah, this was crazy as well because I kind of felt like I had massive unfinished business in this tournament, because when it was at the Empire Casino in London, one of my first big live poker runs, like it was a really long tournament as well. We were on, I think it was day 4, and we still weren't in the money. But I had a big stack on the bubble, and I was feeling really good, really confident. And even like one of the guys at my table went to the bar just so they could cash. So, you know, there was a weird dynamic where we're just, you know, that blind sitting out. So me and Johnny Loddon had big chips and we were both taking it in turns. Kind of, there was a mutual agreement almost, but hadn't really clashed yet, but we were both the most aggressive players at the table, building up our stacks. And I was basically, you know, like 99 times out of 100, I'm going to cash in this spot. And let alone, like, I felt like over 50% of the time I'm going to final table, because only 27 people cash. So once you're in the money, you know, you got a real shot at making it, especially because I had over 100 big blinds. And we go on dinner break, like free off the money. A bunch of my friends came down, just sort of sweat the tournament. I was like, okay, well, I'm going to cash for at least, I think min cash was real decent, like maybe like £30,000. So it was huge. And I was like, okay, I'll just shout everyone a steak dinner. So we go for a nice steak dinner on dinner break, like 10 of us. Buy everyone dinner, no big deal. I'm going to cash for 30K. Come back, I get kings on the big blind. Kings when the guy in the big blind's not even there. And Johnny Loddon raises, and I'm like, wow, this is going to look bullshit from me, especially like with our history. So he's raised, I've re-raised, he's re-raised. I'm just like, you know, so happy. Not even a thought in the world that I could ever be beat. We end up getting in. He just had aces, and my heart sunk. And I actually had him covered by about 20 big blinds. So I still had, you know, still hopefully I can cash, and you know, maybe I can run it back up. But like, obviously, I'm a bit demoralized and a bit shook up. And I played this hand where this guy 3x'd it under the gun, this Scandinavian guy, but everyone 3x back then. And I pocket nines, and he'd been in enough hands, and I decided, I'm not going to fold the cash. I'm going to go for it here, and I'll just go all in. But in my head, I was like, okay, I'm just going to re-raise half my stack because it will look stronger than going all in. I don't know. Weird theory back then. And I've misclicked. So I've min re-raised him. And he's like, how much more? And like, you know, he's made 10K and they're like 6K more. So it's like, oh my God. Just kind of trying to keep a straight face. And he like tanks for a bit and then he calls. I'm like, okay, just come a low flop. Just comes ace, king, queen. I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake. But like, obviously, you know, I got to still try and win it a bit. So I fired out a bet and he tanked for ages and someone called the clock on him. I'm like, okay, he's going to fold. And I'm trying to like project that I've got trip aces here to him, you know, like stay away. And then anyway, after like max time bank, he shoves all in. So then I have to fold that and I'm down to 10 big blinds, find a pair, shove, get called by ace king, lose the flip, and I'm out one off the money. And you know, trying to avoid the cameras or trying to do an interview, make out the back exit out the Empire, managed to avoid that. But yeah, I was kind of gutted, you know, I almost wanted to burst into tears. It was like one of the lowest moments in poker. At that time, I think that was 2007, I think it was the one. John Joanda one. So like, yeah, you know, this was, or maybe it's 2008, but I'd never had a live cash over 10K.
And that won in 2007.
Okay, yeah, so it's 2008. So literally, like you said, my first cash was 2008, and so now this would have been like my third cash. I could have won the tournament for over, you know, like 1.5 million or whatever it was for first. I don't know, but yeah, I ended up playing for 4 days and got nothing. And then there was EPT London the next week. I was so over it, I wasn't even going to play though, so I didn't plan on playing that. And I've actually woke up on the day, and I've woke up at 9 a.m., which I never did because, you know, I was always playing online all through the night. I woke up randomly at 9 a.m., took it as a sign to go and play that tournament because I was like, I'm never normally up at this time. So I went and got on the waiting list, played the tournament, bubbled that one as well. And that was when I actually, me and All in Stevie and Paul Fulton, we all went to, I told them, all right, I don't want to play online poker for a while, no poker. So we went to Ayia Napa and had like a 3-week holiday there. Didn't even take my laptop. And that's like basically the longest break I ever took from poker. But yeah, I was on life tilt after those 2 tournaments. So especially the first one, it was the worst. So I always thought like I had unfinished business in the Europe main event. Like the actual WSOP main event just seems so unattainable because you have to beat thousands of players. Whereas this one, you know, the field size is a lot smaller, like 500 normally, but you know, it's a much tougher tournament. But I felt like this one was more winnable and a great structure, and I just was like, every year I was pumped for the tournament. So yeah, it was to make a run at it was really cool.
$2.3 million live in 2011, and you were still #1 online.
Yeah,
How do we even juggle these two to stay ahead of the game while you were number one online? Because that was just a fantastic year for yourself.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I didn't do a lot other than play poker. Like, actually, it was the start of 2012 that I realized that, you know, I needed a bit more life balance, and I sort of New Year's resolutions. I hit up Jason Kuhn in Facebook chat, and I'd sort of just been eating really bad, putting on a ton of weight, like just through poker, and I was feeling bad about myself. Like, even though I was doing amazing at poker online and live, feeling really good about that, I just wasn't feeling great about life outside of poker. So that's, I think, like why I kind of almost dived into poker even more, because that was the only thing that was giving me happiness. So I kind of, start of the year, you know, everyone gets New Year's resolutions. I was like, okay, I need to make some changes here. So I kind of, on a whim, hit him up and said, oh, I was living in Cyprus with some of my horses after Black Friday at that point. And I was like, well, do you fancy coming to Cyprus, and I'll back you for some EPTs and stuff. And if you'll sort of be my personal trainer and chef, it's like kind of like a trade-off, because I knew he was like the healthiest guy in poker. And so I kind of just, at the time in my head, I did it to like make myself, you know, at least I'm trying. I didn't think he'd jump at the idea or anything. I just thought, yeah, at least I can tell myself that I'm trying to make a change. And then he like was like straight away, he was like, okay, I booked the flight. I'm then in 3 days time. I was like, oh shit.
I've got to do this.
At the deep end, I went from like not going to the gym for sort of 10 years to going like pretty much every day, and not, you know, he was cooking clean food. And yeah, I mean, I had like 2012, I think in the first 6 months, I ended up losing like 50 pounds or something. So it was a big change, and something that I really needed, because it was getting, just seemed, it was one of those things that I had let it slip so much that it seemed like it was unattainable, and I was never going to do it myself. So I needed to kick up the backside kind of thing. So yeah.
Awesome. We've got 30 online Triple Crowns. Now,
yeah,
for people out there that don't know what an online Triple Crown is, just tell them how good you actually are. What is the Triple Crown?
It's pretty easy, really. You just have to win three tournaments with a 10K prize pool, and you have to have over 100 people in them. Yeah. But in a week, but they have to be all on different sites as well. So that's the harder part. Is, you know, if you're playing every day, you play a lot of tournaments, so you can win 3 tournaments in a week. Not too, you know, it's not too out of the ordinary. But winning 3 on different sites, you know, a lot of time you get the first 2, like PokerStars, you know, pretty easy one to get because you're playing a lot of volume on there. And then you get the first 2, and then it would be really hard to win the third one, because you'd only have a couple of options to win the third one. But yeah, once I was kind of, that always inspired me to, because, you know, like week to week the grind can become a bit monotonous. But, you know, say I won 2 tournaments on 2 different sites on the Monday and the Tuesday, I'm like, okay, now I've got 5 days to win. So I was like, okay, I've got to be in every day, otherwise I can't win it. So I like got hooked on winning them. And you know, you don't get any, there's no real other incentive for it, but it was definitely like something I strive to do. And like, I wanted to be the leader, and once I got in the lead, I didn't want anyone catching me, so I kept grinding them hard. But yeah, I always wanted the live one, but it's eluded me so far. I'm 2/3 of the legs through, but yeah, 30 online is not too bad.
We'll get there. 2007 your first online Triple Crown, and 2019 your last. That's incredible consistency over the years. Do you think 30 will ever be matched?
It's like weird, because it's like, it's much harder these days, because you know, like, people don't put their screen names out there on some of the sites. And back then there was more sites you could play on. You could play on PokerStars France, Winamax. I mean, now I think you have to have like a European bank account and stuff to play on Winamax. So there was a lot more options. Now now I live in the US, I only really get to play PokerStars and that when I'm in UK, or like travel for a series to Canada. So yeah, now it's pretty much impossible for me to do it. And other people, like, it's not as easy with less sites. So who knows? I mean, you know, that's good. I know. Yeah, I'm sure someone will beat it one day, but you know, it's fine.
Well, I was going to say, do you think you'll ever get it back, or all the grinding days, the long nights, the long days, have they just gone now? Is it the last time you were number one was 2014?
Yeah.
So and you've just more or less said that grinding nowadays like that is just a thing in the past. Is that number one slot gone forever?
Yeah, I'm sad to say it, but yeah, I don't think I'll ever put in the volume to get it back. Like, I'd have to, like what I'd have to do is like, win one of the huge tournaments where it's like 2 or 3 million for first kind of thing that they have once a year, and then and then still have the sort of heart to want to get it after that, because you get a lot of points for that. So you could if you put the volume in for a couple of months after that, you could theoretically do it. But then if you just won 2 million, are you really gonna want to play poker every day? But like in my head, if I did that, maybe I would try and get it back then. But yeah, realistically, been there, done that. But yeah.
Being the best in the world is never something bad to be said about anybody, and you've done it on more than one occasion. So it's always in the bank. It's always there. But one of the reasons why you lost the number one spot is because you went on and won a WPT. Just the LA Poker Classic, 534 runners and just over 1 million. Is it a big relief having a WPT?
Huh?
Was it a big relief at the time getting yourself that WPT?
I mean, it was just a big relief finally winning heads up, to be honest. I was like, Dempsey was always giving me shit for losing heads up. So I was like, if I lose this one, he's going to have a field day. So yeah, it was just nice. And also at the time, I'd actually been on pretty much my biggest ever downswing. I had to get the backing of horses has gone really bad. I'd had to get rid of everyone. I'd actually sort of, even though I'd won all those tournaments before, I'd not been smart with the money, and I had to pretty much start all over again. I was down playing low stakes, $10 rebuys, like the lot online. I still enjoyed doing that anyway, but now I actually needed to like build my bankroll back. So I hadn't really been playing any live poker for sort of a year. I'd just been taking a break and playing online, trying to build back to bread and butter, build sort of my roll back. And I've been in quite a negative place as well. I've been that guy who's sort of been seeing other people winning and moaning about it and saying, "Oh, I'm better than them." Why that? Just like the guy you don't want to be, really. And I started working with well, not through choice. Like my wife basically had enough of me being like negative, so she sort of put me in contact with this mind coach guy, Stephen Simpson. And he'd worked with a couple of people that I knew, like Liv Barry and a few other people. So I gave him a shot. He actually flew to Vancouver. I was playing online in Vancouver at that time. And he flew to Vancouver on a whim, didn't offer him anything at the time. He just said he wanted to have a meeting. He'd obviously read up about me and knew that, I had good potential as a client and stuff. And I met up with him. I came in pretty like, I just meet the guy, but like, I'm not going to work with him. But I actually got a lot out of it, and met with him a few times, and went on a good online heater, enough that I was comfortable sort of buying into this 10K event and just selling a bit of action to a friend. And yeah, played the live tournament and just ended up winning it. It was surreal. It was crazy. Like, it still feels not real to me now, because I've been in such a sort of bad place, not doing well, and in the space of a couple of months of talking to this guy, it sort of flipped my mindset completely. And I still work with him to this day, like five plus years later, just check in with him once a month or whatever, and really recommend it. Like, but it's so, at the time I was completely against it. I was like, I can sort out my own problems, but really, two heads is better than one, especially someone who knows what they're doing, So yeah, like I came into the final table. The final table, it was one of those ones. The final table didn't even go to plan. I was chip leader with 4 left, and then I basically threw away a lot of my chips with some dodgy hands. Misread my hand on the final table, one hand where I thought I had a straight. I think the board was like 4, 5, 6, 7 queen. So pretty scary board. And I thought my opponent just had like a queen, so he wouldn't call that big of a bet. And I had Jack 3 of hearts in my eye, so I missed the flush draw. on the flop, but I backdoored into like the low end of the straight. So I was in my head, I was like, okay, I don't think the guy's going to call more than like 50% pot here. So I bet 50% of pot on the river, and he's tanked for a couple of minutes and called. I'm like, okay, good, got max value. And I go flip over my hand to show the winning hand, and I actually had Jack 2 of hearts. So I didn't have the straight at all. And so like obviously, and in my head, you know, if I had known I didn't have the straight, I would have, against this guy, I would have bet a bit bigger because I didn't think he would call a bigger bet. So yeah, I gone from that. So you know, that's the swing of being chip leader to being last place. Like you know, the stacks were that close, and somehow I ended up coming back and won a freeway all in with 3 left, which was just probably my most memorable hand of poker ever. To like get heads up, and then after doing that, I was like, I have to win heads up after, you know, being 1 card away from being eliminated, and now this time I have to win, and I did. So it was amazing sort of feeling.
And then 2017, we get the bracelet. We get the bracelet, the 3K6 max.
Finally, yeah.
Just short of 1,000 entries, and it's really weird because the video's been online in the last few days. Can you remember that rail? What's it like having a British rail, man?
Yeah, it was really fun. Yeah, especially because like the last few years, like, you know, the World Series hadn't been that many final tables for British people, and so yeah, it was nice to sort of. I was telling everyone, I just want to get a final table so we can have some positive sort of morale and have a British rail and, you know, layer up a few spots. And yeah, and the final table was like one of those dreams that, you know, normally you wake up from and it's like, you know, you realize it was a dream, but like I just ran so hot on the final table. Against the other big stat, the other best player at the table, I had top set in a 3-bet pot against him, and he had top 2 pair, you know, for all the chips. So that basically allowed me to sort of bully the rest of the table. I get heads up with this Brazilian player, good online player, and then he makes a comeback, stalemate. We're playing heads up for like 3.5 hours or something crazy, you know. And I was just like, oh my god, am I ever gonna, you know, win one of these things? And yeah, to finally get over the line was, yeah, it was really, really cool, and just have all your friends there cheering for you. It didn't finish till like 4 in the morning. It was late finish, but we still went out afterwards. Yeah.
When you stood on the back rail and everybody's behind you and you're all looking up at the screen and you're waiting for the final card to come, and then they just mobbed you. Just fabulous.
Yeah, I think I got in trouble for breaking the TV or something. Someone pushed me into it.
No, this one then? Sure. No, in your seals. They're not yours, no? This one. Check yours. Yeah.
Sid, can you there?
Yeah. It's the stream, yeah. You can see the stream in that card. Twitch, Facebook and YouTube. Twitch, Facebook and YouTube. 30-minute delay.
There's little beers in the Goliath. You can your seats up 2 minutes remaining on the break. That's 2 minutes remaining on the break.
On the stream I'll show you some track cards here. And this looks like an action track card, so you'll be able to see people stacks, what the raises, what the call is. You watch me, that's what.
Oh, that's it. Right, Meg Lafford.
My friend, let's swap the chips for you, mate. So, 500, 600, 700, 700.
Yeah. You play most of poker on features. It's in the contract. It's in the contract.
Big.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here now with the next session of 3 levels. We're rooting for you, Luke. Gabriel Holcomb in 1, Luke Jowson in 2. Is that Johnson or Jowson? It could be Johnson.
Johnson.
Jowson.
Johnson.
Luke.
How many Joustons do you know?
Loads. One of my best mates at school called Peter Jowson. Ben Sweetman, Darren Proud, Surinder Sunar in 5 in the cap, Redmond Lee, Natik Aragwal. Hey, I tell you what, this is a spin. C7 is Natik Agrawal, who was all in, one of the 21 all-ins this morning, and he's now got 2.6 million. Mark Jevons and Michael Williams. They're the players. He already knows, Nick. So Luke Johnson in seat number 2, and Nightick was all in on the bubble this morning. One of the 21 hands that was all in, and he survived, and he is now on 1.8 mil. What a spin. Luke with the aces. Nightick with the fake aces. Ace 4. The ace 4 is going to get out of the way now. Redmond Lee, 21st in the World Series main event 2010. Cheers, Mike Sally. Thanks for the low calorie sweets this week. They went down a treat. There's none left.
Attention, all players. If anybody has paid for merchandise from the merchandise stand for collection today, the stand will be closing in 30 minutes, so please collect it before it closes. Again, if anybody has paid for merchandise today, expecting to collect later,
Darren started with 81,000, went down to 31,000, and then up to 2.2 million. Darren Proud in C number 4. Is Martin Fraser still in? We'll try and find out for you. We can check on the little app that we've got. Let's have the butchers. If I can work out how to do it. Louis Ace 5. Looks like raising up again. Well, If that's how we spell Martin's surname, then he's not in. Because there's nobody with that surname spelt like that. Martin F. Here we go. Nope, there's nobody with a surname of Fraser. Didn't make day 2, if he is. If he played it. Where did Wendy finish? Can you try and find out for us? I think Wendy's been eliminated.
Yes, she has.
I think Wendy's been eliminated and she's playing the cup. We'll try and find out what place she finished. As it's aces against kings.
Yeah, love this
and
from
ace,
Luke.
queen for Darren.
Love the flat from Luke here, and this is why we flat. I know Darren would have shoved his hand anyway for 10 BBs, but we get worse hands than ace queen to set it in. There's the call.
336.
Well done, Wendy. 336.
Cash of 540.
Cash of 540. Added a tenner. Went to play the cup.
Well, 6 setup. This is to start the session tower.
Yep. Ace, kings, and sixes. Oh. Phew. I went slow for a minute.
And a time warm for about 3 seconds.
Yeah. Back to normal now. So, Luke with the Kings, got plenty in the chat box rooting for Luke Johnson in C2.
What an unbelievable spot for Mark though with the aces here.
Yep.
66% equity, 3-way to get the treble. Flop. Whoa!
9, Jack, Queen, all spades.
So suddenly the ace queen
top pair
is equity favourite.
Nut flush draw re-kicker.
Wow, and the Kings have picked up a gutter tower.
Pairs the 9.
So aces holding at the moment, but
Yeah.
needing to fade kings, tens, spades, and queens. And it is a red king!
Red king for Luke Johnson!
Oh wow, Luke up to 6 million.
Whoa!
And it's a double knockout. We lose Darren, we lose Mark. What a sick river that one is. Luke up to 6 million.
Open on feature.
Who's Dano, Stu? Who's Dano? Dano is it? Give me a name. Give me a name. Who's Dano?
I'm dead.
What a river.
The other guy just walked out. He's just gone. Yeah.
Dano, Daniel Cryer.
Pretty sure I've seen Dan Cryer in the cup.
Dan Cryer's in it. Yeah. Is he still in?
Still in?
Dave, can you go and get us a chip count, please?
Table 23, C8, Dan Cryer.
Just check he's on table 23.
Yeah, he is still in.
23-8. Chip count, please. He's still in. You can shout it through if you want to go on radio or text it.
Is that Jesse from Breaking Bad in seat 6? Like it. I can see it. No, Ellie's still in, Raquel. She just changed to an outer table. We switch the feature every 2 hours. Let's Surinder shoves blind on blind with the 9-6 suited. Love it for 9 big blinds. Gets it through. Yeah, Martin Frey the same.
Yep.
Just move to the hour.
Just move to the hour tables. Swap tables every session. Swap tables every session so we get as many people on the FT, the feature table. Hiya Lydia, lovely to see you again. Thought I'd come back and watch some more stream before an early night. Full day of cooking, cleaning and ironing tomorrow. Love it. Uh-oh. John Esper's driving home.
Oh dear.
Uh-oh. He must have cashed. He had chunks.
Ace 9 for Michael under the gun, going to send it for 13. Need to get that picture changed.
Yeah. Well, I'll text PK that pictures are wrong. Apologies about that. I'll text him now. Became 800 something, said Raquel. At least we got a cash. Paid for the trip down and probably his one bullet that he needed.
Could have sent Dave to the same table. Jeff Crow's on table 23 as well, the same as Dan Cryer, but Dave's just gone out.
And he's left his phone here.
Yeah.
We could have texted him.
How much is up top? 220k.
2,030,000.
2,030,000. Very precise from Dave there.
Like
to the exact.
Quite a bit nice. I'll just load it on
So Luke shoots himself up to 60 bigs and 6.2 million with the average at 2.2. Hi Curtis, we are good, thank you very much. It's been a crazy day. The bubble was insane. Not sure if you watched it, but we went hand for hand with 6 players off the money and we had 21 all-ins in 2 hands.
Any circuit regs left in. Alex Montgomery, I saw Chris De Silva not long ago in the field as well, and Lin Chen, who is 3rd in the National League, still in the mix.
Surinder Sunar's been around for years, who's on our feature.
Lin G still in.
Nigel Bampton had just over 2 million, I think, at the break.
So completing the small with the ace-5. Personally here, Michael has to shove tower. It's just a hand. We've got an ace. Big blind's got 7 bigs. Just send it in. Going to get a lot of folds and can still have the best hand when called. But now our opponent gets to realise equity and Gabriel turns the straight. Really small size here, I think, from Gabriel. Try and keep our opponent in. Got a lock on the hand, turning the nut straight. Goes for 150, half pot on the nose. And now Michael with the ace-5. Tough task continuing out of position. If we just shove this one pre-tower, we win the hand. 7 bigs effective. We have an ace, blind on blind. Didn't want to take it. Jamie Nixon's missus is still in. Aidan Sykes.
Hello, my name's Ellie Cooper, more commonly known as Jamie Nixon's bird. That's what she told me on our first when we spoke last time. When we were doing the comms somewhere. Commonly known as Jamie Nixon's bird. And that's what she said. It was funny. Yeah, 21 all-ins, 21 all-in and calls in 2 hands, Curtis. It was crazy. But it did only last 2 hands and everybody was then in the money.
Attention dealers and players in the impact.
And one of them, one of the 21, sat in seat number 8, Nitic, was all in on the second time round.
Was he really?
Yeah, and he survived. And he is in a spin. He's down in the last 137. And he was all in when there was 1,000 people left.
Now that would be funny, Lydia, if Ellie did win it, and then Jamie had to start introducing himself as Ellie Cooper's lad.
Yeah, it was so funny when she said it.
Yeah, Nick, that's just for chip count, so it's not usually for eliminations. We just post big stacks on the outer tables, which isn't going to affect anything on the live stream on the Facebook page. And there is actually around 120 left. The ticker at the top right is just a little bit behind.
Yeah. We'll start updating it, like hopefully every elimination or every 5 or 10 minutes when we get to 100 or less. Good to have a ticker there. I know the lads on Facebook have put their big stacks in from the break, but shouldn't be any spoilers at all.
In the hijack pocket, 9s here off of 15. Too good to be open shoving, in my opinion. Want to get some value. We want potential smaller pairs to shove over the top of our raise. But it's just going to go for the all-in, which is going to be fine as well. I think there's a way to just squeeze out a bit more EV here. Go for the open with the 9s. Just getting that one through. Ben wouldn't have defended the 10-3 anyway. How many levels left today? 4 more levels. Stuart will be finishing up, I reckon, around 1 in the morning. 1 in the morning. In at 11 out of 1. Long old Saturday, but
yeah,
don't think it's going to be like a 2 a.m. finish tomorrow. I think we'll be done by midnight. Nearly there. Home stretch for us. Day 8 of 9 of full live stream coverage here at the Goliath. As we see a couple of, I see Rene and Macapac having a little wander together there. And take it their tables just broke. Are they coming to sit at the feature?
No, but Rene is.
Rene is.
She had a motion.
Oh, and Macapac is. They were walking together, Tower, and they're sat next to each other.
3 million at one point. Did Rene?
Well, they both had heaps. Chris had about 4 million, I think.
Yeah, you're right. They did. They've been, don't know what's happened to those two stacks, but they both had 4 and 3 million respectively, Chris and Rene. Not anymore. Oh, set over set for Rene, she's telling the table. Setting the full house, and lost.
So no tick goes for the limp, and Ben just going to raise this up with the ace king, gets it through. Perfect scenario for Chris and Rene. They're going to miss the blinds. They're not going to be in the blinds. We'll skip them. So won't be getting dealt in this hand.
just lost the 3.6.
They both look a little dejected going to that table. They were on the same table as well, weren't they?
Yeah, they were on the same table. That's what I was saying. They walked over together.
Raising up.
And then we come to level 2000, 4000, 4000, 2000, 4000, 4000, it is today.
Right in Bonzo, we had 1,125 that started today. Min cash was 1,000. It took us about half hour to get down to the bubble, and then the two hands took about 35 minutes because there were 21 all-ins and call on the bubble. I think 6 of them actually chopped 5 min cashes. Yeah, Cal played this not Rob Adams. He's in the cup right now. And yes, we do have the dates, not the schedule, but we have the dates for next year. There it is. 25th of July to the 4th of August. Oh, I'm just thinking. Does that will the football season kick off on the 3rd of August next year? Does that mean, or will we?
Yes, it should do. We could have Coventry here at home again. You never know.
I
They
was
were away this year, so
I was more thinking along the lines of saving a bit of money on the Saturday. That's why I was actually genuinely thinking about the treble, whether the football season would start or not. But
we've got another treble in 3 weeks' time in London. Can't wait.
Yeah, can't wait for that. King Queen of Clubs and Michael here. 12 BBs under the gun. This is really good for him. Well, okay, he's made it 700k, so it's essentially putting his stack in. But I thought he was just going to raise this up under the gun. 12 big blinds. Don't really actually want many jams just because we got the whole table to get through. But this occasion, I was just picking it up, putting it in like 65% of the stack. Yep, Jeff's still in, Robert. Katie isn't in. I don't know how many chips Lee Bassett has.
I'll try and see if he's even still in. Let's have a look. We'll get Dave on the run again. Let's have a butcher. Oh, Jeff Crow is on the same table as. Who did we ask for? We asked.
Dan. I said that, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, Jeff's on the same table as.
Same table you just went to, seat 1 instead.
Hold it. Stay there. Stay there. Dave.
Me?
Yeah, stay there. This is one more.
Question for you, Tower and Jay. Lol, wonder how many royal flushes have been hit during the Goliath. I know at least one because there was the maddest hand history, which I will run you through, guys, after this hand, as Chris shoves in for his 4.5 bigs with the pocket 5s. Rene with the king 10 in the hijack here. Both come over to the table together. I'm not sure Rene's going to call this one off with the players behind, but 3 bigs here. We prefer to be first in. She's going to ask for a count. Chris has her covered. Like, if it's folded to us as Rene, if Macapac folds, Rene has an easy shove. It becomes a bit tougher now. A lot more to win with the big blind ante, small blind plus Chris's jam for our full double, but I think that's the way to proceed. Exactly what she's about to do, just letting it go. And then Dino, Rob, evening lads. Great structure this year and a great event again all round. 197th and mentally drained.
Well done.
Great to meet you today, Tower.
Yeah, saw you walking through, Dino. Well done. Good to see you, and well done on the cash of 197.
Chris Johnson running into it. Ladies for Redmond behind. And could be the end of Chris Johnson's Goliath. With 119 players remaining. To the flop. So 5s, not much help there. Does have the running wheel, but other than that, it looks like it's the end of Chris Johnson. Well, there is one of those running wheel cards.
4 out of 5 needed.
Yeah, so doubles his outs. Gone from 2 to 6.
And
10 on the river, so we're going to lose Chris Johnson.
Regular on the toe. Unlucky Chris has made his exit, got his ticket, and now he goes in 119. 119 left.
So story time. I haven't got the whole hand history, but someone asked about the Royal Flush.
Yeah.
So there was a hand on day 1 tower. I don't know if you've heard this hand history. I can't remember it completely. I just know what happened on the river. So someone's bet 2,000 on Queen, Jack, 10, like brick. Guy tanks for a while, calls it off, but puts 1,800 in. The guy turns over. Guy turns over these quad queens.
Mm-hmm.
And goes, you owe me 200 more, mate. And then the old guy turns over his hand and he goes, I knew my flush was no good. And he's got ace king of hearts for a royal. He's got a royal flush. He's got royal over quads. Mate, he's got quads over royal and done 2,000 chips on the river. But I heard this story, someone was telling me at the bar. Thinks he's just got a flush on the river, exposed his hand, the dealer's like, royal flush.
Love it.
Crazy.
Good you returned them over and didn't just say, oh, my flush is no good. Razor Kev, what a week that was. Chop the joke as well. Casting Goliath. Chill before you know him. Great seeing you all, and congratulations to Grosvenor, Cardroom Direct, and the dealers, and everyone else who makes Goliath so great. Love you all and be lucky. Cheers, Razor Kev. Well done, Kev. Lovely to see you too.
How are you doing, Clarky? Thanks to Aaron J. Plus the team. I was in seat 9 on the features. Start day 2. Busted out 206. Amazing event. Well done to you. So good cash.
Yeah, it is.
Renee is in with the King Queen, shoving for her 3 BBs, and Surrender just calls. Would have just got the rest of our 85k in here.
Well, then call up
Like what she sees. We're in a flip situation.
Yep. Cheers, Clarky. All the best. And well done. 206 is a decent effort out of this many. I don't know how you two were still standing preparing for Joker's Wild like you did. Oh, heck.
Renee, no help there. We have some decent runners, just needing a king or a queen at the moment. Well, there is one of those runners. So
Yeah,
now
that's the best one.
king, queen, ace, 9, all working for Renee. And it's an 8 set for Surrender. And the 2 that just come over to the table from the outer
gone
have bossed in quick succession. So Renee's E out of the tournament. Richie Burner was my first cash at Goliath this year. Got to go out 6-8 first, but proud I made it that far. See you next year. And this is what I say. People don't realise. I know some people fire a lot of entries, but like on average, it's 2 bullets per player. But when you are in that like money top 500, like top 500, you've made top 5% of the field. People don't realise that. It's a good run. Only one person's going to go away with the title.
I can tell you, Mr. Cole Southworth, that Adam is still in. Still going in. I'll try and find a chip count for you, because he's on table 32. Dave's got his phone on him.
Danny C, very first hand of the day, seat 2 opens, folds around to me in the small blind, seat 9 I fold. Seat 10 in the big blind, shows ace king and throws it into the muck, not realising seat 2 raised. Seat 2 is sat there showing aces. See ace king 40 got a walk, exposed his hand, folded it face up, would have run into aces. As we see 10-10, 6 roll off. And I'd love to see a 1 big blind lead here from Gabriel with the jack 9. Wrap round then 10x, 10's on the board. But looks like Luke is going to take the initiative himself and go for the 1BB lead just north of. And now Gabriel surely just going to let it go. Give that one to Luke. Not messing with the chip leader. Any information about the cash games? Best thing to do is just to go on the Poker Live app.
There's 40.
40 tables running.
40. Which is why all the events were capped. Not all, not just the reason why. Obviously busy. But 40 cash tables running. Just sent the message out on the floor, see if we can get a chip count for Adam.
Wider Grosvenor tournaments do the top 10% get paid when almost every other tournament series they pay 12 to 15% of the field. It's very bizarre. For most Grosvenor tournaments it is actually around 12% for the GUKPTs. However, because the Goliath has so many re-entries, we pay 18% of uniques in this one, so just under 18% of unique entries get paid. So actually close to 1 in 5 players that have played this tournament would be in the money. That's the better way to look at it, Charlie. Because of the amount of re-entries in this, it's nearly a 1-to-1 ratio, the actual uniques versus the re-entries. There's been like 5,500 and X entries and 5,500 and something re-entries. So in terms of uniques, it's 18% of the field.
Plus a lot of other tournament series, you have to travel all over the world to play. Dublin, Vegas, EPTs. And that's why they spread the money out around a lot more.
Yeah, and in these fields like the EPTs, like I know they're not freeze-outs anymore, but they used to be WSOP main. Like a lot of these tournaments, you're not going to see someone fire 9-10 bullets, which they can potentially do in the Goliath. I think it's good. Nearly 1 in every 5 uniques getting paid. There's Luke. Continues after flopping top pair after raising up out of the small, and Ben makes the call with his gutter ball. Ace of diamonds on the turn. It's an interesting card here because Ben shouldn't really have too much ace-x here. He will have some that he wants to check off of like 24 to start the hand, but once he calls flop here, like we'll have a whole host. He'll have some like Jack 10, Queen Jack, some 7-8, 7-5, all these sort of gut shots, 6x, 9x, so many hands in Ben's range here, and Ben is going to take a freebie with a 10-8. But if this does come a brick, well, most rivers tower, 8 for example, is a perfect river. So now we can go for value as Luke. Turn's gone check check. Ben shouldn't have many ace-x. He's going to probably shove King Jack, King Queen pre for just over 20 bigs versus a raise. So essentially we've got the nut 1 pair king, also blocking the 10-7. So like to see value here from Luke. Really go after those 9x holdings, them 6x holdings that are non-believers. Even an 8x, a 7-8, 8-5, 10-8 as he has on this occasion that has river the pair. I really like this from Luke, 550 on the end. Thereabouts, 40% pot. And now Ben with the 10-8. Tough spot for him. Will this raise ever a thing here, Tower? Just thinking about it. Turning our 8 into the bluff, putting the 1 pair King X holdings in the blender. Blocking 2 pairs, blocking straights. There we go. And Ben is going to pay very nice from Luke, up to 7.6 million. Really nice value bet from him on the river. Big fan of that. I think a lot of players in this tournament are out of position with the ace on board, probably just check. But just recognising the situation here, not much ace-x in our opponent's range. We have the effective nut pair. King Jack, King Queen going to shove pre, so we can go for value after the 9x, the worst King X, some rivered 8x as we saw on that occasion with the 7-8, 8-5, 10-8 straight draws.
Did you get my message? Obviously, I'm the only person you don't answer to, ever. I didn't say that either.
Yes, the Grosvenor Poker Live app. That's the one, Riverman.
Thanks, Dave.
PK's got a long one to go as well, so we can wait until.
We will be finishing around 1 a.m. I reckon tonight, J-Lo. About 1 a.m. going to be finish time for us this evening. There's the ace-deuce suited for Michael. Sends it in for 12 BBs in the hijack. I think this is fine from MP. Suited ace, 12 bigs. In it goes. Like this from Michael, and Dane's got a snap here. It's fine to ask for a count, just to clarify, but I think once he realises it's 12 BBs, ace-jack is just an easy call. Good to see. And Michael going to be at risk, but 30% still with the suited wheel ace.
Pull in a call on feature.
Yeah, James, 115, well done. Stream will finish about 1 a.m. And we're all in. Here's 2 ace jack. Not a bad flop, but not when you're facing elimination. Jack, jack, 7.
Yeah, backdoor hearts, only way we can wangle our way out of this one, tower.
Yep, that's
and
it.
We'll do it on the turn,
Then
9 of clubs. I guess ace wasn't having you. Case ace.
Look at that, Dane up to 6.6 mil. Dano's out, Dan Cryer. Oh no, did we get Dan Cryer 2 points? Dan
Cryer's just gone, just busted.
Dan Cryer is out, and we're just on the case to get Jeff's chip count and also Adams.
Either end of 32 or down to final 4 tables. Whichever it is.
So there's a break at end of 31 and you come back for one more left.
I think so. I think I'll clean up the chips and stuff. So it's short break.
So Adam's got
32, 3.5 mil.
So
3,075,000.
3,075,000 for Adam.
Adam Varinda.
And we are quickly going to head to an outer table, guys. There's been some action. There's Chris De Silva with heaps.
Roll back.
There he is, Nigel Brampton.
Oi, oi.
Look at the chip stack he's got. He's on a free roll.
What a free roll this is.
Free roll from the non-wheel spin, let's call it. He has got heaps. And we're over here at a table. We've got Dan Cryer, who is all in against Jeff Crow.
Oh, you wanted them 2 chip counts.
So Dan Cryer with the 9-7, Jeff Crow with the Queen 10 for the straight, and chips going the way of that man. So he's got $250,000, like 1.75, 2 million, 2.2, 2.3. I'd say about 2.4 there, plus the pot. So 2.9. 250s in there, 3.4, probably about 4 million for Jeff Crow after that pot. Jeff Crow with a Queen 10, turns the nut straight, and Dan Cryer sent it with the second pair, dummy and gut shot. Jeff Crow waves to the fans.
Dan Cryer from Luton North. Gone.
And Surinder's in. Nice from Surinder, recognises late position open from the chip leader. Luke's going to be opening really wide here. Ace-9's going to be well ahead of that range, so we just send it in. We've still got fold equity. Picking up the open is a win in itself.
905,000.
Sorry to ask again, is there any other tournaments in the UK similar to the Goliath? No, not really. You're not going to find £150 buy-in with 220k up top in a live poker tournament anywhere else in the UK, but here once a year in Coventry.
When the dealer deals you cards, just then put them flat in the box in front of you for a few seconds. And then
What is the payout currently? I can find out for you. Bear with me.
Level, score by 2,000, big blind 4,000, big blind ante 4,000. 244, next card in the air, please.
What we'll have for tomorrow for day 3, guys, we'll have a ticker for the remaining places that are left in. However, today, because of the amount of players that are still in the field, it's just going to be too long to get a ticker running across the bottom with all those payouts. So if you are listening, I'll quickly run you down what everyone's got locked up, plus the final table prizes as well, so you all know what everyone is playing for. So right now we're down to 108, so everyone has locked £1,060, so everyone up over 4 figures now. £1,060 locked. If you're lucky enough to make the FT but you bust first hand, you're going to take home 15.8. 8th is 18.5, 7th 22.5, 6th is 29, 5th 42k, 4th 65.8, 3rd is just under 100k at 96, 2nd 145k, and that whopping first place prize £220,000 going to be going someone's way, I'd say around this time tomorrow. And if you haven't tuned into the stream before, make sure you give us a follow. Grosvenor Poker on Facebook and Twitter, and /GUKPT for all your live stream coverage on YouTube and Twitch. You can set notifications on so you get notified whenever Tara and I go live.
We've just seen Nigel Brampton's chip stack. Oh, Needle, sorry. Needle didn't play, did you?
60,000, 120,000, 120,000, big blind ante.
John Hess was eliminated a while back, Cameron.
810th.
You'll give me 5-1, Nick D. It's later than 10:30. I want to bet on the unders. I reckon it'll be about this time tomorrow. I don't want to take the overs. J-Lo would go as far as saying it's the best value tournament in the world. Can't disagree with that. Where else can you buy him for 150 quid and potentially be playing for life-changing money 3 days later? So well run as well. All the floor staff, the dealers, the valets, just everything working so well together. The lads back here making Tower and I look good. We just sit here and speak and have a laugh. So much that goes on behind the scenes that no one sees, that makes us two look good when really there's a lot of back work behind the scenes that all the guys put in.
Chris de Souza on the feeds table, the last of the Royal Oakle. Last of the Royal Oakers. Go Dizzy. That means Frankie's out. Lines 100k.
You got 7. 6 points.
Dane here, going to be opening. We've got 2 of the biggest stacks in the room sat on this table tower. Seat 2 and seat 4 have a battle. Could potentially see a 13 million pot.
Frankie's on YouTube rooting for Chris now. Good to see you this week, Frankie. And I'm sure we'll see you again soon.
No, J-Lo. Alan busted the first session today, unfortunately. We wanted to get him on the feature table. Alan that entertained us Wednesday night. I'm sure a lot of you remember that, one of the funnest sessions of poker we've ever got to cover. He was just on it every single hand with the 7-4, with the Jack-4, with the Queen-8 off, going ballistic. Bagged up 800k, but unfortunately didn't make the first break. I'm not sure if he got in the money. I'm assuming he got in the money, Tower. He must have got in the money. If he didn't get in the money, Alan Dock, the one that was on the table Wednesday night.
Yes, he got in the money.
He did get in the money. We will show you after this hand, Cameron. There it is. This is what we got coming for the rest of the festival. I say rest of the festival. We got one more day, Tower. We're nearly done. We started up here. So tomorrow we have a Turbo Seniors Goliath Cup and APAT and Red Tooth Day 2. So won't be able to enter the two at the top of the list for Sunday because they will be in their Day 2s. No more registration. But Goliath Cup, you've got Day 2 for that. Entry still will be available, I believe, assuming it's the same as GUKPT. Start at Day 2, reg for that. And then Seniors and the Turbo are our two side events tomorrow.
John Espy's on the way back up or across to Bridlington. Finished 810th.
Yeah, Stephen Smith, very well run, Jay. You must give Dina a special shout out and also PK for everything they do. Dina and Matty on that desk all day, registering the players, getting them through as quick as possible.
We never see them all festival.
We don't. That's actually true.
We never see them all festival, and they're just every time there's a queue, and there's never not a queue. They're just there, answering questions, doing things, getting people in, all the time.
Yep, there's an online closer on Monday. 50k guarantee on that one because it's after the Goliath, so make sure you check that out. Usually a 20k guarantee on that, so 30k guarantee boost, as Chris is going to call this off with the Ace Jack and Surrender in really good shape to double hit.
All in call feature.
10 BBs, can't really fault Chris. It's a tough one with the Ace Jack here, +1 versus +2. And Surrender in a nice spot here.
C5 has not been lucky. I think we've had 6 players in C5 since we come back.
Yeah, we've had a couple. I think 1, 2, 3. Rene 4.
Where was Maccapac?
He was next door. Yeah, he was next door. So here we go.
Where was Dane? Oh, Dane's down.
Yeah, well, C5 not going to be lucky again. Tower
No.
going to do well to wiggle his way out of this one. Only runner is Broadway here. Running jacks, not really possible. With a jack in the muck. So there it is, double up for Surrender, up to 2.7 million.
It's down to 7 bigs.
Surrender Sonar, first cash coming in 1987 on the Hendon mob. First registered cash in 1987. I wasn't even born. Did you just say me neither? What, your grandkids weren't born? $4.6 million in live earnings for that man, Tower.
One of the very first episodes of Late Night Poker and Poker Night Live.
We played in the $1,000 No Limit Hold'em Grand Prix of Poker in 1987 in Las Vegas. Yeah, I was a regular on the late night pokers as well. £1,060 locked up for everyone, Dean, at the moment. Can I ask, will the valet service be back next year to service the poker halls, please? The valet service was just in the high roller room this year. They were coming round with beers and drinks and everything on a trolley, weren't they? Or was it just...
Delma was there. They decided that everything in the hall near the bar was free. Coffee, tea, water, pop, Pepsi, lemonade, all your soft drinks are complimentary. That's the way they did it this year, and it worked an absolute treat. If you didn't want to get off your arse and get your own drink, that's the only reason you didn't have a drink.
I couldn't have put it better. I couldn't have put it better myself.
It's a tough job. You can't get 50 valets because that's impossible. And you order a drink from the table. They come back 45 minutes later. Your coffee's cold and they charge you £2. So what they did is they completely changed it round. They had no valets in the halls and made everything free.
Yep, I like it.
So
like it takes like from this hall to walk to that bar there. You
30
could
seconds.
literally 30 seconds. You'd have a drink. You'd probably miss one hand. Go under the gun +2 just in case you miss two. And they did have valets in the high roller halls as well. In the high roller hall, there was valets working effortlessly in there. Tower, you're a lovely person on the comms and on camera, but when you're walking around, you don't even smile.
Who said that?
J-Lo on YouTube.
Oh, bless you. I'm not walking around again.
Get one of those tattoos, so. Well, those tattoos when you gave the hand tattoo.
Oh, yeah. That was good.
Yeah, the turbo's open to anyone. Has it reached its soft cap yet for the turbo tomorrow? Do we know? Nope. So you could still get in for that turbo tomorrow.
Yeah, the seniors is now on alternates as well. That's capped at 200, soft cap at 200. That is now on an alternates list for the seniors.
179th John Hess finished, Cameron. Easy shove here for Natik.
Yeah.
Good to see him take it.
Still in and was holding on the ball. It was all in with 1,005 players left. Nitic. And he's still in with 102 left.
Yeah, but going to lose a chunk of his stack here unless we get lucky. I don't think there must be 2 sevens in the muck tower. That's the only way we can have 5% equity here. If there was 1 7 in the muck, we'd still have around 12%, 12 to 14%. So both sevens not in the deck. So Nitic going to do very well to win from here. Queen 5 deuce.
Yeah, the check mark's already there on Chris, as we can see. So double up for Chris, drops Nitic down to 5 big blinds and 600,000.
Yeah, and getting close to double-digit players left in the field. 102 remain. Simon Johnson, I don't. To be honest with Hold'em, I'm not like the biggest fan of Hold'em, to be fair. I don't really play much other than when I go Vegas. I do comms on it, obviously, but really takes a back seat. Hold'em nowadays, it's probably been 3-4 years. since I've just been playing a lot of PLO, some DC. This is my coaching session, Simon. Just watch and listen and try and give some nuggets away when we can. That can help your game potentially. But I've definitely fallen behind in the Hold'em streets the last 3-4 years. People are just too good nowadays, especially like when you're going to like 5k and above. Like, just them fields are so hard to beat these days. Everyone's studying hard. Everyone's in the solves every day, running sim after sim. It's a tough game to beat when you go up the buy-in level this day and age.
Dave Knowles says seniors now full and on an alternates list pending losing any overnight.
Oh, that's great. Oh, that might be chatbox comment of the week from Dave Knowles. Seniors now full and on alternates pending losing any during the night.
Oh, brilliant.
Govinda, do we know the record number of buy-ins for one player for this event? We do not.
No.
Yeah, we can find out, but you'll get a number, you won't get a name.
Yeah, you'll get a number, definitely not a name.
It's just a game where I think a lot of the poker world is behind in PLO. So much to it that I don't think a lot of people realise, especially when you're playing very deep. And the edge, although the variance is a lot higher because equities are running a lot finer pre, like I think the edge that you actually gain, you get a lot more very bad players playing PLO, whereas in Hold'em it's hard to come across like in the higher stakes people that are actually like really, really bad. Like you might get someone that's like a little bit below average and then you're all just trying to squeeze out EV at the table like all the good players. But in PLO, a lot of the games have a fair amount of players where I think you can make a good bit of dough over the long run. It's just not much out there on 6 card these days, not much online, no courses. I mainly play 6, Rich. Just the 6 card streets for me. Obviously in Vegas this year, it's 4 card Omaha over there. So was in the 4 card streets. There's Redmond here. Oh, this is very nice tower. This is very, very good from Redmond. Unfortunately, well, Natic's only got 360k.
Yeah. They're going in as well.
But a jam I don't expect to see in the Goliath. I expect to see it in some higher binds, but Queen 10 suited here, shoving for 15 over the button open is going to be a print for us, and we can get better hands to fold, and when we are cool, we're going to have decent equity. And this is my favourite. I love the fact that there's no dead cards taken account for here, Tower. Yeah. This is the actual equity. It's slightly less than 40%, but Queen 10 suited versus Pocket 10s has just under 40% equity, which is pretty ridiculous in my opinion when you've just got the 1 overcard. But the power of the suited Broadway's great for reshoving, can get better to fold, and then when we're called, they do very well in terms of equity, running fine pre-flop.
Oh, any royals about?
Doing very well on that flop. Gut shot, flush draw, and still with the overcard to the 10s.
King of hearts for royalty.
Oh, look, there's a brick on the turn. Is it a case of them too many outs? And it is.
10 survive.
Okay, that makes sense. Cheers, Stu Monty. Redmond is a good player. Old Sky Poker Pro, went
Yeah, it
deep
was,
in the
yeah.
WSOP main years ago, very capable of that. But okay, that makes sense.
Remember working the old Sky Poker Tour with TK and Dave.
Yeah, just unaware of him, Stu, but like you recognise it straight away when someone's taking a good spot that not a lot of players take in this tournament. Like, I just expect to see most people call there, which isn't going to be good, as we know. So that makes a lot of sense that Redmond's well versed in the MTT streets. Jay, how old are you, mate? If I remember, I think we might be the same age. 29, you are correct. I am 29, 94 year I was born.
There was a royal flush earlier this week.
Yeah, there was a royal earlier this week. The pot won as big. It was royal over quads, and it was a tiny pot because the guy didn't realise he had a royal on the river. He just thought he had the nut flush, turned his hand over, and the dealer's like, royal flush, and the guy with quads couldn't believe it. Don't look a day over 30. Don't look a day over 21, says Booster. Mr. Tobias and Booster in milliseconds apart in the chat boxes, Twitch and YouTube at the same time. No, what happened, Stacey, was the dealer said to him, I think he was quite an old man, and I don't think he realised, like, he didn't really know what was going on in the situation, like when the dealer was telling him. But the dealer said, look, I understand you weren't trying to angle. I'm not going to call floor and give you a penalty on this occasion, but in future, if you check back or don't raise with the nuts, we're going to have to call floor or something along those lines. That's what I got told. There was a hand from the outer table. It's gone around. People have spoke about it this week. But I think that's fair, just common sense. If you can clearly see that someone's being genuine, not trying to angle. Obviously weren't soft play between the two. No Grosvenor Pros left in Carl. Katie did cash. And the tick with his top pair fires for 220, and Alex just folds the 8 deuce in the big blind there. What a fold from Alex Montgomery back at the table. I think he just recognises that Natik for that size probably going to have a 9 or an 8, and 8 deuce going to be out kicked a lot of the time, well, all the time. I think that's a nice little fold there from Alex. Exploit for sure. In theory, we can never fold a pure exploit there, letting it go. Can't believe I've got a 400 word essay due and I'm watching this instead, says Cheza. Payout at the moment is £1,060 still. Next ladder is when we get into the 90s, I believe. I'll just check to clarify it. Yeah, next ladder going to be when that drops to 99. Well, I think we're actually in it because you can see the screen behind says 97. So everyone now locked up 11:30. Our ticker will sort itself out in a couple of minutes.
Pump it up, don't you know? Royal Oak for the win. I'm going to Royal Oak this year or early next year. I'm going to play poker at Royal Oak. What day do you play poker at Royal Oak in Bracknell? I'm coming with my golf clubs.
Luke, I'm not going to be in London next week for the WSOP. I'm down that way actually. I'm playing golf in the week, but I don't think I'm going to be able to get out of the house for some poker next week. been here for 10 days. Got to play golf early week, and then I think going to be some family time over the weekend, and we'll see. But you never know, circumstances may change. If Greg's in the lineup, I'll get an Uber down. Well, here we go, Tower. This is what we're waiting for. The collision of the big stacks, and both have a legitimate hand here, but all I will say is gun versus +2 here. I doubt that we're ever going to see 4-bet here from Luke. I think we just always have to proceed with a call here. Greg will be in the lineup. We'll go arse on the Uber. I'm in, Luke. I'll message the missus now. I'm in. Get me there. Yes, there's one more feature table change tonight. The Liverpool lads would love to see Mike Broadhurst, who's got a stack, says Stephen Barnes.
Okay.
So back to the action, because Huge Hand Brewing here. We'll jump back to the chat box in a minute. Going wild at the moment. So if we do miss a question, just type it again.
7 mil against 5.8 mil. The two big stacks are at it.
And King High board means that we're not going to see any fireworks here, guys. Probably one street of betting, maybe two. But Dane here with the ladies. Got really nice ladies to have here. Like Luke shouldn't be peeling King Queen off. Like King Queen suited going to be in his range for sure, and we've got the 2 queens that block the King Queen suited, leaving only 1 remaining combo. So we've actually got nice queens to have on this King High board. However, we're not going to love that turn card. Both players hating their lives at the moment on this run out. So there's the check from Luke. And now Dame on this ace turn. Like, we can go really small in terms of range, but I think on actual hand here, like, can definitely check. Don't need to deny equity to anything. No overcards can roll off now. But this is the other avenue, which I don't mind at all. A small bet goes for 350. So nice and small size, less than a quarter.
Bad turn for the board.
Yeah, so Luke does go for the check call here on this ace turn. River's just always check. 10 of hearts on the end here.
Check, straight up. Queens.
Yeah, checking a check. How do you check the full names of all bust outs? So you can't. Well, the app is just initials. We do sporadic bust outs on social media, but not every single one in order. That's 1,000 names. Any update on Joe Saunders? Jay's laid in the bath.
What have I told you about silly questions, chat?
Exactly.
One more silly question, and you're getting barred.
Next payout is £1,060. In fact, we've just gone up £1,130 for the next 10 spots. That's what that is. The most buy-ins this week of Goliath is 13. 1 and 3, 13. It was unlucky for somebody. Morris is going to be playing in Newcastle, so I don't know how much he's going to be watching. But by far, you guys are the best of all the comps teams. Jay and Breakdown are phenomenal. The Town and Jay bounce off each other. Enjoy my time at the festival. Keep up the fantastic work. Thanks, Morris. Thanks for the kind words.
Cheers, Morris.
And we'll see you soon.
Is Sherry Jeffrey still in? Says Bazinga Joe.
Sherry baby.
We can find out. Silly question, Joe. How long till Spurs get relegated? That's not as silly as a question as Joe Saunders still in.
It is. Spurs will never get relegated.
Joe, you don't know this man, Tower. People think that he could get to the top 5% of the field.
Sherry Jeffrey was eliminated, but I'm not sure if she was in the money.
Sam, ladies and the cup. They are in progress. Please go to Bill.
Well, look at these stacks at this table. Like the thing is, what I'd love to see from Dane when Luke folds we just want to shove 100% of our continue range with like all the stacks behind us being 17 bigs, then 11, 12, 8, like all these stacks behind us. We just want to be playing some open shoves, suited ace X, suited king X, some high suited queen X, some suited connectors, all our pocket pairs. I'd love to see it from Dane. Whether we're going to see it or not, I'm not sure. But when Luke folds and he's out the hand, the only stack that can really do damage to ours, open shove is going to be a very nice way to proceed for Dane, putting all the pressure on these shorter stacks behind.
Just round that, Sherry finished 127th for £990.
Dane with a nice one to open, the Jack 10 suited.
So, who's your favourite Vegas qualifier? Must have been Neil. Good evening, Neil.
Good evening, Neil. No Ali Malou this year. Haven't seen him.
No, not seen him.
Might be on holiday.
He might be on his holidays.
Yeah, it's summer, ain't it? Can I get a selfie with you both next year? I keep forgetting to ask, Tower, and I will be more than happy.
You're more than welcome. Just flash your camera and say, "Oi, get a selfie." And we stand there and smile, even though I don't do it in real life.
So Dane has the call, getting this price with the suited Jack 10 for 5 bigs once we have 2 invested. And Gabriel in front at the moment, but not after we see the Jack high flop.
Ouch.
So going to need to find a 6-outer on turn or river.
Ouch.
Some straight runners, king or queen requisite at the moment.
3 more hands.
The club's not changing a thing, down to 6 outs for tournament life here. Gabriel.
Who's playing bowling for soap in the back? And it's not, it's an 8. Pairs. We lose one. Gabriel C1 eliminated. Gone. They're playing bowling for soap in the background. How good is that? Punk Pop playlist. I've got mine on Spotify. I love it. Stick it in the car, stick the arm out the window, sunglasses on. High school never ends. Whoa-oh, whoa-oh, oh. No, that one. The cup has finished for the night. 6 day, 2 buy-ins already. I love it. I love it.
Yeah, Zach and Escu still in intense. We might even be able to show you the hand. It was on there. Well,
which one?
There was a. It weren't the last pan, so I can't click the button. But Zach was against. Who was he against? Renee and Chris Johnson. That was it, wasn't it? He had the king, queen of spades versus aces and jacks. It come king high, 2 spades, and just deaded the aces and jacks with a spade on the turn. So he had a decent stack. I think last time we checked, got a treble up, which always helps.
Is Wadey still in?
No, Wadey busted pretty early. He had ace-jack versus 5s on ace-jack 5.
Ouch.
Top 2 versus bottom set. Yeah, busted pretty early today. I was speaking to him, just got collared. Not much we can do. Alex here in the cut-off with the a7. Interesting for Alex, because he's going to feel like he's one of the best players left in this field, and he may even choose to just open this tower, just although it's probably not going to be a thing in this field, maybe thinking trying to lower the variance, trying to get post more where we can realise our edge better. Because a7 there for 10 big blinds, usually we'd be shoving that in the cut-off. Like, definitely shove that if this was a GUKBT main event, I can assure you of that. Cut-off, 10 big blinds, a7 off. But I think he's just aware of how good this field is, and when he puts his chips in, really wants to be in a good spot equity-wise to try and get the double. So it's gone all in a call here. Ben Shovin, who was one of our day 1 chip leaders with the Queen 5, and he's at risk here versus the day 2 chip leader at the moment.
Then with the ace 4. Ben with the queen 5. Back doors available for the queen 5.
Yeah, front door pair available as well. Can still just find a queen or a 5 here. Well, that takes away the back doors, so down to just the 6 outs. Queen or 5 needed. Three of clubs. So Dane near 10 million. Is he going to be the first player in the field over 10 million chips? Up to 9.7. Chris De Silva's still in. We said Wadey's not still in.
Yeah, Wadey's out. So Chris De Silva on one of our last pans in the card room.
Holly, not very well. Poker-wise, didn't do the best. Lost on the trip. Had a very good time though. Saw a lot of faces out there. A lot of Brits. Had a couple of decent nights out at the end. Had one big sweat as well. Had the biggest spot of my MTT life so far. Yeah. So unfortunately ran
unlucky.
Day 3. Yeah. Got it in aces v kings for second in chips with 30 odd left and 1.3 million in top. 1.3 million up top. Unfortunately, did not win. Left me short. Lost with aces again. Left me even shorter. Then busted with aces and was out in 34 for just under 35k. Unfortunately, but we'll be back next year. We're going to get them sooner or later.
Absolutely. Amu Chunky says, was that Guinness nice last night, Tower? It was nice to see you. Your eyes must be bad. It could only have been coffee or water. Nice to see you, sir, as always. And yes, it was. Feed up, back home, belter of a fortnight. Thanks for the company and the opportunity to do some comms. Been a pleasure. Good luck to the horses remaining. See you in the chat box over the coming days. And then in London, that's from Sam Orledge. Cheers, Sam. Thanks for jumping in. You're a star.
And Alex 10-9 suited. Gonna choose to go with this one instead. And Chris with an ace in the big blind. But it's for all of our stack if we want to call it off.
All in call
and
feature.
It does announce call. And Alex gonna like what he sees here. This is basically a flip here. 10-9 suited versus the ace-7 off.
Queen, Jack, 7, 2 hearts, the 9, 10 flops, as good as you can.
Literally, Tower. Kings, 10s, 9s, 8s, hearts working with 2 cards to come. And there is a heart, but ace of hearts in play for the ace-7 here. So Alex gets there on the turn, but still needing to fade a heart on the river. And 5 of spades. So Alex Montgomery up to 2.8 million. And table's probably not going to like to see that. Always keep the faith, Holly. That's why I'm still in this game. Believe one day we'll get that score. Just weren't this year. Very volatile Vegas. Everyone knows that when they go out there. We'll be back.
So we're now in double figures, 88 left.
Training downwards.
Huh? We got all my money anyway. I know. I need another one.
So they're nearly 10 mil. I'm not too sure on the ladies still in the event. We'll try and get some kind of near full chip count when we go to the final break, but it is still going to be tough.
What's the rule with phones?
Same as in the tournament, pretty much. Just don't use them while you're in a hand. And you're not allowed to watch the screen on this table.
What's the delay?
Half an hour.
Is there any microphones? Apart from the one in your head?
Ricky Woods off to Vegas next month just to play poker. What casinos would you recommend for some sub $200 buy-ins? Very few. I don't know about outside of the World Series, but there were hardly any sub $200. There's a $200 in Resort World on a daily basis. There was a $200 in the Orleans. Every morning there was a $100 in Caesar's Palace, but that was at 10 a.m. That was about it. $250 comps in the dailies in the Horseshoe. The best, I don't really know out of the World Series how good the poker actually is. Obviously it runs 24/7, 365 days of the year, but outside of the World Series, I'm not too sure. Other people will probably give you the more insight than me outside of the World Series itself. But the Resort World and the Orleans have $200 comps on a regular basis. South Point's supposed to be alright, but it's about 6 miles away. There we go. Karen says Aria Daily and Resorts should go back to 140s outside of the World Series. Yeah, diddly do. The Caesar does, but most of them on the afternoons were capped at 4 tables. I tried. Yeah, if you've got a hire car, try South Point. And obviously the best app for Vegas is the Poker Atlas app. It's called Poker Atlas and it's amazing. It tells you everything. How many will they play down to tonight? They'll play this level, we'll have a break and then one more. So we'll finish round about 12:45 to 1 o'clock. Planet Hollywood don't do poker anymore. Planet Hollywood quit poker in January. They don't do it. Latest finish for Goliath ever, you think tomorrow, says Richard. Overtime. That's not a word we use. Yeah, I'm not too sure. I'm pretty sure that Planet Hollywood would probably have stopped poker knowing that the World Series was going to be on the strip at Bally's and the Horseshoe, and the Paris, because they're all owned by the same company. So would they have had poker in the Horseshoe, Paris and Planet Hollywood? Would it have made sense? I'm not sure. Because you do have to think it was a bad business if you knew it was going onto the strip, because the Planet Hollywood would have been unbelievable. Because they had some mega series. I remember old Andy Booth, one of our boss. He final tabled their Planet Hollywood event while I was there one year.
Close. We're close.
Chris says 45-ish players left tonight. Well, if that's the case, it will be a long one, Tom. Yeah, I like the Orleans. I must admit, I do like the Orleans. Nice gaff. And it's always seemed a couple of places in Orleans that got better food as well. Oh, has Ellie bust? No way. Ellie had 4 mil. Redmond Lee is all in, the old Sky Poker sponsored player. How's Jeff Crow doing? It was about 2.6 million last time we saw. We'll try and get an updated chip count on quite a few players at the last break. Haha, the Strombolis at the Orleans are the nuts. The Strombolis they're amazing. And Jay didn't even know what they were until he went to Vegas last year for the first time. So we're down to 84. When you're sponsored, how much do they get? It all depends on the deal. It all depends on the deal. Usually most of it, if not all of it. When am I going to Vegas? Not till next year again. Tomorrow there will be a price ticker going across the bottom. We will bring you exactly how much it is up top. We know it's £220,000 up top. The next payout will be 1,190. We're down to 84. When we get to the final table, you will have locked up £15,880. The biggest Goliath in history.
attention dealers and players in the impact after the
So it's Jack Fanatique, who was all in on the bubble hours and hours ago, and he survived. He needs to hit a jack to survive now. Oh, we've lost another.
We'll be racing off the 500s at the correct dealers. To do this, we need all players.
And he doesn't. What a great run from Nightic. Nightic just busting in 84th after being all in on the bubble when we were running round like the Grim Reaper.
Cup of tea. Cup of teas here. I was a bit of a while. I just increased my selfie count by 66% on the walk back to the comms booth.
Whoa!
Yeah. I've gone from 3 to 5.
Get in.
Yeah. I got 2 on the walk back from the tea run.
Get in. Boom.
I'm only 72 behind Tower now, and there's 1 day left.
You never know.
So, second from last level of the day. We will play this 40 minutes. Or is that 30 minutes on the clock? We will play the 30 minutes, I should say. We will be on a final break, which I'm guessing is going to be shortened as the field is a lot smaller now than what it was a few hours back. So I'm guessing 20-minute break and then back for the final 40 minutes. On your travels, did you notice how many women were left? Asked Curve. There's a few. I was actually looking around the tables. I definitely saw 3. And that weren't even like looking. It was just walking, see if I saw any faces. There's definitely 3 left in, at least. So minimum 3 out of the 79 that remain. Final day starts at 11 AM tomorrow, so we'll be streaming from 11:30. And there will be a sportsbook run-in, usually opens between 7 and 8 AM on Grosvenor Sport, so you can back the players that are left in the field.
Luke with the hooks.
Yeah, it could go either way here. This deep. I think Ray's going to be fine. I think Complete's going to be fine. Looking to complete Ray's. And John here, King Queen suited, blind on blind, starting the hand with 27. I think this can fall into the jam remit here, blind on blind for 27, facing a 3x open. They're just going to call. Like the suited hands are better ones to go post with, better playability. We're always going to have position on the small blind. 1.1 million in the middle already. A complete whiff there for John with the King Queen high. And it's going to be awkward face with a c-bet, assuming Luke's going to c-bet range as the open up. King Queen high, blind on blind against someone who can definitely be aggressive. Could definitely be the best hand, but John is just going to make the lay down, and he's correct. He's up against the jacks. Cheers, James Powell. Thanks, Jay. Keep up the good work. You and Tower doing the live streaming. Love the live streaming. Read it wrong. Curve reckons Luke's going to win on a mad heater.
Cheers, James. Thank you very much. Who's your pick for the win tomorrow so I know who to avoid, says Nick. That's obviously aimed at me. we'll obviously have full chip counts at the end of the night.
I've just come up with a great idea.
All right, go on.
Well, say if we've got 32 left.
Yeah.
If we come back with 32.
Yeah.
Why don't you pick 31 out? And then the rest of us will get on the other. Surinder with the Queen Jack here from +1. Like to see a fold here from Surinder Tower. Off of 15 bigs. He's going to go for the open here. Just a lot of players to get through. Stack valuable right now. Well, he's going to go for the limp. Taking it back old school. And Alex with the deuces here and the hijack off of 15 himself. Does have Surinder covered slightly. Just going to fold the deuces. And away with the ace-9 in the cutoff here.
Just going down on the action tracker, let him catch up. Hello, just out of the way. Luke looks round. Surinder's got 2.2 mil. This is no thank you.
Right, now this is a spot where Dane, if he finds the rip tower, I'll be very impressed. Whether he does or not, yes, love it, sir. Like, recognises here, although with John, we are 25 bigs effective, John is just not going to have any completes in the small that can call a shove. Like, there's no hand in his range that he's going to complete in the small blind after an early position limp and then be able to call a 25 big blind shove. And recognising that Surinder probably going to be weak. Once he limps in from early positions, so just sends it in with the sixes. Really love that from Dane. Really good there. Like, pretty standard, but in this tournament, when we see a line which is like a shove spot for X amount of BBs, it's going to be profitable for us, and the players are taking it this deep. Really good to see. Nice play from Dane there. Jay, get a sweepstake going tomorrow, £50 in, winner takes all. You think Tower's going to put £50 in for a sweepstake? Do you know this, man?
You think who's collecting the money? Who's going to collect the money? What are you going to do? Send it through the post?
Yeah, 10 million chips for Dane. First over the 10 million mark on the feature. I believe there are some tables out there in the field that have players over the 10 million chip mark as well. Strange is not in, Paul Frost is not in. I don't know if you know Alex Todd also plays at Harlow. He is still in. He's got 11 million chips, if you know Toddy. But other than that, all the Harlow crew are out. Don't even ask how Joe Saunders got on, please. There's Alex. Just gets that one through with the pocket tens.
Any Grosvenor the Pro still in? No.
Yeah, understand that, Rick Hodgson, but what seems standard to me and you may not be standard to these guys at the table, and that's why I think credit where it's due. What may seem like an easy shove from someone that's played a lot of poker and done a lot of work in the MTT streets. For these guys playing a 150 comp, it's nice when we see them come in with the right play. Alex doubled up 10-9 suited versus ace-7 off, ended up turning the flush but did need to miss the ace of hearts redraw.
Right.
Pocket tens for Dane. Got the chips and got the hand on the button. And just going to be open shoving tower, I hope, here into these stack sizes. There we go.
Done it again.
He's playing well, to be fair. I think you can tell Dane actually plays a bit of poke up, understands that with these stacks behind, we just want to be playing open shove. We don't want to have any raise, not all in. And just going to pick that one up. Nice there from Dane. But he does it with 10s. I'd be interested to see if he finds it with like the 7-8 suited, or if he finds it with the Queen 7 suited or the King 3 suited. I'd be really intrigued if he still finds it with these type of hands. How are we doing? Jim Marlowe. Evening, lads. Just got back after a 14-hour cash session. Did not go well.
Good to see you this week, Jim.
I haven't spoke to Jim either since what you wrote on. So I haven't got it, but you wrote on Facebook. PK showed me the message about one of our floor staff, Simon. I was wetting myself. It was gold, absolute gold. I thought it was hilarious when PK was showing me what you wrote. Genius. Poor Simon. King 10 for Wayne. How are we doing, Thomas? There was no better tournament. Where else can you pay £150 in a poker tournament and take down 220k? We are playing this level, 20-minute break, and then one more level. So we've probably got hour 20, hour and a half, probably finishing up around 1 AM.
Very swift turnaround for tomorrow. Start in the room at 11. So exactly half an hour to the break. Exactly 20 minutes to the break. And then a 20-minute break. We're finishing at 1 AM. Very swift turnaround. Back in again at 10:30. Starting at 11. Live stream at 11:30. Trying to crown a champion.
Could you imagine if we had to play 16 levels like was originally planned today, Tal?
Yeah.
I think
they'd have been getting somebody else in tomorrow.
I think 14 levels is a good idea. I think we're still going to come back with around 4 tables tomorrow, 4 or 5 tables.
Yeah.
I thought it would go a lot quicker. No play stops if we get down to 32, Jonathan.
Yeah, 32. 32.
7-8 suited here for John. Makes it 3-3-5, and Alex Jack 9 of clubs won't be folding this one, Tower. Alex should be defending off of 15. Does flop top pair, middle pair, sorry, and backdoor flush draw. And John's probably happy to see bet small here. 8 high, bottom of our range. We have dummy and gutter, backdoor hearts. Pretty slam dunk C bet for me. Don't need to go large, small sizing versus big blind. Does go small. Opts for quarter pot, close to on the nose. And Alex, easy check call here, getting 5-1 on our money. Still thinking about this, Alex. Alex! He's going to let it go. Oh, wow, he's not. I don't know what he's going to do today. He's going to let it go, so just goes for the fold with second pair. I understand what he's thinking. Maybe player's range a lot more favourable for him on that board. However, what I do find in this comp tower, population, big percentage of the field do tend to play honest post flop. Like they'll have their 1 C bet on their ace high board, but then when they don't have much, they'll just check, give up. So I'm probably calling once there as Alex, getting 5-1. fold into double barrels on turn, but if the turn goes check check, we can just go for like a small block on the river, times that it bricks out. But I think what it is with Alex, he's playing really tight because he realises if he can find a hand, spot to double, and he can get some chips in this comp, could potentially have a field day. But saying that, this seems like one of the tougher tables that you're going to get in the 150 tower. Luke's playing well, Dane's playing very well. Obviously got Alex on the table as well. The man in seat 3 just come over, seems like he's got a bit of game about him, John. The legend that is Surinder Sanar, still there as well. And as we said, Redmond in seat 7. Apparently was very good on Sky Poker and very good poker player, so I'd say this could actually be one of the toughest tables in the room for this particular tournament.
Top right hand corner, 73 players left, and of 11,493.
Even if Jordan Andrew, even if I saw that John had aces there, I'd still be saying Alex has the call in my opinion, even if I saw that John had aces. Just 5-1, backdoor straight draw, backdoor flush draw, middle pair. I know it's a board where very favourable for our opponent. They're going to have all the sets, the nut straight, but they're also going to have a lot of hands that they're just betting range with. And like I say, we can definitely fold to the double barrel on turn, but I think a lot of players are playing honestly. Yeah, I think we start folding like the 10-3 suited, the 10-2 suited, all like the bottom pair, no backdoors, 10-8 off, this type of stuff. I think middle pair way too strong. And like I said, if that was I think the same scenario, if it was a 1K, Alex would call, but I think he's a bit aware if he can run up a stack in this one, potential to run it over. So maybe playing a bit more on the tighter side, not taking the closer spots. Yeah, there's no questions asked. It's 100% a call. If you ran it, it would just be 100% call. But like I say, Alex may be veering away from theory because he's got other ideas about how he wants to make his chips. As Balan opens to 380 with the Queen 10.
What does Luke do? 300 to call.
I'm not sure of the stack behind, but Luke could definitely play jam here. If there's like 25 bigs or less behind, I'm not sure how much John's got, but if John's got less than 4 million here, I'm just going to be sending this as Luke here, tower. With the ace jack off, we do very well versus a 10 big blind range. I'm surprised Balan's actually opened off a 10 bigs here with Queen 10 off under the I've just bypassed that. The fact he's opened Queen 10 off from +1.
Yep, says all of it.
Yeah, Luke's playing well.
Yeah.
Dane's playing well.
Yep, there we've got 2 big stacks as well. Would not be a surprise if these two make the last 2 tables.
I was watching earlier today and Tower was on. I come back way later, Tower was on. Last night he's up dancing on stage. Question is, how many Red Bulls is the lad drinking?
None. Not any. Hate this stuff. Water and tea. And a couple of Guinness at the end of the night.
Yeah, this is day 8 or 9 of streaming for us. We've done 8 days on the bounce.
We have.
Probably, I'd say, Tower, we're over 100 hours now.
Oh,
for sure.
Absolutely.
Well over 100 hours. of streaming over the last 8 days, and we've got the big day tomorrow coming up. We're nearly there, home stretch.
We have indeed.
Yeah, I know, it's a good Friday.
Couple of Guinness, end of the night, straight to bed. Missed breakfast because you need that extra half an hour.
Yeah.
And then back onto it.
I ain't had breakfast once all week at the hotel.
Cheers, Dobbo. Thanks for the kind words. We absolutely love doing it. And this week, with the amount of runners, the amount of uniques, the people you see, there's people wanting to come to Coventry for their 10 days of a fantastic festival, and they love it. It's amazing.
Yeah, Ace do suited for Balan here. Suited wheel ace from under the gun off of just sub 8. Perfectly fine here from him. Yeah, the Queen 10 off is a pretty wild race from Balan before, but he's finding the right move here. Jack Cardhassel said he's been watching for 20 hours at least this week. That's a lot of footage seen.
Yeah, it is. A lot of live stream watching there.
Poker Dobbo's coming next year for sure.
And Dobbo is on his way next year.
Going to be getting them 5k offs as well, Tower, so I think we're going to be seeing the 500k chips come into play after the break.
Wow. Okay.
See the pretty colours. The 5k is going to be coming off. There's going to be a chip race.
Wooly Backwell was meant to be playing this week. The baby was due next week, but it came early. It came on Wednesday. Congratulations.
There was a flight Thursday and Friday, Willie back.
That's fair enough. There was. There was.
Congratulations, mate.
Yeah.
I hope the little one's all good.
Hopefully a full chip count at the end of the night from the team, as always.
So same again here for Dane. Let's see if he can find it with a hand like this, Tower. I'd like to see the same again from him. Yeah, he knows the job at hand here with his stack.
Yeah.
Approaching the back end of the day. Player's not going to be calling off the right range. We can just put maximum pressure on these two sub 10 big blind stacks in the blinds. Gets another one through.
Is that the legend surrender? Yes, it is. Just had a whole big bag of quavers. See, they're not a big bag, to be fair. They're just a normal bag to what we used to have in the 70s and 80s. But yeah, quavers are cracking.
Ben Buckley, Jay, the Hilton is a bit pricey. What's the second/third nut hotel-wise? Anything reasonable and walkable that you know of? Not really walkable, but there's a Nova Hotel a couple of miles down the road, just off the junction, the M6 junction, that a lot of people stay at. So
you can actually walk through car park B to the Nova Hotel, but it's a bit. It's not dodgy, but it's just a bit weird how you walk in the dark.
Yeah.
I like Mackey's crisps. The Mackey's salt and vinegar make you go, like that. But if I was eating anything, it'd have to be a prawn cocktail. Pringles.
Yeah, Holiday Inn is another shout. That's a good one.
Yeah.
A lot of people stay there, 5-minute drive away.
Well, we all know the dates. The Village was also being recommended by lots. How far away is that, Karen?
Hi guys.
I don't know what my favourite crisps are. I like Sunbites. Sunbites are nice. Sunbites.
Never heard of them. Never heard of them, and I'm 43 years old.
You've never heard of sunbites?
No, never. They don't sound like crisps to me.
They're like rectangular, they're like nice frazzles, but they don't taste the bacon. I like the sweet chili ones.
Sorry to mind you.
No, you're not got me there.
Yeah, there you go. J-Lo knows. Sweet chili. Knows it. There you go.
Never heard of them.
It's the 29-year-old. It must be a 29-year-old thing. We'll put the dates up for next year. We'll do it now quick while they're dealing the hand. There we go. 25th of July to the 4th of August. No, still a chance, Aidan Sykes. About half hour ago, I saw 3 in the field. Still, I'm not sure about now, but there was definitely 3 ladies at least left in the field half hour ago. So still a chance. Someone to surpass Katie Swift's second place finish in 2015. As Balan here, 4-5 suited, shoving it in. Not going to be working. Don't mind the shove, but Surinder is going to be ISO in here with the King Queen suited.
Evening, James. I stuck the dates up for you. Hope you get it in your diary. You two do an amazing job. Thank you very much. Evening, Johnny Scott. Jumbo prawn cocktail Watsits. The best. Never tried them. Don't like Watsits.
Robbie Hawkins, Nova Hotel, easy walk, 17 minutes, 68 years old, walked in and back 3 days.
Just going to a 3-handed all-in.
Oh wow, Redmond woke up with aces in the big. I'm reading the chat box.
Surinder's already within the small blind. He got his in with the King Queen of Spades.
As he should.
As you do. And Balan on the button. Who started the carnage. How do these 3 hands work out on the aces in the big? Surinder's got a decent hand in the small. And Balan started it as he should on the button. Here we go. Jack, Queen, Jack.
Yeah, well, it does pick up a 2 out to now. The King Queen, the 4-5's basically dead tower. We're going to need running trips. Only way out of this.
Yep.
Well, well.
There's one of them.
So everyone's live. 2 outs for both. 2 outs for the King Queen. 2 outs for the 4-5. 4-5 needing the 4. King Queen needing the Queen. River card is a deuce. So we are going to lose Balan. Surinder is going to win a side pot from Balan and be around $1 million. Only doing 400k. And Redmond gets a much needed treble up to 2.8 million. What a spot for him.
I think you still got chips, mate.
Checking. Balan has gone. Well done. And all of a sudden we're down to 67. All of a sudden we're down to 67.
Around 5 minutes to go, Tower. I make it before we head out on that 20-minute break. 20-minute break, chip up, and then back with the final level of day 2. I said probably be around 40. Yeah, around 1 o'clock, but
absolutely
around 40 players. We'll see how things pan out.
What's the next cash? We'll have a look.
Right in the span. Says good to see Alex still going.
Yep. Next cash, £1,320. The next 4 spots.
Oh, take him out, didn't I?
So,
Yo.
check winner.
Yep.
Mohammed Khan.
Mo Khan.
19.1 mil.
19.
Second guy called Alex Todd.
Alex Toddy.
Alex Todd.
Part of the Harlow Massive.
How many's he got?
15.2.
15.2.
Boom.
Felix Ovey.
Felix.
Just Still got 10.075.
Yeah, we've got more than that on the feature.
Sorry?
We've got more than that on the feature.
Aye.
Dane's third in chips then.
Yep.
Cheers, Dave.
Nice one, Dave.
The seat 5 curse continues.
Was that Jimmy's got 10.5? Jimmy?
It's been a long day. Cheers. Oh, you're fine.
Ace Queen shoving blind on blind here for Redmond, and Alex King 6 off here. Don't think calling this for 13.
No.
We know that Redmond has to shove very wide here, but the way Alex has been playing, I doubt he's going to take this one tower. He's been more on the tighter side, waiting for a clean spot to try and. No, he's going to let it go. A minute left on the clock. Play one more hand. Harlow massive. You don't need a Harlow rail for day 3. We might do.
Yeah.
Imagine that. All come rail day 3. Toddy scoops it straight up Harlow for the £60 comp on the Monday. Night out drinking. Off we go.
One's in please, 8163 for the last one.
So last time before the break.
Yeah, chip denominations. The orange are 25k, the black and blue are 100k, and the white and red are 250k. However, when we come back from break, there won't be any 5ks on the table, and we might see the new 500k chip on the table.
£1,320 is the min cash right now. Yeah, the dark blue and black one is.
So this is going to be the last hand of the session. Just a 20-minute break, guys. They're going to be back at 10 past.
Yep.
10 past midnight, with the final 40 minutes taking us up to around 1 a.m. And this will be a send here for Alex with King 5 suited, blind on blind, suited King, 11 bigs. In it goes, sir.
Get them in, says Alex.
And getting called by Owain, 10-9 off.
Owain gets himself giddy with a 10-9. Fed up with you, he says. 10-9.
He's just sat down. Alex has not jammed his big blind once. How can he be fed up with him?
Fed up with him. Seen him before. Played with him in Manchester.
Oh. Well, I hope there's justice here, because this is would be a brutal way to bust. Hand that don't expect to call, and it's 9.
Tens.
Oh, it's 10s.
And not 10-9s. Good job it's not 10-9.
Yeah. At least we've...
That's why it's called with 10s.
We've got 3 outs as Alex.
Yeah, we'll get that sorted with the action tracker.
Sorry, Owain.
Sorry, Owain. It was a great call. Great call.
Easy call, but
absolutely
not 10-9. That makes a lot more sense. And to the river, Alex says GG. We are going to clarify the stack sizes, but I think Owain has him out chipped slightly. And then we are on a 20-minute break, guys. So we are going to be back at 10 past midnight with the final 40 minutes of the day. We will see you in 20.
See you in 20. We've been surviving, we've been doing all right, and it's great that you come to join us for an hour with the tower.
Yeah.
We're going to try and run through a little bit of what's happened to Steve Warburton, probably over the last 10 or 12 years, because that's how long it's been. It's got a little bit further. When did you first start playing, and how did you learn? And when did you decide that this, do you know what, playing poker for a living, this could be a very good career?
Making me feel old, that. Every time I play poker now, everyone still sort of sees me as like the kind of young kid.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's quite a few years, isn't it? I first started playing when I was like 16, 17 years old.
Yeah.
And I was a sort of typical kid. I had no idea what I kind of wanted to do for a living, except for the fact that I didn't want to work for anyone. So, you know, when you were growing up, you're always asked, what do you want to do? What do you want? Never had an answer. Except for, I don't know why, I just always said I never really wanted to work for someone. So when I started university, I kind of had this plan, which was to not really go to university and just basically use the student loan and basically start playing poker from there.
Yeah.
Which which didn't really kind of go down too well. I remember my dad specifically wasn't very happy that I was quitting university, and I've got quite a few aunties that are all teachers. And so I kind of had this plan of just get this, kind of £3,000 student loan.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden the rest of my life will just be sorted, which has kind of happened. So yeah, I basically went to university. I went to the first lecture that was on a Thursday morning at 9 a.m. And I remember turning up thinking, I'm just not going to come back. But I kind of had to tell it a few porkies the rest of the year, pretending I was going, I was committed.
Yeah.
All I was doing was just playing 1-2 cash games in the Manchester G in the age of about 18 years old.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much how I got started. I kind of played some £5 sitting goes with friends when I was younger.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it was just, and it was relentless back then. It was like 5 or 6 games every night, waiting lists.
Yeah.
Constant action, just everyone was coming through the door. What's this game? Do you know what I mean? No one could really play. Every pot was maybe 4 or 5 way. None of this kind of check calling, taking ages. It was so exciting when you first started playing it, especially for me anyway. And I just loved it. I was playing till 6 a.m. every night. Moved to Manchester. It was so exciting. It was this game that you didn't need to be that good at. You just kind of need to be better than your average Joe sort of thing.
Mm.
And it was fantastic. So
the early days were all cash.
All cash. What are you drinking, by the way, Tower?
Water. Believe it or not. Consummate English.
I thought I could rely on you, man. Come on. Right.
Come on, son. Your first
drink, just so you know, I've got some Pims.
Yes, very nice, very posh.
Saturday afternoon, and I've also got a nice Peroni as well. Just so you know. Anyway, carry on. Sorry.
Multi-drinking as well. So you've played cash, but then you go on to your first ever Hendon mob. Can you remember what it was?
Oh, first ever Hendon mob. Well, basically,
I'll tell you it was a win.
Oh, I know what it was. So I was playing cash games every night. I thought tournaments were stupid. I thought tournaments were the most ridiculous thing ever, and it was too fast, and I wanted some, to kind of play deep and all this stuff.
Yeah.
Nothing much has kind of changed over the years, but I played, I think it was Walsall, right? £100 side event.
That's exactly what it was.
I played £100 side event, and it finished at about 5:45.
Yeah.
They told us that if it got to 6 o'clock, then they were just going to say whoever had the most chips won.
That's when they closed at 6 a.m. That's correct.
Yeah, and I basically folded something like 15 hands heads up. So I'd fold. It was on him. He'd raise. I'd fold. And then they told us this, and I moved all in with Jack 5 offsuit. I got called by Jacks. Won the hand, and then won the next 2 hands, and basically won it. Obviously, looking back now, I had no idea what I was doing heads up. I was folding all these hands heads up and whatever, but yeah, that was my first one, I think.
Yeah, and then your first 7 cashes ended up being on GUKPT side events and APAT side events. So I'm not being funny, but I'm not being funny. You played cash, but every time you seem to play GUKPT or an APAT, you seem to cash in the sides.
Yeah, I think that was more to do with the cash games weren't as kind of good as they were. I was fairly lazy about I'm like I was studying back then, and now people study just an insane amount of things, and so you kind of go with the flow of okay, what's next on is GKBT Bolton or Walsall or London, and so you're almost kind of forced into it. I didn't have lots of money back then, but when you've got maybe 10 grand to your name and there's a £500 tournament on, you kind of go with the flow. And it's all about people as well, Towers. When you play live, you just meet people every day. You're playing cash games maybe 8 to 12 hours a day. You meet people all the time, and people talk, and where are you going next week? Oh, there's this thing on, and so it was very strange how I kind of got into tournaments. It was more kind of that was what everyone was doing, and you know what I I mean? So that's kind of where it kind of
Well,
started.
It's a good job you went into side events, because in May 2011, you do realize that's nearly 10 years ago. May 2011, your first 5 figures cash for 11,000 at the Salford Megastack.
Raf White was running that.
Yeah.
And he said, I remember him saying something like, and this is one of my first tournaments, if you don't play, you're in trouble. And I was saying, oh, Raf, I don't really play tournaments. And, you know, and he was saying, you basically got to come down and stuff. And I remember we had 2 tables left. And Alex Martin was like the kind of big player back then.
Yeah.
And I think I knocked him out. And then from there, I won the tournament. And then probably after that, I was thinking, oh, tournaments are actually all right, aren't they? Completely being results orientated to the whole thing.
Yeah.
Pretty much after that one was when I kind of started playing them more regularly.
Yeah. Did that first 5 figure cash go straight into the bankroll, or was it just like party time?
Pretty sure that doubled the bankroll.
Yeah. Well, that's you got to start. You have to start somewhere.
Honestly, Tal, for probably the first 4 or 5 years I played poker, I had between 1,000 and £9,000 or £10,000, and never ever got beyond that.
Yeah.
I was just playing low stakes. You know, you kind of win a few quid here and lose a few quid there. So to win 11,000 back then was like, wow. I mean, let's basically play these tournaments because you can win huge money. So I think I had about 4 or 5 grand to my name, and obviously won that one in Salford.
Yeah, and
I'm coming out with 11 grand in Salford, by the way. But
well, it wasn't a bad year 2011, because the GKPT 500s, you got 8.8 and 7.7. So now you must have been thinking. These tournaments now, all right, cash is good, cash is nice to sit with the mates, but tournaments, I'm pretty good at these.
No, I really used to struggle with confidence, like a lot. I'm not saying I'm super confident now, but I was always very aware of what was happening, and I saw these guys win, and rather than looking at results, I was more looking at the hands they played, and I was thinking, well, if that guy had lost that hand with 15 left, he would have won that tournament. You know, it'd be something like ace queen against ace king, and he basically hit a queen or something. So I feel like I've always been quite level-headed when I kind of win or lose, and so I never really got carried away with what was happening. And I would say that I definitely put more effort in, and I maybe respected them more as a thing. So like the next few years, I was obviously more kind of focused and taking it more seriously. Definitely,
Well, it's been an interesting start. We'll be back with Mr. Steve Warburton very soon in the next episode of An Hour with the Tower.
Looking forward to it.
So back with An Hour with the Tower with the fabulous. Can I just lean forward and show everybody that lockdown's not been favourable for most?
Mate, this is 4 months. 4 months of no haircut. So we went to where did we go? We went to Hampshire. It was me, Little Dave, Jake Fish.
Yeah.
This was about 3 weeks before lockdown started, because everyone in all the different countries was saying, look, this is basically going to come to you. So we basically went to lockdown, and I just thought, Jesus, for the next 3 months, no one's going to cut my hair. It's just going to be an absolute disaster. And it is an absolute disaster, but I've made no effort to make it better. Just so you know, this is literally just as it comes out. This is nothing.
It looks good. Back to the Steve Warburton story. 2011, your first Vegas cash. I'm guessing right now you still need ID to get anywhere in Vegas, because you're such a young-looking chap, and I mean that. And that's
time.
You will need a passport forever. 2011, your first ever Vegas cash. How was that?
Well, I mean, this was back in the day where if I basically walked around the Rio not playing a tournament, and was just, kind of looking for a friend or something, I used to have security guards march round all the way around and come up to me and just ask me for ID. And every time I'd say, I'm not gambling, and they'd just say, I don't, because they're really strict. Massive clubs over there.
Yeah.
And the amount of times that happened to, I never set foot after that. Probably happened like 4 or 5 times. I would never go into a tournament room unless I was actually playing, because I just used to get ID'd all the time. But 2011 Cash, that was probably 3 years before I actually played what I'd consider proper tournaments in Vegas.
Yeah.
I basically went to Vegas for 3 years, 11, 12, 13, and just played cash games. And I was very hypocritical in terms of everyone I spoke to. I'd say, why are you playing tournaments? Stupid. You should play cash and all this stuff. And then in 2014, I think I played the main event, and that's when I kind of really got hooked as well. So yeah, I think that 2011 one was just a random rogue cash, which is probably why no cashes from that until 2014.
Now we're not going to start with the rubber downs at all in the slightest, but it is part of history.
Go on.
Your biggest ever shot at the time was a 5K buying the EPT London.
Oh, disaster!
Unfortunately,
disaster.
Unfortunately, the crowd would have been cheering, roaring, and shouting and whooping because everybody's made the money. Because Steve Warburton became that unfortunate bubble boy.
I've never ever been backed. I'm really proud that I've never kind of borrowed money. I've never been backed. But that was the first tournament that I sold action. I sold 50%, and it was I think it was my first 5K. And so, I mean, I'm really competitive anyway. But to let someone else down, that's just, I hate that. And so, I think when we were about 15 off the money, I basically made the mistake of messaging everyone that had backed me and said, I'm 15 off the money, I'm all right in chips. And then I kind of dwindled down, and on the bubble I had, you always remember the hands you lose, don't you?
Of course, yeah.
Basically diamonds, all in against aces on the bubble. And we basically got all in. I'm thinking, oh my God, I was got aces.
Yeah.
And like the first 2 cards were diamonds as well. So I was like, well, I've basically got 4 cards. Because also this was back in the day when it was like 1 card, not just 3 cards straight out.
Yeah.
So I basically bubbled, and I was in the very far end table of the room.
Oh, marvellous.
This is a huge room. And the second the river card comes down, this guy's on the mic saying, congratulations, you're all in the money. And people used to get a lot more excited back then as well.
Yeah.
I'm not joking, Tower. That was the longest walk of my life. Everyone was high-fiving. Congratulations, you've made the money. I had to shake 3 people's hands on the way out because they thought I'd made the money. So I was just going with it. I got all the way to the end of the room, and one of my pals, he told me that if you finish on the bubble, you get a free for next year. So I'm thinking, oh, great.
Well,
I marched all the way back, found the TD, and he said, oh, no, we stopped doing that last year.
Double bubble.
So I've had to do it twice. I've had to walk to it twice.
Oh, dear.
Get out. I'm going to bring everyone and say, I'm sorry, you bet on your money. So,
But a couple of years later, you went back to London 2013 and you actually cashed. We ended up 22nd.
Redemption, kind of.
Which is pretty deep. Just under 20,000. Was it annoying not to go any further in the tournament, or was it one of those where we've just experienced a bubble a couple of years ago where everybody's opening you and you didn't want to be in that circumstance yet again?
Yeah, I don't know. That was a weird one. I kind of felt like I was going to final table. And then, I just kind of lost a few key hands. And also back then, you kind of get very carried away. You know, when there's 30 left, you're so convinced you're going to do well. And it's one of those. I was kind of happy that I obviously didn't bubble and I went deep. But I was kind of disappointed to not final table.
Well, you started travelling about a little bit, and then obviously the year after GKPT Manchester, you ended up chopping it with Rhys Jones and Simon Dedman.
That was a good one.
That was a good one. 39,000 for finishing third. And I actually remember.
So do I.
you actually remember you said that you'd cry if you won it.
Yeah, I
And
remember it like it.
I think you would have. I think you would have done because I think Manchester's your home, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean that was obviously where I first started playing 1-2 cash, and the amount of hours you spend there, and you know all the locals, and I don't know. Just I feel like with Manchester every year, I always seem to be in the mix and not really make much money. Basically, I'm always quite deep, and I might get a min cash or finish just before the money, and I don't know. I feel like 5-6 years ago as well, I got way more into tournaments in terms of I'd be like so invested mentally and emotionally that I remember on that last night, it was probably day 2, whatever it was, just speaking to you, just thinking, if I actually finally do this, I'll be so overwhelmed. And yeah, and it was more as well, like, I've always felt like I need to kind of prove a point, maybe to like my dad, like my family.
You would also, because you've been at the EPTs and because you started travelling around playing tournaments, people started pointing and saying, that's Steve Walton. This guy's pretty good at tournaments, you know?
Yeah, that was a bit weird because I'm a sort of guy who's always like feet on the ground, and I don't really get like startled by people, and so like for people to say that, I was a bit just like, well, I've kind of been doing this every day for a few years, and do you know what I mean? I haven't really changed, and you didn't notice me then, sort of thing. So I was a bit kind of weirded out by it almost. But I mean, that interview though, I remember it well, and it's slightly cringy just thinking about it. Watching. But yeah, and I think I actually like fell on the floor or something, didn't I?
Yeah.
I think I was like, oh god.
Yes, and finally for 2014, before we end this section, the World Series, we end up cashing in a side event for 3.5, but that wasn't the highlight. No, because we went and played the main event.
So we're back, guys. We're just gonna chuck a little pan up for you guys. Here it is. So this is the last hand before the break. If you watch the dealer,
before the break.
chip
So he
denominations,
deals
the
the card
orange are
to box
25k, the black and blue,
and he swipes it. Box 2
pushes his card into box 1. It's already done. Already done.
Done.
We can come back from break. There won't be any
done it with the
5Ks on
first
the
one.
table.
Done it with the second one.
We can go back. We can go back quick. Look, just watch the card that's dealt to
last
Luke.
time before the break.
So watch happens with the card that's dealt to Luke.
chip
It's dealt in front of Luke's chips.
Are 25k.
And then Luke brings it round the chips over the box,
and the white and red.
and that is why it
250K.
registered
However,
a 10-9 off. So Luke obviously had the 9.
So when we said the dealer pitches the cards over,
we might see
when the dealer pitches the cards over a box, and it shouldn't do, that's exactly what happens. But obviously we were just chipping up the 5Ks, which is why it happened.
So here we go.
One more level.
Back for more. New featured table. I'll run you through the names. In 1 we've got Liam Piggott. 2 is Jack Nolan. 3 Joe Knight. 4 Barry McDonald. 5 Adam Verinda. 6 Nigel Brampton on 8.3 million. He won a Goliath seat through the live stream. He's in on a free roll. Nigel Brampton, 8.3 million. Richard Hare in 7, who is also a viewer of the live stream, I believe. Shane Cotter in 8, and Anthony Reynolds is in the 9 seat. So this is the feature we got for the final 40 minutes, guys. Just one level.
I reckon they all watch the stream, to be fair. But actively. Mr. Brampton didn't get his name on the wheel. Who did we blame for that? Dave.
Poor Dave. Always gets the blame.
Hey dear. He didn't get his name on the wheel. We chucked him a 150 and he's now in the last 61. How good is that? Pretty impressive. The last 61. Just amazing. He's getting excited. think they've liked this pop punk in the background tonight.
Yeah, I heard Paramore earlier.
I know.
Last band I was expecting to hear on the playlist.
Yeah, comes in on mine. You know. We didn't hear earlier as well, £7,000 raised at Joker's Wild this week.
Terrific.
Amazing effort. £7,000. That was a great effort, a great night had by all. A lot of people said. Fun night, had a great time. Thanks very much.
I got 20 minutes off.
What's that?
I got 20 minutes off on the Joker's Wild night, didn't I? Got to play.
You did. 20 minutes you got off. 20 minutes. I don't know. We get him all night off. Last as long as you can. 20 minutes, never one hand. Literally, never won a hand.
Didn't win a single pot. Got dealt one joke up.
So everybody who left us have the last break with only one level to go. I'm sure they'll all be back tomorrow. Just something that had to happen. We were playing one level this morning and then a break.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing a bet here from Nigel. Tower wants check to here of ace 10. I think we make the assumption a lot of the time Adam's going to continue firing with his king X, and we have the nut 10 here. See how he proceeds. I think small bet is how we want to continue here. There's Nigel. Does go for 300k, so does go for third, about 440%. I like this from Nigel, just recognising the situation, just hand reading. You expect Adam to continue betting a king a lot of the time, especially in this tournament. So knows that his 10 is going to be best with the nut kicker more often than not. Get value from some worse 10x and 9x. Is that Slater in the chat? What is that? Munchie on YouTube. Jay can talk the game but not play the game. Classic Goliath 2023. That's what Slater said to Boovie as I was walking out and the Joker's Wild bust out.
What time do we restart tomorrow? It's not really. I know what's that's going to be a mistake. Did I take your card?
Oh, that was the catching up.
Sorry, What happens again? I'll just pull back.
I'm doing my hair on there. I'm getting
Why can't you all check your cards like you were before so I know how wide on today?
You should never check your cards right now, but first go across to you.
I know, but people don't do that, do they?
I do. It's not just the feature table.
Yeah, I don't.
I'm not trying to look like a pro now.
Pass.
Normally try not to check. It's too tempting. Sorry? Yeah. You need it. An excuse for it to lose.
No span. Well, he cashed, but he didn't make it to the first break because we wanted to get him on the feature table today. But unfortunately for us, he busted before the first break. But he did make the money. We were looking out for him because we wanted to see more of Alan on the feature table. Kings for Adam in seat 5, going to be opening from cut-off. Looks like he's gone for the 2.5x here, make it 500k. Maybe a smidge large tower. I think at this stage we can just click it, make it 400. Like big blind will fold some hands versus 2.5x that they would defend against 2x. So we just want to get value from that big blind range. Maybe just a smidge too large here. I think at this stage we just want to be playing click as our open size. Like Shane here with the 8-6 for example, might have defended this for one big blind more, but facing 2.5x, less inclined. Price gets slightly worse.
Just over half an hour to go, around about 35 minutes of play, and then that will be it for the day.
Span, did you bag in the cup? Did you bag in the cup, Span?
I seem to think it's really early.
Thinking of me, you'll be kings. You'll think that lad does look like.
Span bagged in the cup.
There's over 200 players left. And they're 2 bankings.
I need to win at least one on me.
Why? That seemed like a really early night to back up then, didn't it? That was weird.
Yeah, I've just literally looked at it now, Span. Nice bag, mate. 188k. Nicely done.
Good luck, Span. 2:30 start tomorrow. That's going to be a 4 o'clock finish.
I'll have overs.
Really?
How many runners did it get?
500. 550, something like that.
40-minute clock. Oh, 30-minute clock. Okay, maybe.
Yes, Band, I think you might be right. I think you could be in for a late one tomorrow. Starting at 2:30 in the cup.
As Nigel makes it 450.
But good luck when you get there.
Goes for the 2.25x. Gets it through, up to 9.2 million. Let's go, Nigel.
Yeah.
He's on a free roll here. He got a
Complete free roll.
Goliath seat from one of our stream giveaways.
Do you know why?
Yep.
Do you know whose fault it was? Dave's. Just blame Dave for everything. Poor old Dave. It was just an error. He got himself onto the wheel and his name didn't appear on the wheel. It was just an error. We gave him a 150 seat and look at him now.
Yeah.
Look at him now.
Complete free roll for Nigel. Love to see this man on the final table. The fact that he's won his seat through the live stream and he's not had to put a penny up and could be playing for 220k. It's great to see. Cheers. Rids on Twitch, thanks for providing us with great comms all week, Jan Tower. I booked my hotel ready for next year. Good to hear.
Thank you very much indeed.
Another one was that Phil PKR on Twitch. He won
Phil Baker.
He won the UK Open seat on the wheel spin and cashed the UK Open.
Yep.
So back to the action here because Barry's shoving the King Queen as he should be for 9 big blinds, and Rich calling it off as he should be in the cut-off with the Ace Queen. So could be losing one here. Barry gonna need to find a king.
What time are we streaming till tonight? This is the last level.
Yeah, we're about just before 1. Just before 1, thereabouts. So there we are. Rich just ISOs as he should be. Barry going to be at risk.
All in call, feature.
Not what we want to see as Barry. He doesn't like to see that.
No.
We still have outs. 3 outs to get there. And 7, 8, 3, 2 diamonds here, so no back doors for Barry. Going to need the king on turn or river, otherwise another one gone. Now that will dead it. Ace on the turn, locks it up. There will be a prize ticker on tomorrow all day when the field is shorter. I can tell you how much they have locked up now. Rhythms, just bear with me. I'll have a little scroll.
Attention dealers and players in the air pack, you levels, small blind 5,000, big blind 10,000, big blind anti 10,000. That's 5, 10, 10 in the air pack. Next hand.
So we're down to 51. Everyone has locked up £1,460. When we lose one more, everyone's going to have locked up 1520. It's a little £60 ladder after the next bust out. As Adam opens the ace queen. From +1 raises to 500. £220,000 up top. If you come second, you get 145. If you make the final table and you bust first hand, you take home 15.8k. 220k up top for a £150 comp. What a turnout it's been in Coventry this week. Great effort from everyone. And one of these 51 remaining players is going to be winning life-changing money. Well, not one, probably about 5 are going to be winning life-changing money. Even 5th place is a chunk. But as I say, we'll get the ticker running tomorrow, guys, all day. It was just very difficult to do. Pointless putting 900 payouts on there and letting the ticker run for 2 hours till we get to see them all. You can just ask us. No previous winners still in. Yeah, what are we seeing here from Jack? Jack just goes for the donk with 9-7 of spades on King 8-3, all diamonds. Not sure what to say about that one. 9-7 suited, opting to donk on a King 8-3 mono board into the aggressor and gets punished instantly. Yeah, we'll try and get your stacks at conclusion. Tower might even be doing a walk round as well. Hold on, how many ladies left in it? Shouldn't be too long a walk round today, should it? I can see. How many can I see? It was so funny the other night though. You over here, we'll talk to her. Oh, we'll talk to her.
Because every time we're in the chat, everybody says how many ladies are still in. How many ladies are still in? Is there any ladies still in? And we always bypass them.
Did we get it back?
So we have to get them on every now and again. What it's all about.
So I'll wait to tell him.
It's what it's all about, son. Getting everybody involved.
True professional, yes, man. All
Cheers,
right.
man. That's what it's all about. Any idea where Matt Davenport and Adam Neighbour finished in the main? Matt Davenport was on the FC, I think he was 9th.
Adam Neighbour
was the last person to leave the final table. He won it. He won it.
Same again, bit big from Nigel here. Prefer just to see a click at this stage, making it 400k, but goes for the 2.5x.
Yeah.
Like we just lose value from a small proportion of the big blind defend range that would defend versus 2x but wouldn't defend versus 2.5x. We've got a strong hand, suited ace 10, get value from some worse ace-x and dominated 10x, these type of hands with position, but just going to get that through Nigel. What a story it would be if Nigel could close this out with 49 left tower.
Wow, unbelievable. Complete. Last two tables will be an amazing effort, but like you said, even the FT, jeez.
We are playing 14 levels.
Yes.
Or down to 32. So 14 levels, not going to get to 32. Not possible.
Not a chance.
What a sweat for all these 49 at the moment, though, Tower. Whether you're a short stack, whether you're a big stack, middling stack, they're all going to be dreaming tonight. Well, the ones that bag of what could be come tomorrow. Stu Monty, thinking of playing some online sats for tour seats. Can they be saved for any stock on the tour or worst case for the Goliath Bullets next year? Yes. If you win seats online, they'll stay in your account and you can use them for the GUKPT events.
And all the Goliath tickets that you've won after the event will turn into genetic credit for any NPL events as well.
Just got a message. Alex Todd running out of table, but got 24 million.
Alex Todd, what seat's he in?
I can't see him. I'm looking, trying to figure out where he is. Might be on the back. Oh, he's on the back, right there. See, that's him. I can spot him. Tell I'm pointing to you. He's on the furthest table. He is in seat 3 with the big headphones on. Got to be chip leader, right? 24 mil.
Yeah.
Top pair for Nigel after opening the Jack 9 suited under the gun. Love it, Nigel has the big stack. Nigel's been watching the stream. Oh, he goes for the limp. I thought he went for the open. He went for the limp under the gun. Thought he'd open the Jack 9 suited as the big stack at the table. But went for the limp. Flops top pair and just fires out. And Adam here with the King 8 suited out of position. Don't expect him to be continuing. Who do you think will win this year? It could be anyone in this field. I think, is Chris Da Silva still in, Dave? No. Okay, I think Chris is gone then. But Chris was still in. Just going to get clarification on that. YouTube chat has been disabled. Has it?
There you go, got one for free, didn't even have to wait for that one.
All good for me. YouTube chat seems to be working fine here.
King getting shooted was ahead of you, Craig, wasn't it? A big fly.
Chat is disabled for live stream. I'll let PK know. Thank you very much, guys.
69 players remaining.
Oh, no, it will be. We'll do it over a hand. Yeah, just stop speaking.
Thanks for the heads up. I've let PK know. It's end of day right now live. Obviously 30-minute delay, so he's obviously out on the floor sorting everything out. But thank you for letting us know that the YouTube chat is not working. So Anthony, is it logs? Okay, I didn't even know that. YouTube is drunk. Okay, I'll let PK know. Cheers for that, logs. I didn't even realise that was the case, but we'll get it sorted out. And it's the back end of the day, so better to happen now than at the start of day 3. But we are going to get it all sorted. Just PK out on the floor at the moment. Back end of the day, getting chip counts, all the stack sizes. So we do have end of day roundup as always, as Liam moves in here for a 15 bigs with the pocket 9s. And once again on the cusp, these sort of spots, I think the way to proceed, if we're at a really soft table, we just open. If we're at a tough table, we can shove. And Nigel going to have a snap call here in the big with the ace-king. Nigel Brampton going to have to call this off for 15. Come on, Nigel, you can do it. You can find the call. The man on the complete free roll does make the call. And we're off to the races. Nigel with ace-king, Liam with pocket 9s. We are going to be flipping here for a 6.2 million chip pot. So the flop, Jack 4-4, 2 clubs. So Nigel does have backdoor clubs here, but looking for an ace or a king. And 6 of clubs, it's a never easy, is it? And look at the top of your screen, every club is in that deck. So ace, king or club to fade for Liam. And it's the offsuit 10, so Liam going to get the double up to 6.2 million. And Nigel back to 7. Chris De Silva is still in. I just got the go ahead from Dave. He's still playing now. He's got around 3 million chips. Chris De Silva still in the mix here at the Goliath. Ace Queen for Liam. Just going to open from +2. And Jack. Easy shove with the 7s. Good to see him take this. 8.5 big's going to be getting called off from Liam, and then we're off to the races yet again. Easy call for Liam once it's back on him here with the Ace Queen.
All in call feature.
So Jack out in front at the moment, fading aces and queens. Holding at the moment, Jack. Got the heart as backup as well. Don't want to see an offsuit ace or queen, and it's the red ace of hearts, so we don't mind seeing that ace. Jack gets the double back to 3.8 million. Sorry about the camera, guys. It's just stuck on the wide shot at the moment. I think that's how it's going to be for the rest of the day. Seems like back end of the day. Loads of gremlins in the system.
It's just this level or until we're down to 4.
No way well.
The chat is back on YouTube.
What happened there then?
We sorted it.
Well, I know you sorted it. That wasn't the question.
Well, we're a team. PK sorted it.
We sorted it.
We're a team. We're a team. PK sorted it.
But it weren't Dave. Gremlins in the system. What was that then? Not really able to comms.
So guys, 10 minutes on the clock. So going to get the clock paused very shortly. And then we'll find out how many hands are left to deal. I'm just waiting to get confirmation, I think. Is that why Danny's paused, or is he going to do one more? Well, Tower. It was 6 on Saturday, it was 6 on Sunday, it was 6 on Monday, 6 on Tuesday.
Was it?
6 on Wednesday,
Yeah.
6 on Thursday, 6 on Friday.
Yeah.
How many hands do you think we're going to have left to deal on Saturday?
3.
Let's hope so. That we're praying for 3. Seven days on the trot. 7 6s.
What's the odds?
3 to the power of 6. So
Yeah, there you go. I'll know this one.
We've got 3, 9, 27, 81, 243, 729. So 2,000 and 87. 2,087 to 1 is the chances of it being 6 every day.
I'll have a 5 on it.
You'll have a 5er?
Yeah.
All right.
Is Dano still in? Dan Cryer? No, he was eliminated on the feature. Oh no, he was eliminated on a video that we did. T9 all in for 1.4 mil.
C2.
Or is this the first of set?
Yeah, so C2.
So I get to play my big hands.
Pass. I'll say, do you want to have a bit of action on the screen? Unfortunately, that is... Home of a proper shield.
Shipping up, shipping up.
How strong was it? I thought you were going to be quite strong. I'm going to go with ace queen.
You'll see on the stream.
Well, I want to see if you tell the truth.
Sorry?
I want to see if you tell the truth.
So heading to an outer table.
What we got here then, this time of night? We've gone all in seat 1, pocket 9s, against Queen 10, Jack, Jack 10, 9 on the turn! Jack,
what a river card!
Who's done that?
So 9's full on the turn, and then Jack's full on the river for the Queen 10. The Queen 10 thinks the 9s have got there, and then the Jack on the end. Ouch!
Wow, what a run out. That is grim. Oh, dear me. Oofed. So this is the last 5. What's 6? So what was it? 2000 what?
2000 and something. 2077, I think.
So I had a 5 on it. So that's 27 5s is 130.
We'll call it 10k, yeah?
30, yeah, 30.
Call it 10k.
Yeah, go on then. Yeah, awesome. I win. We're set for a huge, huge day tomorrow.
Yeah, it's been a long day for the players. In at 11, getting out at 1 in the morning. It's a long day.
Yeah. Yeah. But it has to happen. It is Goliath. I don't think it doesn't happen anywhere else. Because it does start at 10. Some events in Vegas finish at 2 in the morning. It's what has to happen when you've got millions of runners.
2.5x in earlier, now you're 3x into a 10 big blind, big blind.
Into the 10 big blind.
Oh, you missed the 4x stage. That was a thing for a bit.
Oh, I wish.
I might have called
The
it
minute
2
played
big
with
blind.
queen 3 off. Don't talk about that one. It was confusing that though, because I was talking, so I was texting me out. Sort of forward. Yeah.
Matt Pope says he's definitely doing this next year. Well, we're good to see you. Been watching the live stream, got you in the mood. Nick D says, long day for them, long day for us. He cracked his first beer open on the first hand of the stream. Awesome. Glad you've had a good day, Nick. Live streams have been awesome yet again. Everybody's back on YouTube now.
Long day for Nick as well. Long day for them, long day for us. Cracked my first beer open on the first hand of the stream. That is a long old day. As Nigel with 10s makes it 500. And Rich goes for the 3-bet here. Putting some pressure on Nigel back end of the day. Making it 1.4 million. Has Nigel got it in him, Tower? Do you think he's got the 3 to 4-bet send here for 32 bigs with the pocket 10s? Rich looks like a guy that can get out of line. And I think back end of the day, maybe trying to apply maximum pressure here. And 10s for me is just going to have to be sent. 32 big blinds. I know it's well above average, but try not to look at it like that. We want to try and give ourselves the best chance possible of winning this comp. And our free roll winner in this event for free, I'm really hoping he can find the 4-bet rip here tower. I'm praying he finds it.
Yeah, I've got about 100 people watching me.
What I said earlier is good for you. Like, if everyone's going to be angry.
Hijack versus cut off, 32 effective, pocket 10s, 4-bet send. It's going to work to perfection. Sometimes we'll run into it, sometimes we'll get called and be flipping, but most of the time here, Rich is going to be folding, in my opinion.
Yeah, Charlie let him do it. He said,
Nip it, Nudge.
He said that as long as he doesn't film the live tell sessions, he's fine with it.
He bluffed the hand against me early on, so he played the tournament and something like that.
Yeah, okay.
He bluffed me
I think just with the posturing tower, he's not going to shove, he's just going to play cool and going to have to go post out of position here.
That sound. It's funny, his videos are well.
And this is the problem, like the times we don't flop a 10, the times we're greeted by overcards on the flop, how do we proceed out of position, what's the play, and like ace high board here.
Like, 6-9. Talking in a multi-way pot and he's drunk, and then he's like, call the floor, and then he falls off his chair straight onto the floor. It's the best thing ever. The best thing ever. You got to watch it.
Not sure if Nigel's a 4-bet rip type of guy.
YouTube. Yeah, on his YouTube, Sam Clark, and then go to the shorts. It's his most viewed short. It's insane. It's amazing.
I expect to see c-bet here from Rich almost always, ace-9-6, rainbow board, 3-bet coup. Like can go really small here as Rich, 800k, quarter pot around there, what I'd like to see. Oh, slightly less, same thing, 775. Now how's Nigel going to proceed with the 10s? And this is the problem, Tower. We just get ourselves in tangles post-flop out of position. Most of the time, percentage-wise, we are going to be greeted by an overcard. Just over 3 to 1. We're going to be greeted by 2, and then we're going to have to check fold a lot of different board textures. It's dicey path to go down. He's going to find one call here, it looks like, with the 10s and the backdoor straight draw.
I reckon it'll probably. I don't think it'll go to early hours with 4 players. Yeah,
about 6 o'clock.
Could be 8, could be 10, but I don't think it's not that past midnight.
If the level's going up like it says in there,
And then Luckbox Jobby. Wish my big pal David Blacklaw good luck in the seniors event tomorrow. You've done a great job all week, been great to watch. See you all next year. That's from Luckbox Jobby, Dave. You know exactly who that is. Okay, that's good.
you probably get people who do a lot of people recognise.
Cheers, Luckbox. Carl Southwest says somebody's got 87 million. I can confirm they haven't.
A vlog of the experience of going to the retreat. I was in a couple of the shots, and then there's a couple of pictures of the whole
Yeah, I think, mate, Rich is probably in the bin with Ace Queen. Obviously, in theory, we're like 10s is going to be a pure rip here. These positions, 100% of the time.
Yeah.
The solves will tell us to rip it, but I don't know if Rich would call off Ace Queen off like he's supposed to against Nigel. It doesn't look like he's going to be getting out of line too much.
Just poker.
It was just poker. Even the food, all the food was all fresh, organic. It was like most of the food, like 90% of the food was meat.
Rich now double barreling, and that's just going to be end of hand.
It's like I was so shocked at how many things.
How many people was on it?
So there was a total of 13 of us in the house, I think.
We make so much about 3 grand.
We'll get it checked, Carl. It might be right. Might have missed it.
He makes what he needs to make, but he did it for the love of people that he selected.
Yeah, we hate life on the flop, but the thing is, we're loving live pre. We get 3-bet from the cut-off as we open in the hijack here against a stack that isn't meant to apply pressure, and we've got a perfect hand to 4-bet send.
When he did a Skype interview with me to see that I was like the right fit for it, and I wasn't carrying too much baggage, I was going to be an issue or something. And I was nervous as shit, but once I got there, like, And what the
Well, he makes the call.
It didn't take me very long to
Yeah, now this is like the call on the flop versus quarter one to see if Rich shuts down, but now Rich just always going to have an ace here, Tower, in my opinion. Just ace, queen, ace, king. Basically what we're going to see, I think, here from Rich. King of clubs on the river, Nigel checks once more. And Rich, if he does have ace king, obviously going to go for the third street. And well, maybe worried about ace x of clubs if he has the ace that isn't a club. But we will see what happens here.
I change it up in certain situations, but you know, I'm confident in my post-flop game. I don't need to size up. I'm not worried about people calling. I know where I am in my ranges, and I'm confident.
Rich has never got jacks, J-Lo. I'll put my house on it. Not a thing. Once he double barrels turn, like just always going to be an ace-x holding, in my opinion.
Definitely ace, queen, ace, king.
Ace, yeah, always Tower. Like once he goes 3 barrels now, he's just going to maybe even like aces as well. I guess he could have. Would make sense, but definitely just ace king, ace queen here with a club, ace queen with a club, ace king. Just always what Rich is going to spin over, in my opinion. And Nigel surely not going to call this off. Should have probably got out of the way on the flop if we are going to elect to not 4-bet rip and just flat. And this is the problem, Tal. This is why we need to 4-bet send. Out of position, we just get ourselves in tangles. We don't know where we're at.
Well, as you can see, every table has finished bagging up on the outer, and we'll get the chip counts.
Yeah,
at the end of the night.
Unfortunately, J-Lo, we're never going to get to see Rich's hand because Nigel's not calling this off with 10, so we're never going to get to know what he has. However, Rich Hare is an avid watcher of the live stream, so we can just ask him next time he's in the chat. But Nigel having a lengthy tank here. Surely not Tower with the 10s. Like what do we need Rich to have here? What on earth has he got as a bluff? Like Queen Jack off that's just decided to send it with a club?
Yeah. He ain't got 10-8 of clubs. And 10s, unfortunately, Nigel are no good.
No, Nick. If Nigel shoves pre for 32 effective, Rich is not calling ace jack. He's not calling ace 10.
Nope.
He's not calling any ace x that he's 3-bet bluff. He's obviously calling ace king, and I think even ace queen is going to be in the blender in this tournament. You met with a 4-bet rip of one of the seniors in the comp who are probably never getting out of line. Ace queen is just going to shrivel up, and I think ace queen would be blended if Nigel did go for the 4-bet rip pre. Ace king would have obviously called. Nigel, is he asking him if he'd show? If he folds?
Yeah, can only be a complete airball or got the lot.
And like Span, imagine Rich has got like king queen with the queen of clubs that puts Nigel on exactly an ace and has just gone for it on this run out. But we will see. I can't see how we're ever going to get to see Rich's hand here. If Nigel calls this off, I'll be shocked. And there is the fold eventually. Is he going to show him? Is he not? He's not. We'll never know. We will never know what Rich had.
Ace king, ace queen, suited minimum.
It wasn't even 40 bigs effective, Tommy. We were 32 effective. 6.4 million Nigel had in his stack to start the hand. Yeah, I agree, Givers. I think it's always ace king, ace queen there. Some of the times aces as well. Just going on the combos. What's got more combos? Unlikely to be aces with an ace on the board. A lot more likely to be ace king, ace queen.
So we're down to 44. 3 hands left.
That was a long hand.
Everybody else has gone to bed.
Everyone else is bagged.
Yep. We have 3 hands.
We on overtime?
Well, you can ask Jim if you want to.
I will.
Or Andy.
He'll just call me tomorrow morning, Tower. Tell me about new schedule we got coming out. Ginge, is folding aces pre-flop ever the right thing to do? Not in a tournament, not in a cash game. The only time you'd be folding aces pre is going to be in a satellite, and that's literally it.
$3.6 mil, 18 bigs, sixes. Says I'm all in. King seven's a snap fold.
Yeah, for 18 tower, I think it will find its way in some of the time. When we've only got 3 players to get through, we can start shoving for more BBs in late position than what we would EP. But Shane, I think open could be okay as well.
I'm doing out the old 90 deuces.
Yeah, just going to get this one through. Tomorrow we are going to be live streaming from 11:30.
We are, indeed.
So final 2 hands.
Final 44 down the sounds.
I look forward to you running down on.
Yeah, that's very true, Dave knows. You have to lose some battles to win the war. Good luck for tomorrow, Nigel.
Raise 400.
Ace 4 for Rich raises to 400k. Yeah, I'd love to see Nigel make the FT of this or even win it. Great story to be in on a free roll and still be here back end of day 2 as Rich makes it 400k. Just putting pressure on now with this ace block up. And even more reason to 4-bet jam. I know Nigel's not going to be aware that Rich is opening ace 4 off from +2, which is good from Rich at this stage. He's got the ace blocker, I like it, but it seems like he's got a bit of competency about him, and he's not just going to 3-bet a range for value. He's probably going to have some bluffs in there as well. Like just that open indicates to me that when he is 3-betting hijack versus cutoff, he's going to have around the right range, and therefore 10s becomes an even better 4-bet rip. Like if we are playing against someone who is knitted up all day, hasn't 3-bet once, and then suddenly they elect to 3-bet, I guess we can just make the exploit call and go to a flop and try and flop a set and win a big pot, and if not, just let it go when the overcards roll off. One more hand, this is it, and the room's empty, Tower.
Yep, completely.
We finished 10 minutes after the rest of the tables.
Yep. Yep. And we have 6 more hands.
Day 3.
That's it, the old fist pumping who's folded, making day 3.
Jack's all in with the Queen 8, just taking it for 16, last hand of the day. Queen 8 suited, goes for it. Don't mind it, Tower. I kind of like it. Gets better to fold, got good equity when called, and gets it through. And that is it for us, guys. We're going to head out to see what the guys had to say at the end of the day with the Tower.
Unbelievable day. We're down to 44 players as it speaks, and there's 24 million going into one bag. Alex, what an unbelievable day you must have had.
It was unreal. I started as a short stack and now I'm chip leader, so I'll take it.
Yeah. Jay said you were short. How short were you?
I had 125k to start the day.
Yeah.
And then I got 24.
What did you do with the bubble? Did you just sit and wait, or did you just start?
Yeah, I was short on the bubble, to be fair.
Yeah. You sat and waited until the money went?
Pretty much. I still took some spots, but yeah, after the money went, it just couldn't lose a hand.
Could you believe when we were on the bubble, 21 all in and called in 2 hands?
I can believe it, yeah, I can.
It's a huge amount of chips. What's the table been like in the last hour or so?
Yeah, all right, to be fair. I had a lot of big hands, so that helps. So for me, it's been all right, for sure.
Well, we think you're chip leader.
That'd be nice.
We're pretty sure you are chip leader, but every credit for making day 3 of the biggest Goliath.
Thanks a lot.
Fingers crossed for tomorrow.
Hopefully it goes well. Thanks a lot.
Nice.
Cheers, mate.
Alex Todd, a lot of chips. He has. I got an amount of chips that you want for day 3. We'll just have a quick word with Paul Murphy, Goliath. Day 3 tomorrow.
Yep.
We're just bagged up how many?
19,025,000.
Big stack. Nice stack. How's the day been?
It's been good. Been getting nice cards.
Yep.
Making good plays, so I've been happy. Yeah, it's been decent.
Mixing it up. It's a lot of players. A lot of people just say recreational players. It's just you're just taking flips a lot of the time, and you're just playing totally different. How have you found your tables today?
I've been on about 5 different tables. I've been moved around a lot. Each has been completely different, but I think the key's been adjusting to the players.
Can you instantly spot somebody who just wants to cash to somebody who's a tour reg or something like that?
Yeah, I can, especially when they say at the table, I'm just folding the last 10 minutes.
That's always what you need.
You
can manipulate that. But 19 mil coming back to tomorrow. Biggest Goliath we've ever had.
Yep.
We're down to 44, and then tomorrow we're going to crown a champion. We can dream, can't we?
We can dream.
We can dream.
Hopefully final table.
Well, many congratulations. 19 million. That is just about it from the days. Full chip counts up on the website very soon. But what an amazing day. We have had 1,125 runners. We got in the money instantly. 21 all in and calls for 2 in 2 hands to burst the bubble. We burst the bubble, and then they've gone down and down, and we're finished day 2 with 44 runners. Tomorrow we are going to crown a champion of the biggest Goliath ever, but who is it going to be? Join us tomorrow.
What's he talking about? How often have we been closing up from the comms booth? A year and a half now? What are you going on about? We always close up here.
I know we do.
You didn't send it back to me.
No, you missed it.
I definitely didn't miss it.
You missed
we always finish the day here in the comms booth. No, you did not.
Watch it back again.
I will watch it back and I'll send it to you. I'll get a little clip.
Watch it back.
One job. Send it back to me.
Go on then.
It's only day 8.
That's true.
That's it, guys. We are finished. Great day today, day 2. We had
loads.
11,493 entries, whittled down to 1125 for day 2. Of that 1125, 44 names remain, and there are the chip counts. Alex Todd repping the Harlow Massive, leading the way for 24 million chips. What a chip stack that is for the Goliath. Paul Murphy, 19.1. Dan Stancer, a notable name, still in the field.
Yeah. Also, I'm pretty sure that Andy McKenzie has got 9.5 mil.
Okay.
Because I walked past and asked him as I was walking back, and I'm pretty sure that Andy McKenzie got 9.5 mil. So we'll check that. I think it's 9.5 mil for Andy, but I know it says 2 on the bag. Man, it's just a misprint or a typo or whatever it was, but I'm pretty sure.
Or he's tried to be cheeky, he's tried to put himself down as 2 million, lump on himself at the book. The book thinks he's only got 2 million chips, he rocks up with 9 and straight away he's made money.
There you go. There will be a day 3 book. for Goliath in 2023. Be on Grosvenor Sport tomorrow. I know it's a quick turnaround, but it should be on for 9 o'clock in the morning. If you fancy a quid, get yourself on and root for the champion as we crown it sometime tomorrow evening. It's going to be a long day tomorrow.
Yeah, very
It's
long
going to
day.
be a long day tomorrow. There's hundreds coming back in the cup as well. So it'll be rowdy in the room, which is great for us. But what a great day, 1,025 down to 44.
Yeah, thoroughly enjoyed as well, Tara. And a big shout out as well to Hannah Tomlinson, I believe the last lady that is remaining in the Goliath. So shout out to her. Be good if she could have a spin tomorrow and potentially make a run at it. So we're going to be back tomorrow, guys, from 11:30 on stream, 11 in club. If you've luckily made it, we might do a giveaway or two tomorrow. However, we do have the live stream free roll, £500 added for that one. So that's it from us. Luckily, we nearly didn't get to close up today because this man had one job and forgot. But we will see you tomorrow, guys, bright and early, 11:30 a.m. in the morning.
Chat, as always, you've been amazing. We've had a good laugh. It's been great. And now we're down to the nitty-gritty. 44 to a champion tomorrow. We will see you from 11:30.
Good night.
Ta-ta.